There's a guy who's doing that from that we are sharing.
Here.
It's called Anton. Once he comes, I'll check with him.
Okay. But right now the presentations are
That's what we're organizing.
just a new one.
Yep.
This one you see how.
Naanzia hapa kwa tunaendanga direct hizi maji tunaendanga direct tunatoa ndani na kuja kuzima tu mzima. Jadushi. Karibu nikonde.
Mic test. Testing mic 1 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. If you're still out there, please make your way into the auditorium. This is the first and final announcement. Everybody who is still out there, we're about to begin. Kindly make your way into the auditorium. We are starting in the next 1 minute. This is a call for all the scientists and all the dignitaries who are still out there. Kindly make your way into the auditorium. We're about to begin in less than 30 seconds. This is the first and final call for everyone who is still out there. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. Fill up the front seats. Kindly move to the front seats. Take one step ahead. Everybody who's still back there, move to the front. Tafadhali, we're about to begin in 30 seconds. A final and call for the people who are out there. Make your way into the auditorium. The session is about to begin. We would not want to leave you out. The first and final call for everybody who's still out there. Kindly make your way into the auditorium. Move to the front seats. Avoid the back line. Tafadhali, move to the front seats where you have a perfect vantage point for every presentation that will be done here. We want to make sure this is as accommodative as possible. If you're still out there, kindly make your way to the front and into the auditorium. Everyone who's still out there registering, kindly make your way into the auditorium. We're about to begin in less than 1 minute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle in. Let's fill up the seats in front. So as you check in, please don't be tempted to sit at the back. Let's all come to the front as much as possible so that those who are joining us can just settle in without disruption. And we continue because we want to start and want to keep time. Remember, we're accommodating the presentations that were not made yesterday. So please feel free as well to fill up the third and fourth front row seats and chairs. Don't be shy. We want to make sure that those at the back are free and available for those who are walking in. We will also be having some members of parliament joining us, which is important because in terms of the resolutions or recommendations that will be made here, those who are in charge of policy formulation need to hear this and need to be part of this conversation. And in fact, some of them have arrived. We'll be acknowledging them as they come in. And this second day of the first Wildlife Scientific Conference, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. Or I'll come up to you and ask you to say a word of prayer so we can start off. Anyone up for a word of prayer? It's amazing how people go quiet. It's a prayer. It's nothing bad. It's just a prayer. Thank you. I just want to have your attention, please. Let's fill up the chairs right in front of you. Asanteni, asanteni. Let me have your attention. At the very right side, at the back over there, I see people having some questions or observations to make. We'll give you an opportunity at the Q&A after the two keynote speeches that we're starting with today. Feel free to ask a question, and we can continue on time. Thank you. Just on for your attention. Let's all pay attention as we begin. Is Bwana James Washira with us? He could start us off with the word of prayer. Bwana James Washira. If you can hear me, he started off with the word of prayer yesterday. He can start us off today as well. Check, check. This is much better. All right. Bwana James, you're always ready for a word of prayer. Not throwing you under the bus here, but we have to start it on the right note. Make sure everything runs even ahead of schedule. Asante sana. Silence, please, for a word of prayer, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, let's bow down and pray together. Our dear Lord and Father, we thank you and we honor your name. We're grateful for yet another day this day. Father, we pray for your guidance, oh Father, as we start the sessions. May you be with us, oh God. We have been thankful, Lord, for the proceedings that we had the previous day. And Lord, commit everything, oh God, into your hand, oh God. Give us success, oh God, through this conference. The Lord, your name may be honored and glorified, oh God. We thank you, Lord, for every one of us, oh Father, and be with us, oh God. In Jesus' name we pray.
Asante sana, Bwana James. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Masai. Hope you're not tired of my voice from day one. Day two is packed with a lot of presentations, so I need your attention. We need your energy as well, so let's get started nice and early. And we will have accommodation for the presentations, the one made yesterday after our tea break. We have a special launch as well just before the tea break, something to look forward to. And right after the presentations that are slotted for the day at the breakout sessions, we have the cocktail and dinner session, special session from about 6 p.m. today. So something to look forward to, and I'm sure that will keep many of us around, and I hope you had a good night's rest. So today we start with two keynote addresses, and we have one from Dr. Benson Okita. He's from the WYSS Academy Eastern Africa Hub, based here in Kenya. And he's going to talk to us about infrastructure and conservation, the nexus for policy development. And I'd like to acknowledge the entrance and presence of members of parliament, Karibuni. These are important people to be part of this conversation, being in charge of policy formulation. And there are others who are joining us as we continue. So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Benson Okita, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. It's great to see you all and to see. You have a clicker, eh? Can I use this one? No. Okay. I'm told there's no clicker, so you'll allow me just to be fixed at this corner and move my slides as we talk through this very important topic. So I want to start with first talking to you about why this topic is very important, and that is the nexus for policy development when it comes to infrastructure and conservation. And then I'll give you a bit of hope that despite the challenges that we face when it comes to conservation and infrastructure, that there is indeed some progress and there is indeed some great things that are happening in terms of getting those challenges resolved. And then we'll talk about the policy, the nexus, that is where we can develop these policies and how, and then go beyond the policies. Yeah, it's policy, one thing, but then for us to be able to achieve, we've got to go even beyond policies. So I'll talk to you about that also. And then a bit of Q&A. So this is a very important topic, and is important for the national development. When you think of infrastructure, you are thinking of a country's development, you are thinking of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and how all these are supporting human well-being and are supporting the development. It's also important from a conservation point of view when you think of conservation as a very important pillar in economic development, especially in countries that rely so much on foreign exchange that are a result of tourism that are linked to conservation of wildlife. And we have to balance these two. We have to balance conservation, and we have to balance also infrastructure development for us to be able to attain our well-being and economic development. Now, it is a very relevant topic for me. For many years, I've worked around this issue, but before I got onto this particular issue, the first thing that I wanted to be was to be an architect. But then I ended up being in the rhino conservation and conservation in general in the early 1996. And during that time, the kind of things that we would do also involved infrastructure development. For example, in a rhino sanctuary, you have fences that allow for movement of all other species of wildlife except for rhinos. We have roads for the purposes of monitoring and access to where the animals are. we had water pipelines, we had so much infrastructure to support the conservation when it comes to the sanctuary kind of approach in rhino conservation. So then we moved to the elephant world, where I worked for about 8 years. And during that time, one of the things that I did was on policy and development generally, policy and planning. In this talk that I'll be talking about, I'll be giving a lot of examples of the area in which we focus so much with other partners, Kenya Wildlife Service, government institutions, Save the Elephants, etc. And this is important in the sense that it will exemplify how you can balance the conservation and generally infrastructure development for economic growth. We did quite a lot in terms of letting the world know how this is important. We wrote op-eds, and I know there are parliamentarians here. Sometimes we as scientists, we write so much scientific papers around what we do, but then it's very important that we get this communication also to the policymakers through other ways of communications. So there's a lot of articles that we wrote. There are a lot of other works that we did which we think got to the ears of policymakers in order to make a difference. Now, one of the other things that we did, which again is very relevant and in terms of policy, was to assess the effectiveness of the underpasses that were constructed along the standard gauge railway in the Savo conservation area. And this standard gauge railway is one of those major infrastructure development projects for Kenya. And for about 480 kilometers stretch, but then almost 2/3 of that passes through the conservation area, which is the Savo and Savo East and Savo West National Park. We found that this infrastructure had a lot of impacts in terms of the animal behavior. They change, for example, their movement speeds when crossing those areas. In other words, they viewed this area as an area that is of high risk. And then there are other recommendations that we gave, which were also implemented by the government. Some of them are still being implemented. One of which being the eviction of illegal settlements around the areas that were left aside as passages for wildlife. And the story still continues. I continued still working on these issues, and currently with WIS Academy for Nature, where we look at all these issues in a holistic manner and try to turn the knowledge that we generate into action, the actual doing, and turning policies into action and knowledge into policy, and making sure that there is that holistic kind of conservation where people, nature can be able to coexist and balance. We're still doing a lot of work when it comes to the infrastructure with some of our partners, the Save the Elephants, the National Land Commission, local communities and county governments in northern Kenya, to be able to secure the connectivity of wildlife movement in some of the areas that are threatened by future infrastructure development. For example, the picture that you're seeing here is taken in Oldonyiro. Oldonyiro is somewhere in Isiolo County. And what these two gentlemen are pointing at is a corridor, a path that elephants have used for many, many years. And that path is right next to the Oldonyiro town, which is somewhere here, that's path. The town is over there. And there is this infrastructure, which is an important road that then crisscrosses that section. So what you're trying to say is that unless this is sorted out, then this connectivity might cease to be. If you go to these areas, some of the areas have been issued with title deeds, they're individually owned plots, and it makes it very challenging for that connectivity to happen. So infrastructure conservation. How do you ensure that all this is balanced? Now I just want to give you a bit of hope that there is hope that this is something that can be achieved, that is the balance. And there has been a lot of awareness in this nexus that has been incorporated in many international policies. There are lists of them here, from the UN the decade on ecosystem restoration strategies to the CBDs, to IUCN, to many other international policies that have incorporated this issue. In other words, it's an issue that is gaining a lot of attention and is important that it gets the required attention. Now, again, building on that, there has been also a lot of other regional policies that have also taken this issue into account, that it is important that this balance is actually realized. For example, if you look at the first IUCN African Protected Areas Congress in Kigali, where there was a call for people and nature, including call for restoring fragmented and degraded ecosystems and avoiding mitigating the impacts of climate change, new infrastructure, and environmentally destructive activities. So thereby managing this connectivity. Now this is at that global level, at regional level. What I'm trying to emphasize here is that it is possible to balance their policies. It's an issue that is gaining a lot of attention all over. Now coming home, the same issue also has been given a lot of emphasis in for example, the Wildlife Strategy 2030. I know it's a document that guides the conservation of this country, but then the Pillar 3, which is based on evidence and decision making. Here we are talking of I just want to get a place here which is relevant. We are talking of generating information that can be used to promote and integrate cross-sectoral and multi-scale planning for conservation and sustainable development. At a bigger scale also, at the Kenya Vision 2030, the issue of infrastructure has been given a lot of emphasis, where we are talking of Kenya will become a very interconnected country with road networks, railways, ports, water sanitation, etc. And at the same time, the Vision 2030 is very clear that despite us upgrading the infrastructure and retrofitting industries to make them sustainable with increased resources, use efficiency, it is important that they are environmentally sound and generally taking care of what we value so much, and that is nature conservation that underpins our survival. Now, there are more initiatives. For example, in July 2023, the President directed that the National Land Commission, for example, should stop the issuance of licenses and permits for various projects in key wildlife areas, conservation areas, especially in Kajiado, Machakos, Athi-Kapiti Corridor, and some of these areas. Now, in other words, what we are saying is that it's an issue that has gotten to a very top, gotten the attention of the very top governance of this country. We also have other initiatives. For example, people working together, like the Conservation Alliance of Kenya, coming together to do what it means when it comes to the impacts of linear infrastructure and how to gel those two. We have other groups that are coming up, like, for example, this the African Conference for Linear Infrastructure and Ecology. So what I'm saying is that we should not lose hope that, despite these challenges, that things are not happening. Things are happening, and I'm sure we can get a very good balance between conservation and development infrastructure. Now, there's still more that needs to be done, a lot that needs to be done. For example, the picture you're seeing on that side is the standard gauge railway phase 2 over Nairobi National Park. If you look at the Savo one, you'll realize that this is a greater improvement in terms of allowing that link between development and conservation. Yeah, we still need to do more engagement when it comes to, for example, the LAPSET, which is the Lamu Port, South Sudan, Ethiopia Transport Corridor. There are plans for the Mau Summit Nairobi Superhighway. There is also plans for Mombasa, Nairobi Expressway. And generally, if you look at the Mara ecosystem, there are lots of fences that are blocking the movement of wildlife in that region. There's still more that needs to be done to ensure that we live with these creatures in a very sustainable manner, even as we develop. But it's a delicate balance because, one, it's improving lives and economies, and it has to be achieved in a way that it minimizes environmental damage. So the nexus between that is where you have to get it really right. It's a really delicate balance. And delicate balance, as I said earlier, in the sense that they're all contributing to the SDGs, that is both conservation, which is like that environmental pillar, and the development, which is on the infrastructure development, which is on the economic pillar. Very important in terms of our growth and development. So very delicate balance there. But if you don't get it right, then there are many things that might happen. Yeah, and some of these, they look very normal and people take them for granted, but they have very long-term impact when it comes to conservation. And as I said earlier, conservation is so important to our economy. We're talking of more than, I think, 10 or so % of our GDP coming from tourism, and 75% of that is a result of wildlife-based tourism. If you don't do it right, you don't get it right, then you're likely to end up with biophysical threats, reduced land quality, or water management issues, biodiversity issues, acid rain, pollution, erosion, invasive alien plant species, gulling. Yeah, so much happens, and that has also a direct impact on us as people when it comes to our social aspects, health, and social conditions. Yeah, for example, if we have polluted air, polluted water, resettlements of people, etc. Now, most of this is happening not just in Kenya, but all over. And if you look at some of the statistics by the UN Environment Program, this is a long time ago. I'm sure some of this has really changed. You can see that the damages that you experience in land degradation, forest loss, biodiversity, fresh water, marine ecosystem, the atmosphere, urban industrial contamination and waste is so significant, especially in developing countries. Yeah, Latin America, Africa, Asia. Yeah, some of this I'm sure, yeah, if you look at the latest data, you'll realize that most of them is increasing, even though in some of this data they were stable or there was no impact. So where is the nexus? Now this is a double-edged sword, as I said. It's associated with income gains and also often with environmental costs. But those costs are to a large extent avoidable. Yeah? And there's various ways to reduce this cost and increase the environmental benefits and infrastructure projects at both the national and sectoral level. Yeah, what we have here is this work that we studied, and this is a very major project for Kenya. You all know about the standard gauge railway. And this gives you a very good example of how these things have to be interlinked. You have the railway, new railway line. You have the old railway line. You have the fences here. You have the power lines. You have the pipeline for oil. You have superhighway there. And you have this huge area that is a home for over 13,000 elephants. Yeah. If you block this movement, then the kind of cost benefits that you are losing because of the blockage of this movement might be so huge that you may not realize, yeah, to the extent that we may think that we are gaining by having development and railway, but the loss in terms of conservation is something that is yet to be quantified. So how do you get this right? Yeah. So at the project level, sometimes when we do these projects, we see open spaces as empty. They're actually not empty. Yeah, you may see grassland, and you can say, okay, we are doing this expressway from Mombasa to Nairobi, and this area, for example, is empty. So that shows the loop that has been proposed for this highway. Yeah, it's not empty. There's a lot of carbon credit in this area. So if you're going to hive it, there's a lot of also elephant movements that crisscross. So if you're going to hive it and fence it off, then basically you are cutting that from this connection, you're interfering with conservation. At the same time, if there's a lot of carbon credit RED Plus projects going on in this area, then you have to take that into consideration. So these open spaces, they are not empty. There's a lot going there for conservation and a lot of benefits. How much time do I still have? It's finished, yeah? Okay. So I'm told it's over. So you can do a lot. You can do the avoidance, you can minimize, you can mitigate, you can reverse restoration, and you can do offset and compensation. Importantly, which is relevant to this conference also, is you need to continuously do monitoring, continuously collect data, so that you can be able to understand the safeguards we've implemented, whether the expected benefits were achieved, and whether the impacts were addressed. And at national level, there are several things that you can do at sectoral level: shifting infrastructure towards a more environmental friendly technologies, substituting environmental capital for physical capital, infrastructure siting in spatial planning, investing in efficiency, policy reforms. For example, can you reduce subsidies that then make people demand for more projects. Fuel subsidies, for example. This is an issue that I know all of us are aware of. And then other issues that we have to deal with are coordination of projects. What you don't see up there is the County Department of Land and Infrastructure, like Laikipia County, coming together to think about projects, involvement of the local people, dealing with corruption and governance, private sector involvement, and also doing these SEARs, that is the strategic environmental assessments. And if this can be institutionalized, then they are key to driving these nexus issues. Now, last but not least, beyond the policies, you work very hard to implement these policies, but you still find that you still have issues. For example, this picture, I want to show you a small video, which is 10 seconds.
As you show that video, I just want to remind people that there's an opportunity to ask questions to Dr. Ben, and I'll be walking around with a microphone, and I'll also be introducing Samburu from the Conservation Association Alliance of Kenya. He will be moderating the rest of the session. That includes the next 2 keynote addresses that we'll have. So if you have a question, just raise your hand. I'll bring a mic to you as we continue. Just raise your hand and continue, sir.
So this is the Mombasa Highway. That is an underpass under the standard gauge railway. And then right opposite, even after implementing the underpasses, on the other side is a private sector landowner who has also fence on the other side. So what we are saying is you can have very good policies, implement them at government level, but then unless you probably also win the hearts and minds of the private landholders, then this is just a waste of time and resources. You're still not doing it properly. And as I said earlier, involvement of the private landowners is so critical. What are the incentives, for example, that we give to the private landowners to allow wildlife to be on their lands? So there's still work beyond the policies. Thank you very much. I really appreciate listening.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much. Ben has done this for 24 years, and he's the co-chair of the IUCN African Elephant Specialist Group. Any questions for Ben? Quick questions?
Thank you. My name is Noah Sitati, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Tanzania, and very glad to see what Ben has actually presented, the SGR impact within the greater Sable ecosystem. I'm here with the colleagues from Tawiri. I think they might be very keen to see the impact of this SGR infrastructure development on the Tanzania side, especially in Mkomazi. That is something that has not been looked at. And when I was comparing data of elephant numbers within Mkomazi, you realize that the number went down. 1972, there were about 1,000 plus to about 10.8 elephants. And in 2015-16, when SGR was put up, population has gone up to more than 1,200, and it may actually have affected all these. So it will be useful for Tawiri, Tanzania, the director of research is here, and to collaborate with Kenyan side just to understand the impact on the Tanzanian side. Thank you.
Perhaps we can take another one more question before Ben answers.
Thank you. My name is Mahanu Rudolph, Nature Kenya. The donor or the funding community, don't they have safeguard measures, or don't they care about some of these impacts, like lapse and the loss of mangroves? So how can we influence or make them think in terms of the impacts they are causing? Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Can hear? Yes. I'm a Chinese, although I've been working for the university in the Netherlands for 20 years. Before I moved to the Netherlands, I working for the national parks in China and also Chinese government. I have been involved a huge project in China, building the railway in Tibetan Plateau, more than 1,000 kilometers long. By that moment, the international community and the Chinese people worry about the development of infrastructure because there's many wildlife on the Tibetan Plateau. But the fact is that when we developed the railway, we considered all the scientific information, how to avoid this kind of conflict and try to mitigate this kind of pressure. 20 years later, scientific evidence shows, which is very successful. The population is still growing up. They are passing through all the corridors which developed by this project. So from this point of view, I would say we need more scientific data and evidence to support the development, a rapid development of infrastructure in Kenya and in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, we can take one more question, then we wind this up. Anyone needs to speak behind there?
Thank you. I'm Darcy Ogata from the Peregrine Fund. I just want to put an idea out there. I don't know if this is possible, but we've talked about it for years in terms of power lines because they really affect birds. Is it possible to think about having like a 1 or 2%, like, I don't want to call it a tax, but for the developers to pay into a common fund that the government would then use to offset costs like building these corridors and things like that, or the overpasses and underpasses? I mean, could we think about that as a national strategy? Is that even something that's reasonable?
Thank you. We are running short of time, so I'm going to give Ben the next 2 minutes to react.
Thank you.
To those reflections.
I think for the collaboration between Tawiri and the Wildlife Research Institute, I think the doors are open. There's a lot of experience that we've had monitoring this standard gauge railway and its impact on wildlife and connectivity. Yeah, the paper I showed you is just one of them. The other follow-up papers that have been produced and will be presented during this conference. Yeah, so I think, yeah, very useful for us to exchange these learnings. Now, to Rudolph of Nature Kenya, I think the safeguards for the international financing institutions, yes, there are safeguards that the international financing institutions have put in place before they fund projects, and some of these safeguards have to be implemented. Yeah, and the big question normally is, yes, they're there, but are they implemented? And if they're not being implemented, then why? Is it because of lack of sufficient resources, or some of the issues that I mentioned that are beyond the sectorial policies? But then engaging them, I think, is critical at the project level. Yeah, we've done this before with, for example, a company that wanted to do the expressway, Bechtel, the expressway from Mombasa to Nairobi. And they were being financed, I think, by an American bank or something like that. Yeah, and there's a lot of engagement to just make sure that the environmental concerns are taken care of. The Tibetan Railway, this has been a very good example that we've used. Even when the standard gauge railway was being constructed, that was like the main reference point. And I know for a long time it affected the movement, migration of this antelope. What is it called again? The Tibetan antelope. Yeah, and there's been success. But then, if you look at the way it is elevated, and there's a lot of underpasses compared to our standard gauge railway between Savo and here. Yeah, between Savo which is about 125 kilometers of standard gauge railway, the only section, if you cumulate the underpasses, it comes to maybe around 10 kilometers, maybe max, yeah, for underpasses. So in other words, from 125 that used to be, passage, you've reduced it from 125 to 10. It's different from the Tibetan slightly, but then there's general improvement in the next phases of the standard gauge railway. And then for other ways of raising funds, yes, you can do the tax, include some conservation tax for people to pay, and be able to maintain some of this infrastructure, be able to study them. Yeah, and it is an idea that has been out there for many years. I know in the Kenyan context now we are doing lots of taxes. Yeah, but if we were to increase another maybe 0.00 something percent to go towards conservation, yeah, then why not if people are ready to do it? Yeah, but then again back to the need for scientific data, I showed an image here which is about monitoring. And this is so critical, so important, that if you don't do it, then you don't know what you're managing. Yeah? Monitoring before, monitoring during, monitoring after is so critical. Yeah, we can't overemphasize this, because if you don't information, then nothing happens. You just don't know. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to stop there. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much. The next speaker is a man perhaps who needs no introduction to the conservation fraternity. He's a man who's had 56 years experience in conservation and research in Kenya and elsewhere. He's a former director of the Kenya Wildlife Service. And I remember at that time he introduced the concept of parks beyond parks, which was the precursor to the community conservation initiatives in Kenya. He's the founding director of the African Conservation Center and also the director of the Amboseli Conservation Trust, and currently chairs the IUCN African Elephant and Rhino specialist groups. Dr. David Weston. Most of us know him as Jonah. Karibu.
Well, it's a great pleasure, but first of all, I don't see Dr. Amondi. Is he here? Can you transmit my congratulations to him? Because I think it's very important these annual or biannual conferences are resumed, because they were there many, many years ago, which brought together the 3 East African countries, and I think it's very important to get people working together again. So my congratulations to this conference. So what I'm going to be talking about today is exactly what Ben said at the end, monitoring. Now, monitoring in the eyes of many researchers is somewhere down here. It's not research, it's not a genuine thing. But I want to remind you, but the reason we know about climate change and we can project forward about what's going to happen in the future is that we have monitored rigorously every single aspect of climate change for over 100 years. Now, what have we done on the environment? Very little. Even Serengeti Research Institute, which was set up in the 1960s, began to do monitoring. But keeping up monitoring is one of the most difficult things to do. Who funds it? How do you continue that over time? So what I'm going to show you is that going into Amboseli in 1967 as a PhD student, University of Nairobi, I was interested in how do we monitor ecosystems? How do we tell what's going on over the long period of time? Is this one better than that? Okay. And in particular, how do we keep up monitoring which has direct application to wildlife conservation with community engagement? And my co-speaker here will be Victor Mose, who will come in and talk about the database and the statistical applications, which are far beyond my capability, but extremely important for looking at monitoring. So the ecosystem we're talking about along the Tanzania border, going up to Chulu, Tsavo West, going up to the Nairobi, Mombasa Road, and going across to Namanga. This is an area about 10,000 square kilometers. And what we do is we split it into 5 by 5 kilometer grids, and we monitor along those grids every few months or every year. And this red area is the Amboseli ecosystem. And it's important to measure way beyond the migratory populations of one ecosystem, because periodically, animals move in from other areas like Savo West, Tanzania, and so on. And if there's a drought, as there has been in Amboseli in 2009, when we lost most of our animals, they were recharged by animals coming in from Savo West and from Tanzania. So the connectivity between the ecosystems is also important. And that's why we've measured a much bigger area than simply the Amboseli ecosystem. What's going on here? It's not going on. Okay. Important in any monitoring is that you have many different scales of monitoring, from satellite imagery, which is at the top, down through aerial monitoring over the size of your ecosystem, coming down to a much smaller area, in this case, the dry season area of Amboseli, which is where all the animals concentrate to get through the hard seasons. And those are what we do total counts. And then coming down to the ground, we measure grass plots of 300 square meters. Now those grass plots, every 6 months, we measure how much grass there is, how much greenness, how much dryness, the species composition, and how much they have been grazed. Now all of these are standard measures which are collected by local resource assessors on the ground, Maasai community people, and in particular David Maitumo, who's done most of this monitoring you'll see for the last 47 years. So employing people from the community gives them a very good sense of what's coming up and reporting back to their communities, as we'll see. And so what we can do with the large-scale aerial counts over this 8,500 square kilometers, collected into 5 by 5 kilometers grid, is take all the wildlife counts for zebra, wildebeest, giraffe, elephants, and so on, and begin to build up a picture for the areas used in the wet season, which is the upper left-hand one there. You can see they use a very large area. Is there a feedback there? And then on the right-hand side, it shows you national park during the dry season. And then the bottom left is wildebeest during the wet season, using a very big area. And the dry if these counts, like the Department of Remote Sensing and Regional Surveys has done since 1977, are systematically done, we can accumulate counts all over Kenya, which has been done, and we can come up with what we call the minimum viable conservation area. That's the area defined by what most of the animals need to maintain that ecosystem. And so the purple area in the center is the national park. That's where most animals concentrate. And then you see these broader bands of blue, which is where the animals move out during the wet season, and they cross over into a Mbirikani group ranch here. And again, the important connections are, you can see wildlife does connect into Savo West. It connects into the Chulu Hills. Elephants have now moved into the Rift Valley to connect up with the South Rift and even Masai Mara. Ngasarai, Tawiri raised the question, how can we cooperate? Our wildebeest, our elephants, and most other animals are shared across that common boundary. And then finally, there are direct connections, particularly with elephants, into Kilimanjaro National Park. So what I'm going to do is run through very quickly a summation of these counts over 50 years. And they will show how measuring animals, measuring environment, measuring vegetation, and measuring human activity can give you a very complete picture of the changes over time. So first of all, what I've done is group livestock together and wildlife together and express not the total numbers, but how much production they produce, how much energy per unit area, how much protein per unit area. And what you'll see in the case of livestock is in the 1970s, there was a big drought where those figures go, and then they go up, and you have an extremely big drought in 2009 when 90% of the wildebeest died, 75% of the livestock died, and some 400 elephants, according to the elephant program, which is here. Wildlife follows a very similar trajectory. And the point I want to make here, for the beginning of this talk, is that both wildlife and livestock respond to the same drummer, rainfall. They go up with rainfall and they go down with droughts. So you'll see those patterns for wildlife and livestock are very similar. They're using in the same areas of migrations, and the numbers are going up and down together. And you'll see again in the 1970s there was a drought for wildlife, not big, but the one in 2009 was an enormous drought, which, as I say, killed about 90% of the wildebeest and 60% of the zebra. And we'll come on to the reason why very shortly. Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold at the moment. So that is for all wildlife and livestock combined. Now we can begin to break down that picture to a progressively smaller scale. And you'll see zebra over on the far left. Again, the same pattern as we saw in cattle. Droughts in the 1970s, building up in the El Nino rains of the 2000s, then going down again to the big drought in 2000. And most of those animals follow the same pattern, except for, and I'm going to point to this, sheep and goat. Sheep and goat have been going up aggressively over time, where cattle have been going down. And this is not only an economic switch, which we're seeing in the rangeland areas, it's partly due to the degradation of the rangelands, which I'll be talking about. Now, this is the sort of wonderful thing that Victor does in his contribution. We can take all of these counts, and we can put them together, and we can see how they flow across this ecosystem over time. So that's 1985 coming on to 1986 for each one of these species. Now, the area I want you to look at is for zebra and wildebeest. This is the Carpentier group ranches, which had their own populations of zebra and wildebeest until sedentarization and settlement. And then those populations disappeared entirely. And that is the biggest threat that is now facing all the rangeland areas. So you'll see by 2012, we're beginning to lose the zebra and the wildebeest in those areas. And the only areas which contain zebra and wildebeest are an area that was set aside as the Amboseli ecosystem under a landowner trust called the Amboseli Ecosystem Trust, which I'll mention a bit more shortly. But again, this is a very graphic illustration of people who don't want to look at the numbers and the graphs and so on. It just shows you what's going on over time. And we can do this for changes in vegetation, changes in human activity, and so on. It's extremely graphic. Okay, so this is how have the distributions of wildlife changed over time. And if you look at any one of these grids, there's always a lot of species associated together. But over time, if that area is lost, you're losing more and more area, you begin to get fewer associations of different species. So the picture on the left-hand side is the association of different species in the 1970s, and by the time you come down to the 2000s, you'll see the pink areas, the purple areas at the top, have pretty well disappeared. And I wanted to make the point again, that applies to livestock as well as wildlife. When the rangelands degrade, it accepts people's livelihoods as much as it does wildlife, and then competition goes up. But fortunately, this area which Let's switch back again. Can you hear now? Okay. So the two big threats to the rangeland areas in general are agriculture, the small-scale agriculture in the 1970s, monitored from the air. Each one of these dots is occupied by settlements. And again, you can see that beginning to spread. Now, fortunately, these dry season areas here are not going to accommodate agriculture. So there is some resilience in these systems. But look at the spread down the slopes of Kilimanjaro, all the way up the pipeline, and that's going to cut off the connectivity between the two parts of the ecosystem unless there are provisions to keep that area open, which fortunately there is under the Amboseli Ecosystem Management Plan. Now, the second point I want to make is that Maasai settlements, when I first went there, were highly seasonal. They were moving to and fro with the elephants, with the zebra, wildebeest, and so on. And this is a typical Maasai enkang. But if you look at the picture for the Amboseli Basin, you'll see the numbers of settlements in any one month varied because they're moving in and out. But by the time you get to the 90s, it just goes up steadily with no seasonal variation because people are sedentarizing, they're not moving anymore. This is a habitat change over time. 1950s, going back to aerial photographs. Amboseli had very dense woodlands of fever trees. Those have largely disappeared for reasons which I'll talk about very shortly. But at the same time, the swamps, which maintain animals during the dry season, and also livestock, have greatly increased. So we also have, as I said, ground monitoring, where local resource assessors from the different group branches go out every single month and collect information on pasture, condition of pasture, grazing, the animals which are using those areas, and so on. So this is just a picture of all those plots around Amboseli and the surrounding group branches, which the local resource assessors collect. Now, I want to say that we have used the Maasai tradition, which was that they sent out young men, they're called lentere, to collect all the information that community needs for making their decisions about where they're going to move, how to avoid conflict, and so on. So those lentere scouts are hired from the local community, and they're collecting all of this data, which you see. Now, the next one is climate tells you a lot. Rainfall tells you a lot. But if you've got a heavy grazing pressure on top of rainfall, then grazing pressure becomes the driving variable, not rainfall. And this is what leads to degradation. So forget the rainfall pattern. Let's go back to the 1970s when David Maituma and the others started monitoring. This is how much grass was left during the big drought of the 70s. And then you have the wetter periods. But look how the amount of grass comes down, and it becomes progressively more in the red zone, which Victor will talk about. Then we have the big El Nino period of the 90s, and then it begins to come down progressively, then it comes up and down and up and down. But the main point to look at is that the amount of grass production is going down over time. And we can tell why. The percentage of pasture grazed in Amboseli, this is on the group branches and the national park, has gone up from about 30% to about 70 or 80%, the average amount of pasture grazed. So imagine what effect that's having on the grasses. What it's doing is shrinking the roots. So in the dry season, in the rains, those roots are inadequate to mop up the rainfall and to bounce back. So what this graph at the top says here is that we have lost in Amboseli, in the Amboseli ecosystem, 30% of the pasture production for the same amount of rainfall. I'm going to say that again, for the same amount of rainfall. We haven't yet had climate change, but when we do, that picture is going to look far worse because of degradation. And that degradation is leading to flooding, erosion, loss of pasture. Okay, so here's the really stunning thing that comes out. When I first began in the 1970s, it was pretty clear that rainfall drove everything. Where the pastoralists moved, where livestock moved, how much grazing there was, and so on. And if you look at this bottom graph, this is rainfall. It's gone up and down, up and down, up and down. There's no particular trend. But now look at the top graph, which is how much forage there is. How much forage by season. And again, the green one shows it goes up and down. But by the 1990s, when sedentarization begins to set in, you begin to get a pattern going up and down, driven not by rainfall, but by stocking rates. And so our droughts are getting more frequent, and they're getting shorter because of the grazing pressure. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Victor Mose to say how this relates directly back to the community, and I'll end up by talking about some of the applications of our work.
Thank you very much, Jonah. My name is Victor Mose. I'll just take 3 minutes to show you how we package this information that Jonah has collected for many, many years, and then we can discuss the technical aspects later. So we do involve the local community in collecting this information, following the usual research cycle there. In fact, we do co-design, formulate questions, and then the beautiful thing is that now with the technology, we are able to integrate data collection, data entry, and analysis in one platform, again, training the community. We don't just use them to collect data, but they are at the center stage of all that research cycle. And then we do get some feedback, and then dissemination, and then going back through again through the whole cycle. So all this information is transmitted via cloud and stored in a central database within our systems at African Conservation Center Amboseli program. These are open source systems that can be replicated across. You can be able to use these, in whatever project, including project management. So this information, once it's collected, is synthesized, made simpler for the community by, for example, issuing drought alerts. We did issue this some time back, and it had a lot of response, triggering a local action. And we were actually very excited about that. This was, again, an application from satellite data, as you can see. Jonah has already talked about that. This is basically a simple way of visualizing data for people who don't understand the details. You just categorize as red, amber, and good. We also monitor milk yields because we do livelihood analysis also. So there's milk yield and body condition of different livestock. And you can see how it responds to extreme periods, the 2009 drought and 2022 drought. The same also affects the market prices and the responses to these extreme conditions. Another way is to visualize using very, very simple tools there to compare, for example, extreme droughts of 2009 and now. Just one key point here is that you can see quickly by looking at this chart here that the response after the 2009 drought was faster than what we are seeing here. So we had a recovery, but now we are back in the red zone as compared to 2009. So these are just very simple ways that you can use to analyze this long-term data, but also reach a broader audience in terms of making sense of the data. So also, that's the last slide. We get this information, we synthesize, taking advantage of mobile technology. We have tailored local radio messages on these products that we develop, and we disseminate. So we also do surveys, and we've already seen that most of the people, the local community, get information by radio, some telephone, on all that. So there's a lot of, depending again on the age group. So this is how we package this information, and I now invite Jonah to just make the final conclusion. We can talk about the technical aspect after this meeting.
Thank you. I just want to go back to one particular graph, which is absolutely essential for us to consider the future of Kenya's rangelands, which cover 80% of our country. If you look at the drought of 2009, when I said 75% of the life died, it took a while, for those who know the pastoral system, for milk yields to recover. But they did recover, and they recovered very quickly. Now, because the grazing pressure has been continually increasing over time with very little relief, it means when we come into the 2002 drought, 23, two things happen. First of all, the good news is the pastoralists adapted very strongly. They began to realize there was a limited supply of grass in the Amboseli ecosystem, and they began to buy hay from outside. Then again, they kept the best cattle, the best animals back around their settlement, and they fed them. And those which were more surplus, they were willing to sacrifice. But here's the problem. Everyone thinks that we're looking at an El Nino. Let's talk about El Nino. We haven't yet got through the drought. Look how long it's going to take for the milk yield to build up again. So that means the poverty due to our last drought in 2023 will continue into the end of this year and the beginning of next year. And people are going to be looking at many fewer cattle. We lost about 40% of this last drought. So I want to make that point because monitoring is not just about wildlife. It's about people. It's about the rangelands. It's about the future of our economy. So I want to go on finally to talk about the applications, which I'll run through very briefly. All of this monitoring, this basic data, goes into information and access to plans. So we produce online, regular online census reports of livestock, wildlife, human settlement, and so on. That's available for anyone, anytime to look at. Then again, going way back to the early days, the information we collected was very important, defining not only the park boundaries for Amboseli, but also the size of the group ranches around to try and have one more integrated ecosystem. So one group ranch, which we helped design, Olarashi Gulului, encompasses 80% of the wildlife, which makes it much easier to have an integrated system. And then again, we're very influential, in my own work in particular, in bringing together the local community. In 2004, 70 Maasai leaders, and asking them to take the initiative to bring together all of the NGOs and come up with an Amboseli ecosystem plan, which they did 2008 to 2018, but also to set up an Amboseli ecosystem trust, which is the landowners who invite in on their board KWS, the NGOs, the researchers, and others. And that's been the strength of this program. And that demands information. It creates an information demand rather than the scientists continually trying to supply information. And the information is now collected in what we call the resource centers. There's one in Leopard down the South Rift. There's another one coming into being in Amboseli. And I can see one Maasai speaker here. Leopard, you'll recognize, is where all that information is collected in Maasai terminology. Then it goes back to the grazing committees. So they can collect this information on the sort of thing that Victor showed, the EVIs, where it's rained, where it hasn't, and how they can plan their grazing strategies. Amboseli has also, as a result of this work, been highly influential in going into national conservation policies beginning in the 1970s. If you go back to the 77 policy, you'll see that's where we began the whole notion of an ecosystem and community engagement, and I would also say ecotourism. Because if you go beyond parks, obviously it's got to engage local communities. And then finally, yes, we do produce scientific papers. They're peer-reviewed, and that's an important aspect of reaching out to the international community to say, look, here is an ecosystem which has been monitored over a long period of time. And we're very keen to advocate that this type of monitoring becomes standard as climate modeling. And then finally, we produce regular status of ecosystem reports every month or two. And then in particular, and you saw this in what Victor presented, drought early warning systems. Because our measures on the ground with the community, measuring milk, measuring all the other things, are much more sensitive than our national monitoring or even the international early warning systems. And it's for this reason that Victor is invited to give to the governor, His Excellency Olelenku, the early warning which we produced in May last year about what was coming up. And as a result of that, that led to a large-scale early food school-for-school program in Amboseli, and also the governor coming together with all of his things and say, look, we have to take this drought seriously. And I want to just end at this moment. Looking forward, these droughts are not going to get less unless there is a change in the strategies by which we manage our ecosystems. First of all, we have to manage space. We have to have the space for wildlife to move. We have to have the space for pastoralists to move between the different seasons. And finally, ecosystem services. The total accumulated benefit of livestock, of farming, mining, tourism, all go together, and they create a collective bundle of goods and services for local people. So the more you can scale up, the more those collective services become available. So I will leave it there, Sam, and over to you.
Thank you, Jonah. We have time for 5 minutes, so please, ladies who are helping with the mic, pass the mics around. As that happens, I would like to recognize the presence of the Principal Secretary, State Department for Wildlife, and a number of members of Parliament in the National Assembly who are here with us. Later on, I'll give Governor Gadianya the chance to introduce them. But for now, let's have a short question and answer session. Who wants to go first? We have a hand raised over there. We'll take 5 questions, then I recognize you at the back.
Thank you very much, Jonah, and your team for the good presentation. My name's Fred Omengo. I'm one of the scientists at the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I just wanted to get a feel of your thoughts because you've presented a lot of good data from long-term monitoring over 40 years. But the message is very clear, we are not doing so well as far as the Amboseli ecosystem is concerned. And I think this cuts across many of the ecosystems in Kenya. And there's one concept that you've promoted for a long time, which is called the minimum viable conservation area. I don't know what is your idea so far, because my feeling is that moving forward, we have to become awake to the reality that we are moving towards embracing theories like island biogeography, where basically we are just having isolated ecological islands, and we either have to proactively manage by encouraging immigration, or we face the inevitable, which is basically extinction, or any other things, other calamities, because there's a lot of pressure from the human, from the climate-induced, and for many of our ecosystems, I think that's the direction we are. So I don't know what is your idea, whether we can still promote the minimum viable or we start thinking proactively. Thank you.
So, Sam, can I answer right off? Because I'll make it very brief. Otherwise,
Okay.
I'm not going to remember 5.
Okay, go ahead.
Our Principal Secretary of Tourism and Wildlife is here. All right? And I really want to point out to what she's doing, which is pretty remarkable. She's asking how we advance not a wildlife policy, but a conservation policy that integrates all the aspects that influence conservation. And one of the things she's done is set up a task force to look at the framework of an ecosystem to manage our wildlife estate and our estate in general. And that's going to be a huge step forward. It goes beyond parks. It goes beyond conservancies to integrate all of those with an ecosystem framework and all the benefits it brings. And then finally, in order to do that, embedded within the National Wildlife Conservation Strategy is the very concept of minimum viable conservation area. That's what allows you, based on the DRS or other accounts, to map those areas and say, what is the minimum viable we need to get populations through? So it's a good question, and I'm very pleased to say that it's very much in the government's agenda.
And that might also help us understand what is the minimum viable space for a community conservancy. Next question.
Yeah.
We will come back to Governor Gadianya. There was a hand behind there at the back. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weston, for your nice presentations. My name is Jojo Tianga Owiti from University of Nairobi. Looking at your presentation and combining what you have presented today and what Professor Joseph Ogutu presented yesterday, I'm wondering what's the future of wildlife in this country? Because from your data and your monitoring applications and all that, the space is getting smaller and smaller. So can you tell us what's the future and where shall we be 20 years from now? Thank you.
Good question again, but going back to the data I showed, Amboseli actually has an increase in wildlife over the last 30, 40 years. It's bucked the trends of decline. Why? Because it has a community that has embraced the idea of an Amboseli ecosystem plan. And the swamps have increased in size, which means it can carry more animals. I would say that going back to the deer arrest counts, they're very coarse scale, and they don't get down to the level which shows where those changes are occurring. In other words, if you take all those conservancies, or at least the main ones, and you look at the conservancies and how well they've done compared with non-conservancy areas, you'll see the same thing as we're seeing in Amboseli. You're beginning to see a resurgence of wildlife, and particularly elephants. Where the elephants are going, Ian Douglas Hamilton, I can speak to Ben Okito here, talked about elephants streaking from Samburu Reserve to Ilingwesi, across hostile country, because they had discovered those conservancies. So in a way, I think so long as we have enough areas protected, the animals can find their own way and will. And I'm very confident that this whole conservancy movement and the ecosystem approach will lead to a turnaround. But finally, one thing. If you look at those DRSR counts over time, they come very steeply down in the 1970s. Then they begin to shallow up. In other words, and KWS did a count, I think in 2019 or 20, actually showed there had been a slight increase in wildlife. So it's not all doom and gloom.
We have a question in the middle there. There we had a hand somewhere in the middle. And then we need a mic up front. Please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Joseph Ugutu. Thank you very much, Jonah, for the wonderful presentation and being able to monitor Amboseli for 40 years. That's really, very good work. My question to you, maybe it's a comment, is that you've said that there's need to develop policies to make things better. But I'm just wondering, what is your thought about policy? Because I've looked at policy and wildlife conservation in Kenya. Like the first one was actually put forward around 1887. And so many policies are being put forward every other year. And despite that, wildlife seems to continue going down every single year without any respite. So is it that policy is the problem, or is it that the policy makers are not implementing these policies at all? So what do you think is the problem? Is it really the policy or the lack of implementation of the policies? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. The policies have been there, and in fact, if you look at the 1977 policy to compare with the recent one, all of the items are already embedded there. Here are two really hard and disturbing facts. Only 5% of the income from tourism goes to local communities. Now, that means we're undervaluing our wildlife. So if we're undervaluing our wildlife, and here's another figure which is shocking, we have about 15 to 16 million sheep, goat, and livestock in Kenya. We have 600,000 wildlife. Unless we begin to get that value back to the local community, so that it adds to their livestock value, it adds to other things, we're not going to make any difference. So really it comes down to delivering, not the policy itself. It comes down to how we deliver to those communities the benefits which wildlife should be accruing, but hasn't yet done so.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Weston. Your work is really commendable. And I would like to ask something about the Amboseli ecosystem. About 5 years ago, we have seen a lot of land subdivision. Now, that is not factored here. And I'm looking at your transects of 5 by 5. And I think we really need to look at that factor. You introduce that factor into this. Both the upper part, the upper part of Olgulului, facing the mountain, there are subdivisions. Mbirikani is ongoing. Selenkei, there is a lot of subdivision now. And a lot of sale of land all of a sudden. That factor is what has killed the Kitengela area that we used to call the dispersal area. We have seen that in your figures there, the numbers have gone down drastically, actually, in Kitengela, where I live. So I'm talking from experience, apart from the science bit. When somebody asks about 20 years to come, that is a very important question, because Amboseli with subdivision, because you said it rightly that it has done very well because it was under a group ranch, there was collective decision making. Now, when you remove that and you introduce private landowners and fences and cultivation around the swamps because they have the 2 acres for cultivation and all that, what is going to happen? And I think that question needs to be answered, because the way we are moving in this country, we might be talking about the big chunks of land, the ecosystems with a lot of wildlife, but in the next 10, 15, 20 years, we could see drastic changes, mainly driven by fragmentation, that is driven by land policy, which is not really wildlife conservation, but it's land policy driven, and we must put all those things to see an holistic picture. What is your thought on that?
Yes, you're absolutely right. That subdivision is by far the biggest issue. And if you remember, I showed the picture, I don't know whether you hear at the time, of what happened on the Kapitié, North Kapitié areas. Wildlife has disappeared, and even livestock numbers have gone down because of degradation. That is the biggest factor. But in Amboseli so far, there hasn't yet been subdivision, but one thing I did focus on is sedentarization, right? Sedentarization actually happens in Amboseli long before subdivision, and that's led to the biggest change. So you could potentially have, and this is something for you as a former governor and the present governor to think about in spatial planning, how do we come up with plans that grant people the legal title to the land which every single pastoralist today wants, but doesn't lead to the degradation of the land? And I've used the American Dust Bowl of the 1920s and 30s as a prime example of what happened when they subdivided the land in the US and they had this enormous Dust Bowl. That's going to happen again. So we have to think about, and there is a stay at the moment through the presidential decree for Kajiado and Narok, for there to be a period of quiescence to take stock of what can be done to maintain the integrity of the land and the pastures, but still to meet what is that subdivision approach. So what I would just say is that I think that this is the foremost discussion that needs to be held between the counties in the rangeland areas and the government. How does that policy filter down? And how do we make sure that we maintain the integrity of that land for both the pastoral in future as well as wildlife? So I couldn't agree with you more. That's the big issue.
Perhaps I put my question on my own. If you can put this into context, 50 years ago, the Nairobi National Park Athi-Kapiti corridor was recognized as an important dispersal area. Today is a topical issue. We've lost that corridor because of land subdivision and settlement. What's the future of that connectivity?
There was one senior Maasai politician who said, "We're selling land to buy poverty."
Thank you very much. Let's give a hearty clap to Dr. David Waston and Dr. Victor Mose. And because there were two of them, another hearty clap to the other. Thank you. The final speaker this morning is a lady who's driven by her personal motto of whatever is worth doing better. She's the former Vice Chancellor of the Amref University, International University, former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Kabianga University. She's a biomedical researcher in genetics and has published several papers. Currently, she's serving as the commissioner with the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. And for her work, the government of Kenya awarded her the Elder of the Order of the Burning Spear, EBS. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Marion Motugi.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here and listen to seasoned conservationists. And I just want to believe that maybe we can change gears a bit and look at conservation and the whole wildlife story from a human rights-based approach. Now I need to know how to do this. There we go. I'm just reminding you of what we have. This is what you know, that we are really in a biosphere, and there is lots of us around. There is lots of biodiversity, and there is a continuous flow of energy and matter between the biospheres. Elements flow from one to the other, and there is a lot of biodiversity within genetic diversity, species diversity, as well as ecological diversity. I also want to remind you what biotechnology is, which is really the use of science to solve human problems. There are all those definitions there, but really science is, biotechnology is application of science to solve our problems. So, bioprospecting is actually prospecting from the biodiversity that we have in the biosphere. We are searching for nature-based solutions of our current problems. Remember biotechnology? And we are providing and producing commercially viable products from the biosphere, and they may be agricultural, pharmaceutical, and others. And these products that we produce are of socio and economic value. I'm just reminding you. And these are the stages of bioprospecting, that we collect the samples. And how do we really know where these samples are and what their value is? There must be some degree of indigenous knowledge. There must be some scientific knowledge. We then identify the samples and what there is in, they isolate the active ingredients, we characterize the compounds, and this requires professionalism and some standard operating procedures. Then we screen them for bioactivity through the usual non-clinical trials and the clinical trials, the approval, the post-surveillance, post-release surveillance. And then we develop products. We test them, we commercialize them. But therein lies the question, who actually owns the intellectual property? And the indigenous knowledge that we had to start with, do these persons or these communities benefit? This is the bioprospecting process that you're aware of, and we have just described it, that we have some knowledge, we share it, and we then go and we have agencies that do it. We use it for pharmaceuticals, in biotechnology, universities, companies, and so forth. And then we have the end user products that generate revenue for the owners. One of the major reasons I put in this slide here was to ask, who is the owner? Because we say the revenue go to the owners. Here are the players in bioprospecting. Of course, there is the traditional knowledge, the habitants of traditional knowledge, who have used it for generations. Of course, there are those people who harvest this knowledge. There are the bioprospectors, they are the traders who trade with this knowledge and the products. Of course, there are the manufacturers. NGOs are somewhere down there. There are the local producers. There are the contact or contract researchers. There are all kinds of laboratories, academic researchers. There are the exporters, the wholesalers, the retail sellers, and so on. These are players in that field of bioprospecting. I have given the examples of bioprospecting in bushmeat and traditional medicines. And again, it is the same story, that it is an intricately intertwined mesh of different players affecting livelihoods, affected by urbanization, various cultures and values and preferences and traditions of communities. And this initially was in an equilibrium, but as we go on to the next slide, we ask, how do we manage all these players? We know that the various environments, there are various adaptations, the various industries and the commodities thereof provide importance in bioprospecting because it is science that is for the use of humankind. And today, these industries are established in agriculture and in forestry, tourism, etc. And the benefits of biodiversity explorations are in pharmaceuticals, in crop protection, in botanicals, in cosmetics, and lately in relatively novel areas of biomining, biomonitoring, bioremediation, and so forth, and so on, and so forth. I put this slide here to show the pharmaceutical sources from bioprospecting. You can see that the bioprospecting pharmaceutical sources are bacteria, plants, and the whole lot of our biodiversity areas. And you can see what we get from there. What this slide is trying to show is that in bioprospecting, the biodiversity is affected. We're not just talking about wildlife. We're not just talking about the flora and the fauna. We are also talking across the whole species diversity. And this one slide here is to show the taxa of interest in bioprospecting. That it is not just the chordates, the plants, but also the whole lot, including bacteria and the whole lot. And you can see clearly that insects play a large role, source of bioprospecting interest. You will also see that protozoans also heavily and bacteria are also involved. But again, it is the whole lot. Of course, there are social benefits. And we all know them. And these social benefits must come with responsibility. Because with bioprospecting comes biopiracy. Now, pirates, the last time I checked, were people who take other people's things in the high seas. But in the high seas of biodiversity are pirates as well. And we know that biopiracy is about taking indigenous knowledge from people unethically without giving them due benefit, without authorization, without compensation. And there are the various protocols and conventions that are meant to ensure this does not happen. But I beg to ask the question that, does biopiracy exist in Kenya? Despite these conventions, despite these protocols? This is an example of illegal and sustainable wildlife trade, just because we are in the Wildlife Research Training Institute, just so that we can justify our being here, Dr. Omondi. That, of course, we have the target species, but as we remove it from the environment, we also affect non-target species. There are non-invasive species that then come up, and the ecosystem is disturbed, and there are issues of disease transmission, and by the way, I just removed a slide just now because I'm doing another presentation next week on One Health. So I had a slide here on One Health by mistake. But yes, there it is. I removed it, but of course, all this also affects disease transmission between the various species, and of course, there are criminal networks, both local, regional, and international. So, what is the scope? Anthony van Leeuwenhoek told us in 1680 that all we have yet discovered is but a trifle in comparison with what lies hidden in the great treasury of nature. That bioprospecting, what we are doing right now, is just a drop in the ocean. And yet we can see the impact it already has on our ecosystems, on our biosphere. It is really, really a troubling observation that with just the little bioprospecting that we have today, the impact it has. And therefore, how do our extractive industries that result in soil degradation, water shortages, biodiversity loss, etc., climate change, global warming, etc., how far do we go? How long and how much bioprospecting in extractive activities can we do before we realize that we are on a slippery slope? And yet we are the same people who are benefiting from bioprospecting. In Kenya, we know that only about just under 12% of our land terrestrial area is protected. We know only about 11% is under conservancies, and less than 1% of our marine ecosystem is protected. So we are saying that overall, only about a quarter of our area where our biodiversity is domiciled is protected. I don't even want to talk about those protected areas because I wonder how protected are they. So we are saying that with this kind of environment, how can we ensure that bioprospecting does not continue to adversely affect us while we benefit? We want the benefits, but not at the expense of our very existence. Back to the wildlife strategy, which tells us that 68%, there's a 68% of our wildlife decline between 1977 and 2016, that there's 40% loss of our wetlands, green spaces in Nairobi, 9% of our pollinators, 74% loss in our coral reefs, in our biosphere, our water biosphere. This is what we have, and counting. This is an example of 3 species between 1970 and 2020, where the elephant population fell from 167,000 to bare 35,000. Where the rhino population went down from about 20,000 to just about 700. I put in the giraffe there because we always tend to think of rhino and elephant because of the market for the rhino horn and elephant tusks. But what about the rhino? The elephant? The giraffe. The other day I read that the Zulu king, they had slaughtered some giraffes for his funeral. Again, 80,000 to 5,000. Loss, the status of species diversity in Kenya. We have about 25,000 species of insects, over 1,000 of birds, and out of this 1,000 species of birds, 13 are endemic, and there are 30 of these species are critically endangered. The mammals, the plants, and we really often forget the plants. But you can see they are also endangered. The freshwater fish, the reptiles, the mollusks. This is what we have. So this is actually the challenges of biodiversity in Kenya. Of course, climate change, habitat degradation and loss, forest depletion, tourism market volatility, human-wildlife conflict, changing land use of communities, and we have just heard about that and seen that, and so on. And I'm told my time is up. So, is there a right way and a wrong way in biotechnology and bioprospecting? And therefore, we enter into human rights. And we say that we have rights by the very fact that we exist. They are inherent to all of us. They are universal, and they cannot be alienated from us. And I want to mention that our Kenyan Constitution, particularly in Article 42A, says that every person has the right to a clean and healthy environment, which includes the right to have the environment protected for the benefit not just of our benefit, but for future generations. It also talks about indigenous knowledge and so forth. So the legislation is in place. The first president of this republic told us that the natural resources of this country, its wildlife, which offers such an attraction to visitors from all over the world, the beautiful places where we live in, the mighty forests which guard the water catchment areas so vital to the survival of man and beast, are a priceless heritage for the future. The government of Kenya, fully realizing the value of these natural resources, pledges to conserve them for posterity with all the means at its disposal, including holding a wildlife conference at WRTI. We are confident of its cooperation of the other government, blah, 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 blah. 1963, and this is 2023. So here is our challenge. Is it possible for us to benefit biotechnology while we protect the environment for not just our benefit for the future generations, while we benefit from indigenous knowledge, while these communities with indigenous knowledge get their rightful share of intellectual property, while ensuring there's no biopiracy, while enhancing biodiversity, while improving livelihoods? Are there gaps in the science, in legislation, in policy, in regulation, or is this just an issue of enforcement and, dare I say, corruption? So this is our future. Oh, the elephant was covered. All right. Our future from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is a human-based approach, human rights-based approach to conservation, where we, as the humans in this biosphere, are vested with the honest responsibility of ensuring that the environment is available for us to use and for the future generation. Our own Nobel Prize winner, Wangari Maathai, professor, said we cannot tire or give up. We owe it to the present and future generations of all species to rise up and walk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Quick round of questions. We have about 2-3 minutes. As you at the back, we have 2 hands up. Let's start with that.
My name is Betty Rono and I'm a student. Thank you for your presentation, Professor. And there are 3 words that I picked from your presentation that I somehow answers my question, but I need to hear your thoughts on this. You mentioned about due benefits. You mentioned about the protocols and conventions that are existent. And you also have human rights-based conservation. Putting into perspective these 3 words, I want to hear your thoughts and everybody else in these rooms to think about it. Who is conservation for? Is it for the biodiversity? Is it for the humans? And when you're talking about human rights, do we have platforms where the indigenous people and local communities at the lowest level of the society can pitch their voices? Are their voices amplified enough that they can influence policy and the decision making at the conservation realm?
Next question.
Thank you, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. My name is Paul Kagame from Ghent University. And I had a question on to what extent should we go as researchers in terms of bioprospecting? The reason I'm asking this is because some of the solutions to problems such as food insecurity lies within the wildlife niche and the need for us to focus on crop wild relative. So to what extent should we go? Thank you.
Thank you. We can start with those 2 questions, and perhaps you can also clarify whether the right to a healthy environment is actually a human right.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the last one because it's the easiest one. I did show a slide that shows the rights right here. And Article 42 of the Constitution talks about the rights. It's the Bill of Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. And it says every person has a right to a clean and healthy environment. Emphasis not just for us, but for our future generations. So we are entrusted with the environment, not just for our use, but also for the generations to come. The first question from Betty, I will answer it from the Constitution. The Constitution says, we, the people of Kenya. So, who owns the resources in the environment that we are prospecting? We, the people of Kenya. But we are not isolated. We are members of a global environment. And the history of human rights, which I won't start to talk about this, started in 1945 after the Second World War, when the whole world said, now wait a minute. There are things that you do, and it is not just to individuals or to their families or to their tribes or to their nations, but they are actually, you wrong the whole global community. They are called crimes against humanity. And we believe in the human rights space that the environment is a human right, not a Kenyan right. A human right. And whatever you do to the environment does not just have an effect on the individual or the Maasai community or Kenyans, but the global community. And that's where we are with climate change. So the benefits, who is for the benefit of the global community as well as the local communities? The protocols and the conventions are there. So that begs my question. What's the problem? Dr. Weston has just told us the situation. What's the problem? Is it a science? Is it the science? Don't we know what is happening? Is it the legislation? Aren't there laws? Is it the policy? Is it the practice? Is it enforcement? Is it corruption? Is it ownership by the local community? What is it? Because that's where we need to go. The indigenous people, those are the communities. Anyway, even as you start bioprospecting, that's where you start. You start with indigenous knowledge. What? The other question is a balance between bioprospecting and conservation. Biotechnology is about application of science for our benefit. The very clothes we wear, the very drugs we take, the very cars we drive are a product of biotechnology, technology and biotechnology. So we are benefiting. There are commercial and social benefits and health benefits. The very drugs we take are most probably a benefit from commercialized bioprospecting. And yet, it's a catch-22. How much can we extract without an existential threat to us? Maybe that's a question we should answer here. I'm afraid I don't have the answer.
Thank you, Professor. A hearty clap to the professor. Dr. Omondi, you recall that during the last two conference of parties to CITES, the issue of indigenous people has remained contentious. Who are indigenous people? And different nations believe indigenous people to be different. We know who they are in Kenya, we know who we are, but some nations don't know. I mean, they want to confuse the whole lot of us. Well, the professor is there for consultation. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to hand over the mic to Governor Gendenye to introduce our VIPs here today. Later on, I'll invite Mark Masai to proceed with the rest of the program for this morning. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Let me take this opportunity to recognize leaders who have joined us, and we are very privileged to have them come here to listen to the top-notch science that is going on. And I want to recognize the presence of our peers, Honorable Sylvia Museya, who is a Principal Secretary in charge of wildlife. And we also have 4 MPs with us who are members of the Wildlife Committee in our National Assembly. And we will give them a mic to introduce themselves. You know, wanasiasa wasipoongea kidogo inakuwa tena ni shida. Wanaweza kusema hii mkutano imekwisha. Sasa sisi WRTA tutabaki hapa na shida. So, but anyway, I know they are very reasonable people, but we have Honorable Innocent Mugabe, who is an MP, all these 4 are MPs, and Honorable Abdi Kamis Chome, Honorable Peter Shake, and Honorable Abubakar Talib. And I will ask that we give them just a minute each to say something. Tafadhali, karibuni hapa. Najua nyinyi ni viongozi. Msalimiane, sauti sikike. Hizi shida ni za Kenya, lakini tunawatazama pia nyinyi na tunashukuru mmeweza kufika hapa. Just kusema jina, yeah, and karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Honorable Peter Mbogoshake. I'm a member of parliament from Mwatate constituency in Taita Taveta, and also a member of Tourism and Wildlife Committee. I think that's why we are here for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makofi. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Innocent Mugabe, Member of Parliament for Likuyani in Kakamega County, and a member of Tourism and Wildlife Committee. And when I'm here, I feel very much at home. I am a tourism professional, and I feel very much to be in the Tourism and Wildlife Committee, that at the legislative arm, I give a contribution from an expert perspective. And I've looked at the abstracts on what is going on here, and there's a lot that as legislators we can get to use it to have a proper legislation, especially on matters sustainable management of wildlife. I've seen components on issues of compensation, on human-wildlife conflicts, and they are very rich. And I'll just encourage, especially the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, to work closely with the committee so that we can have better legislation from an informed angle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
My name is Abubakar Ahmed Talib. I'm a nominated member of parliament and a committee member of the Tourism and Wildlife Committee. I happen to come from an area where we have a Kora Game Reserve, that is Kitui North. Most of you would think I'm from the coast, but I was honored to meet the late George Adamson. So I'm familiar with the wildlife, and it's good to be here. As our governor said, politicians make noise. It's good just to say hello and get to know each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Asante sana.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Hamis Chome Abdi, Member of Parliament for Voi constituency in Taita County. I'm also a member of the Tourism and Wildlife Committee in the National Assembly. I am very pleased to be here. I have read the abstracts and I've also listened to the keynote speakers this morning. And I have come to a conclusion that there is vast knowledge that would contribute immensely in the conservation of wildlife and biodiversity. And with my peers here, a number of the things that we have spoken in the committee and present them a challenge, I'm actually surprised that that knowledge is there. Being from Voi constituency, 62% of our county is Savo East and Savo West. And therefore our interaction with wildlife is normal. It happens on a day-to-day notice every day. And the only thing we tend to focus on is the human-wildlife conflict. While I have actually been saying, can we really get to know the contribution of the SGR in enhancing the human-wildlife conflict? And I never got answers. But actually, you could see this work has been done. What we need to do is to go back to what Confucius told us. The essence of knowledge is to have it and apply it. I have a very strong feeling with only that I have heard this morning that we have a vast pool of knowledge that would enhance conservation, would promote coexistence between human and wildlife, which we are not using, and if we used, people will be able to link the existence of wildlife in their vicinity to their own improvement of their livelihoods. The issue of indigenous knowledge is very important. We have the water community in Voi. You ask them anything about wildlife, they will tell you. They are expert trackers. They know, they have a long history on the migration of elephants. I have never seen anywhere where they've been integrated in contributing to knowledge, especially now that we have encroached into areas that previously were occupied by wildlife and what we would do in these areas. We have, I think as a committee, promoted the marking out of the corridors so that these corridors can be protected. When they are protected, our work as legislators and representatives of the people become easier because we tell them, now you are encroaching on an area that is actually protected. But our people live in their areas, and one morning, KWS wakes up, comes up and puts up down all the habitation. Then you are told you are on a wildlife corridor. The moment Kenya mapped out the road reserves, if you started building there, people will tell you, my friend, you are encroaching, get out. So I'll speak a lot more. I'm always, I'm very emotional when I talk about wildlife because what it comes out is a problem, but actually it is not. I'll finalize with this. I use the Savo, I cross through Savo from the Voi gate to the Sala gate on a very regular basis. It's a shortcut to go to Malindi. And the biodiversity, the degradation, that park is dying. That national park is dying. And that is a protected area. And that because it is dying, the biodiversity, it is why the animals will keep moving out to disturb people surrounding Savo. Do something about it. Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry I overspoke, but I had to say it because I believe here is where the solution will come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate because these are our legislators and they actually need to get this information and it's also good for them to share because they make the laws. And even when we have a problem with implementation, they will help us also see where the problem is in this country and elsewhere actually. So it's not in vain. This is really, really good to have them here and we really appreciate your coming. I'm told that more will be joining us maybe later in the day. We really appreciate. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize and invite our PS to come and make some remarks. Honorable Sylvia Museya. Karibu sana, Madam PS.
Thank you very much, Chairman. All protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning again. For those who we have not met, that is me he was referring to, Sylvia Museya, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Wildlife. I have a few comments to make. One, I would like to congratulate WRTI, led by CEO Dr. Omondi and Chairman, members of the board, staff, for putting together the first ever scientific wildlife conference. So congratulations. Number two is to thank every one of you who took off their time, even their resources to be able to travel and join us here to have a meeting of minds and see what we've been doing in the sector and even encourage each other. For far too long, I think this country and maybe this continent relegated science and research a little back in terms of budgeting, in terms of prioritizing. I think we've made too many decisions that have not been backed by the right data. And maybe that takes me to point number 3, where we are a good government. We have very good laws. We have excellent policies. We've been budgeting year in, year out, yet we continue to lose everything in between the cracks. So they will say we've lost 68% of our biodiversity between 1977 to 2016. Our forest cover is depreciating. Some of the lakes have completely dried, like Lake Olbolsolat, Lake Paradise in Marsabit. So that just speaks to what Professor was asking. Is it the science that is wrong? Is it the implementation that is wrong? Is it the cracks in between double jurisdiction of some spaces? You realize we have many spaces that are gazetted as national parks, gazetted as national reserves, gazetted as forest reserves. We have everybody in there with a cruiser in uniform, KFS, KWS, water towers, Rua, Warma. Everybody is in that space. But in that space, in between those cracks, everything is going wrong. The grass is depreciating, the wildlife is getting lost, either via poaching or bushmeat. The water is drying. Upstream, there's water, like in Mount Kenya Tower. Downstream, the communities cannot receive that water. Warma is there, supposed to regulate, but things are not happening. And that's where you people come in. And I think you must have played that video early on, where I was saying that we need to come to a place where, scientists do very good research, and then they are published in journals, and then they are consumed by the same you people. They never come to a place where decision makers, policy implementers, executive arm of government then uses that data. That's why we need to be friends, because sometimes even the way that language is written, it's difficult for lawyers like myself to understand what exactly have you said now. I was looking at the graphs that Dr. Weston was presenting, and I was wondering what that movement signifies. So one of the things we've done as this government, and those who are my friends in this room know that I have surrounded myself with very many scientists on the left and on the right, so that any move I make, I ask, what does that look like now, and what will that look like in the future? And I'm a very happy person to support science, because we want to make decisions that are helpful to the country and to continent. Finally, I would want to really appreciate the members of the National Assembly Committee on Tourism and Wildlife. Those are the people who decide what laws are working. And we know that part of the agenda of this government is governance, to restructure the governance framework, the legal, policy, and institutional framework, to see what works. And that's why we need them, one. We also need them because they are the ones who pass budgets. And if we implore on them that research is important, and we are very grateful that there was a small adjustment to the budget of WRTI in an upward scale, which means they are able to establish some other research campuses somewhere else. And we hope that you continue to support them, because even if we spend so much money in implementation, and we've not checked to see that what we're implementing is the right thing, it doesn't assist. To all of you in this room, and a lot of our development partners who support research work, mine is to say thank you. Do not tire. We are coming to a place where there's a lot of value creation around research, around data. And so I think when I looked at my colleagues in college, when I was studying, and they were studying science, I thought that's a very boring, that's a very difficult, that's a very lonely space to be as scientists. There's between you and your binoculars and your specimen. Ours were moot courts. We were just debating. There was some social space between us. And so for taking a road less traveled, We appreciate you. We thank you. We are looking forward to hearing your contributions. And as executive, we undertake to use the data, the research that you develop to make better decisions. I think with those very few remarks, I am very grateful to be here. I look forward to the second scientific conference, but more importantly, I look forward to actionable points from the first one, so that it does not become another meeting of people and people go home. What do you want us to do after this conference? So that's what the end product, what's the actionable points you want us to take home and implement, so that I can come back and report that from the first scientific conference, we undertook to do this, and we have done, and this is the end product. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless you, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Asanteni.
Thank you, Madam Principal Secretary Sylvia Museya, for your remarks. And you say you're looking forward to the closing or the actionable points, and I believe they'll be made tomorrow and signed on and committed to. So that is an extension of inviting you in your busy schedule. You could also join us tomorrow for the third and final day. So we have a special moment to appreciate today, and I'd like to call on Catherine Mungai, just as I explain what she's here to tell us about, before we take a break for tea. And then we resume our breakout sessions for yesterday that we weren't able to finish in this hall, Kiboko Hall, Two-Way Hall, as well as Acacia. And we all know how they were all apportioned, and those who were moderating that, they're ready to continue, especially the speakers who weren't able to finish. Catherine, if you may, just join me here as I just explain in short what you are going to be telling us. You can, this is much easier, but it's all good. And would like to appreciate also waheshimiwa ambao wameungana nasi leo, asanteni sana, and for the remarks and also the observations that you have made. It is important to have you as policymakers and lawmakers to be part of these conversations and the action points moving forward. So today, there's going to be a launch in partnership with the International Union for Conservation of Nature, as well as the Wildlife Research Training Institute, and we'll have brief remarks from Director later. But just to give us a context of why this is important and why this deserves your attention, I'd like to invite Catherine to take it over from here and invite her colleagues as well for that.
Okay, thanks. Great. Thanks a lot, Mark. Good morning, everyone. So, yeah, my name is Catherine Mungai. I work with the International Union for Conservation of Nature, specifically the Kenya Country Office, and we are happy to collaborate today with the WRTI and other partners towards the launch of the specialist group. So in the spirit of collaboration, we've been talking about collaboration and coordination. I'll not be doing this presentation alone. I have some colleagues who will also be joining me on the podium, so I'll start, but then I'll allow them to introduce themselves when they come. Don't worry, we won't take a lot of time. We have coordinated ourselves. I know everyone is thinking about coffee right now, but just indulge us. We'll just take a few minutes. So, yes, so we are going to be launching the species group. Sorry. Which one do I press to move? Okay, as we figure out how to move to the next slide, I'll start briefly by telling you what IUCN is, very briefly, because I know we have scientists who are just joining the space, and we also would like to do a short reminder. So IUCN is the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and our mission is to influence, encourage, and assist societies throughout the world to conserve the integrity and diversity of nature, and to ensure that any use of natural resources is equitable and ecologically sustainable. So briefly, IUCN, actually we are celebrating our 75th birthday. We've been in existence since 1948. So this is just a culmination of some of the good work that we have been doing over the years. IUCN is the largest and oldest environmental network, and it is a union that brings together government as well as civil society organizations. So that is how we work. We work through membership. We currently have 1,400 members globally, and in Kenya we have 13 members. And we encourage you to join us. And if you'd like to learn more about IUCN, how you can become a member, you can visit our booth out there. You'll find my colleagues, and they'll tell you more about how you can join us. And then we also work through science. As has been emphasized before, we have over 16,000 experts all over the world, and they work through the commissions. So we have different commissions. There's one on education and communication. We have one on law, and we have one on protected areas, and a number of others. We also have one on climate change that was recently included. And if you're also interested in joining the commissions, these are also welcome, and we'll be happy, of course, to have more Kenyans and more Africans joining the commission so that we can inform science from our point of view. So you can also visit our booth, and you can learn more about how to join the commission. So IUCN is currently present in 50 countries, including Kenya, and we have a team of 1,000 secretariat that is supporting the running of the organization. And then the program of work that IUCN undertakes is approved during the World Conservation Congress that is undertaken every 4 years. So this is done through a collaborative process that brings together the government and other scientists that inform the work that we do. And then IUCN is also known globally because of the Red List of Threatened Species, and this informs quite a bit of the science that we do. We've been talking about the loss of species, the loss of diversity. So we work together to provide this science so that it can be taken up by the policy, to inform the policy processes in Kenya. And then given the unique nature of IUCN, we are also able to bring, or rather to create a neutral platform where we can discuss pressing challenges that are facing the environment today. And I would also just like to mention, over the 75 years, we've also given birth to the Convention on Biological Diversity and CITES, amongst others. So there's quite a bit. This is just to give you a snapshot of what IUCN is all about, and it also will give you a background as to the group that we are going to launch today, where we are coming from and where we are going. So briefly, IUCN offices have existed in Kenya for a while. But in 2021, we now established the Kenya Country Office. So we are a relatively new baby like WRTI. So we look forward to growing together as a Kenya Country Office, and we look forward to collaborating. So we have a number of projects that we've already started implementing in the arid and semi-arid areas, as well as in the coastal areas, focusing on restoration, amongst others. But we're also working together with the government in terms of influencing policy, using science to influence policy. So together with the Ministry of Environment on how we can implement the global biodiversity framework. And there's a lot of need for data, a lot of need for science. And that is why we are excited to be part of this conference, to also see what is coming out and how we can work together. So with those few remarks, allow me to hand over to my colleague, Simi Bezeng. He'll introduce himself, and then he's going to tell us more about the specialist group that we're launching today. Yes, karibuni.
Thank you, Karine. Good morning, everyone. I'm Simi Bezeng. I work for the IUCN Species Survival Commission, and I would just like to take these few minutes to tell you briefly what the IUCN Species Survival Commission is. It is by far the largest in number in terms of the 7 commissions within IUCN, and we have about 10,000 volunteer experts, species experts that contribute their knowledge to species assessment. It is primarily known for evaluating the extinction risks of species, and it operates under what we call the IUCN species conservation cycle, which is assessing the conservation status of species, working with multi-stakeholders to develop single and multi-species conservation action plans, and then working at the ground level to be able to develop strategies that can reverse the negative trends on species. We have key priorities for this current IUCN quadrennium, so it's a 4-year period. And the first one is really increasing diversity, which is both gender diversity and geographic diversity, building capacity on the IUCN knowledge products, the red list of threatened species, the red list of ecosystem, key biodiversity areas, ensuring continuity, and then boosting work at the national level, which is essentially what we want to present here today. We have about 184 specialist groups. The work of the IUCN is coordinated through specialist groups, and these are the various specialist groups. And I'm sure a lot of the scientists in the forum today will identify themselves with one of them. But if you are not, we invite you to join and contribute your expertise to the work of the IUCN and also species conservation. The 85th specialist group is what we call the IUCN National Species Specialist Group. It's a kind of specialist group that does not really concentrate on species, but what it does is it coordinates expertise at a national level, bringing them together, experts that work on different taxonomy groups, to be able to support government and facilitate science-based decision-making, and also developing policies that can help reverse the negative trends on species. And with that, I would like to invite one of the co-chair, Dr. Mohamed Omar, just to tell us briefly about the priorities of the group for this quadrennium. Thank you.
Thank you, Simi. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the Kenya Species Specialist Group. The group has a membership of 62 persons in Kenya. We also took into consideration gender balance, so they are representative of both genders. And we have 2 co-chairs for the group. I'm one of the co-chair, basically focusing on marine species. And we also have another co-chair. She's here with us, Esther. She's from the National Museums of Kenya, and she'll be focusing on the terrestrial species. This group will be hosted by the Wildlife Research and Training Institute here in Kenya. The group will be actually managed by a secretariat that is composed of key Kenyan government institutions that are mandated to monitor and conserve species and their habitats in Kenya. These institutions include WRTI, National Museums, ChemFree, Kenya Wildlife Service, and there are others like the Institute of Primate Research, and we could not put all of them here, but basically the secretariat is shown there. There's Esther, myself, there's Dr. Juliet Furaha, Paul Gasheru, and there's Dr. Okemwa from ChemFree. Now, the function of this group, first of all, is to complete the assessments of the global red list, to carry out global red list assessments for endemic species in Kenya. That includes both freshwater fishes, invertebrates, reptiles, amphibians, plant species, and other marine species that have not been included in the red list yet. And also to publish these assessments that will eventually guide on decision making in conservation action planning. And also, in addition to these assessments, the group is going to spearhead the integration of species and conservation action to guide both national policy and county level policies, and also to guide the review of the Wildlife Conservation Act Schedule 6 on the listed species of concern. Additionally, this group will actually spearhead the implementation of the key species conservation strategy, and also initiate the development of new conservation strategy to enhance the conservation of species in our country. And additionally, the group also has the task of providing accurate data on species, spatial distribution, population status, to enable the identification, delineation, and designation of key biodiversity areas in Kenya, and working closely with the National Key Biodiversity Area Coordination Group, and the focal point for the key biodiversity areas for the Central and Eastern Africa, and also the Key Biodiversity Areas Secretariat. In addition, the group will also advocate for the inclusion of key species information and conservation actions in development sector planning processes that include both the blue economy and other developments within the countries, to make sure that we have actually included information on the conservation of key species and their areas of habitation. Additionally, the group is also going to advocate for the inclusion of specifically marine species as a key component in the Great Blue Whale Initiative on marine conservation in the Western Indian Ocean, and additionally provide accurate data for the development of the non-detrimental finding in the implementation of key multilateral environmental agreements like the CITES and the CMS on conservation of key species in the country. Additionally, the group also has the task of creating awareness, specifically to communities that are also causing a decline in species populations in the country. And a good example is the shark awareness and conservation strategy that targets communities to create awareness and lower the mortality of sharks that is associated mostly with fishing exercises. And this approach is going to be done through a participatory conservation manner. And additionally, or finally, a key element that the group is supposed to do is to guide the expansion of conservation or protected areas for the country to realize the UN 30 by 30 agenda. I think those are the main functions that the group is supposed to actually implement as a major task. Maybe at this point, I'd like to invite my boss, Dr. Patrick Omondi. And as I invite him, maybe I'd just also like to congratulate him for the wonderful conference, the wonderful leadership he has given us. Thank you, sir. Karibu.
Thank you, Dr. Mohamed Omar. Is the Institute Center Head for the Coastal and Marine Wildlife Research. Honorable members, our Principal Secretary, delegates, I'll spend a very short time. This is one of those initiatives, members, that we are trying to bring, to get information together so that all this peer-reviewed work, the PhDs we have in this country, can begin informing decision-making so that we reverse the biodiversity loss and we come up with proper land zonation planning so that we can balance development, conservation, and also ensure that our communities derive their livelihood from the work we do. So I want to recognize the regional director for IUCN, who is with here. Maybe you wave. We are going to sign a collaborative agreement right after this out there, just to ensure that this works and we tap into the rich technical expertise of IUCN so that the issue of science informing policy, informing decision-making can be actualized, as we were informed yesterday by the keynote speaker, that that's one of the key outputs that we want. So we have co-chairmanships. We have been working on this with IUCN. And this morning, we just want our principal secretary to say this group is officially launched. You've already seen what they're supposed to do. And then we can interact post this session and see how we move it forward. We have so many specialists, even in this room, so many, the African elephant specialist group, the rhino specialist group, the sea turtle, everybody's here, the birds, everybody. But everybody have been working in silo. Now for the first time, we are bringing people together under that umbrella and do what Mohammed has really said it, we do it. So without wasting a lot of time, allow me to invite the peers just to launch the national specialist group and and the team can come, including the regional director. Yes, the groups that are here come. Is in the South African office. It came all the way just for this.
Join us on stage, please.
Yeah, welcome. He's from South Africa, IUCN.
And just to join them in this launch as well, there's something that we do sometimes here in Kenya, and you'll help me with that. Normally you do a countdown. Moja, you clap. Mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Okay, that wasn't quite good. Let me be honest. Let me give you feedback. So let's all clap together. When I say moja, you clap. Mbili, you clap. And then Madam PS can say we are officially launched, this particular group. So, ladies and gentlemen, moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Madam PS.
Thank you very much. I will go right to it and officially launch the Kenyan Species Specialist Group and congratulate you for taking a collective rather than an individual silo approach to conservation. So this is officially opened. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
A round of applause, please, for the team that has made this possible. And I believe the pictures have been taken. You may have your seats. Asante sana. And congratulations to the team that has made the Kenyan Species Specialist Group possible and realized today. So we're segueing into tea break. And just to give you some heads up, today we want you to also go through the experiential area where there's an exhibition. There are about 12 stands there and interesting, cutting edge innovations and ways to intervene for the environment. But that's why we've put the setup for tea closer to the tent. So as you serve, please make sure that you go and experience the area, ask the questions. They're there for you the whole day. We didn't quite get to experience that yesterday as we were waiting for the official launch. And also, as we break, you can take your tea to the respective breakaway rooms that you would want to join. Remember, we resume with the ones that weren't cleared yesterday here at Kiboko, at Two-Way, and at Acacia. And the moderators are ready, so I'll ask them to be ready in the next 15, if you may, to just be on the standby and start. There's someone who will have a bell to ring, to call you to attention, to assemble, and then we will try and address some of those that were slaughtered, some of the breakaway sessions slaughtered for this morning before lunch. We want to break for lunch at 1 o'clock. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your tea break. Please squeeze it into 15 minutes so you can settle for the breakaway sessions. We clear the ones for yesterday and clear as much ground for today. Enjoy. they're the ones in charge.
pale nikiongea?
Itawapatia zote.
Check.
That can be done. We have a center in the Savo, we have a center in Nyeri, we have another center in Malindi, and we will be looking to other centers, actually, just to make sure that we get it as close as possible to the people on the ground, and also helping counties to take charge and to contribute towards what is going on in wildlife conservation. It's not going to be a top-down thing. We actually want the people on the ground to own what is going on, and counties must come in very strongly to help us put this together. Because this is a bottom-up strategy, we must think about the people on the ground, even as we elevate these issues to a higher level, but the people on the ground must benefit, they must participate, and they must make sense of what is going on. And WRTI will be working in that direction. Yes.
My peers have spoken. Oh, okay. But I will not, don't ask me what you have asked the Pearson chair. Thank you. For the first time, the government has, and through the State Department for Wildlife, given us initial seed capital to establish a national wildlife database to bring all the scientific information into one government institution, so that as an institute we can analyze the scientific information, produce briefs for policymakers, produce briefs for managers of national parks, managers of national reserves, and community conservancies. So we are already in the process of procuring physical hardware, and we'll be developing a web-based system with the latest technology, so that within this year we'll have a national wildlife data portal where if any infrastructure development will be initiated, they will be able to know there is information on corridors, wildlife distribution, and if they are doing designs, they should know when they come to the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. We'll be able to tell them this is a corridor. If we have to do it there, provide for an over or underpass. That is the beauty with the wildlife database, which before it was with different people. And this conference also has produced a platform where research that have been going on and are with individuals. At the end of tomorrow, we have a rallying call to all the scientists to get us this information, so that as we develop the database, we are getting the data people have stored for over 50 years. Their research programs, baboon programs have been going on. We know their ranges, we know their challenges, and as we go on and as the PS drives the policy for conservation, we are going to provide quality data. We are rich in data, but it has been scattered. So we are bringing this together, and from tomorrow, we'll come up with a framework to fast track that process. So we are on course. We are on course, and I think the PS will give another brief, maybe by the end of the year, where we stand and what we already have, because we are rich in data. Even from here alone, we'll be having a lot of data cutting across human-wildlife conflict, population numbers, a lot of data to do with remote sensing and habitat quality restoration data. So we are also looking forward to tomorrow and putting up, and I think by the end of the year, through the Principal Secretary, we should be able to tell the country the status of things and what we already have in the store in the database. Thank you.
Thank you all for reconvening for the sessions that were not completed yesterday. Kiboko Hall. Bwana Bernard is ready to start the moderation. We want to keep time and accommodate the ones that were slotted for today. So let's settle in. If you know of someone who was keen on this, you could call them. If you have their number, just to remind them that we're about to start. 11:30 we start.
viewers? Yes, so that we queue it up. Oh, I remember you guys from yesterday. Samburu. Oh, okay. Kabisa, nakumbuka. Samburu is here. Sindio? Individual based long term something. Sawa. Very good. Phyllis Lee, then you guys. It's Phyllis Lee, then yes. Huh? The three of you. You want to present? Two of you. Sawa. So it's just please.
Hello. Let's settle down. We want to start.
Hello, mic check.
Let's settle down. We start off. We are going to start with yesterday's work, where we left yesterday, and we have four presentations. Yeah. We have 4 presentations, and we'll start with the Amboseli elephant. We will have our first presenter, Ferris Lee. We will talk about the long-term elephant populations in Amboseli. And I will welcome Ferris to continue. Ferris, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here for this somewhat delayed bit. I'm going to talk today about the demographic trends in the Amboseli population of Kenya as from the Amboseli Trust for Elephants. And basically the Amboseli ecosystem, which those of you who saw Jonah Western's talk earlier will recognize, is a large cross-border ecosystem. And from an elephant's perspective, it's a very wide opportunity to range with a small protected area of swamps. Now, the Amboseli Elephant Research Project uses individually based demographics to try and do population work. And we have been monitoring the life course for almost 4,000 individuals over 51 years. This makes it the longest elephant study in the world. And Kenya should be very proud of this amazing achievement. We use the data based on monthly resightings of individuals, and we record reproductive performance, female estrus, births, male must, and consortships. The population, as it was first known when Cynthia was starting the study in the 1970s, was estimated to be about 550 to 650 elephants. And from our registers of known individuals and from births and deaths, we now know that the population has increased to almost 2,000 before falling back quite a bit in the latest drought. Now, Okello's aerial censuses in 2016 counted about 1,000 individuals after the 2009 drought, which is quite a bit less than we've actually counted from our known individuals. And Western and Mose have estimated recently that there are about 1,500 elephants in the ecosystem, of which 500 use the Central Park area consistently. Now, our data are based on males who also disperse. So our numbers are probably higher in terms of total counts than those from the other sources. We've also been able to determine population growth rates over time. So this is the reproductive rate of females on an annual basis, and it varies from a low of 12%, a decline of minus 12% per annum, to a high of almost 16%, But that 16% can only be sustained for a single year, because after that, all the females have given birth and you have to wait for 4 more years to have any more babies. So these data on average suggest about a 2.68% increase in female numbers per year. Now, what causes changes in populations? As we all know, one of the key factors that we were hearing about earlier is droughts. And why are droughts important for elephants? Because they cause immediate mortality. And we can show that there's a relationship between what we call the dry season intensity index, which is a kind of like a Palmer drought index. It takes into account the distribution of rainfall as well as the total amount. And there is never a complete correlation, a one-to-one correlation between dry season intensity and death in elephants, because obviously other things affect the amount of food availability, such as livestock grazing pressure and wildlife grazing pressure. So all of these will influence the relationship between drought and elephant death. So who dies when we have a drought? And this is a really interesting question. The key individuals we lose are the under the 12-month-old calves. Also, under 2s are very vulnerable. So the youngest calves, the milk-dependent calves, die at the highest rate. The recently weaned calves also die at an unexpectedly high rate, as do the oldest females. So all of these are animals who are at high risk of mortality during drought. Now, what happens is that if you have a change in the reproductive performance of individuals due to drought, a suppression, or you have massive mortality, you get a huge change in the age structure of a population. And these gaps in age structures can actually have repercussions that go for many years. So far, we've been able to track it for over 30 years. And this will influence the ability of a population to be resilient in the face of oncoming droughts, because you have fewer individuals who are able to reproduce, mature and reproduce. And this is the relationship between fertility and a drought for the females. It takes a while for females to regain condition, but during a drought, they don't go into estrus, and there is a relationship, again, a negative relationship with DSI. So the higher the drought index is, the lower the probability of a female being able to conceive. Now, this looks only at females who are not pregnant already and who don't have a calf under 12 months of age. So these are the available females. And you can see that about 40% of females who are available in good years can conceive, and it can go up to 70% in the year following a drought, which allows us to be able to predict when there'll be another pulse of babies coming through the population. So our individually based data allows us also to calculate longevity. And these are survival statistics based on the one complete cohort up to date. So I've only shown you the completed cohort here because once you start getting into animals who haven't yet died, you're working with calculations of probabilities that are a little bit dubious and highly variable. So basically, for males, your median lifespan will be about 30 years. For females, your median lifespan will be closer to 42. So these are really important elements for modeling populations in the future. We've also been able to calculate individually based reproductive rates for females. And again, we have our youngest female to give birth has been known age female has been 9. So we look at these as a function of the females who survived to age 9, which is what the dotted mortality curve shows you. That's the rate of survival of females who made it to 9. And the solid curve shows you the mean rate of reproduction for each age group. And what you can see is that 95% of fertility is completed by age 50. Once elephants start to reproduce at by age 15, they then reproduce at a pretty high rate all the way until they're 50, after which point it begins to decline dramatically. So one of the questions that everyone asks always in elephant populations, because the South African populations show quite a lot of density dependence, as do some of the others, is that how many other elephants are present and will they affect the reproductive rate of and calf mortality in this population. And what we've been able to show is that the percent of natural mortality within the first 2 years was associated with female numbers in the population early on in the study. But after the elephants started being able to move out to Selenge and to Kimana and to other areas in what are now the community conservancies, the importance of those areas meant that females were no longer showing any density dependence in their calf survival. So what we would suggest is that individual reproductive success, understanding the factors that feed into that individual reproductive success, is a major contributor to understanding long-term population dynamics, what will happen to populations. And what we know is that females, calves that are born in good years, in non-drought years, do very well. Calves that are born into large families with many allomothers, with grandmothers present, the importance of longevity in these families and family structures produces high calf survival. Good years mean that there's rapid growth in the calves, and if there's rapid growth, they then mature earlier and they go into must earlier, and they're more reproductively, they have a higher reproductive potential. So the key factors of influencing all of this are effectively female longevity. So I want to point out that this is one very small population compared to, for example, Savo. We only have 51 years of demographic data to date. That's not even one elephant lifespan, really. We're getting close, but potential lifespan can be 75 or maybe even older. So we're not quite there yet. But we'd like to think that this information will help us understand a lot more about population resilience and population problems that they will encounter under a condition of climate change and anthropogenic change in the environment. So one of the things we're trying to do next is to do some integral projection modeling with these data, where we can say exactly what is the effect of being an old dominant female, what is the effect of being a young subordinate male on your population parameters, where age, sex, habitat, experience, quality, all of those things will feed into our population models. So I'm going to conclude by simply saying thanks to the Maasai community in and around Amboseli, which has tolerated and supported the Amboseli Elephant Research Project for 51 years, to KWS, the government of Kenya, and to WRTI as well, for now allowing this work to go on, and to all the members of our team who are here, most of them, not all of them, but many of them, and to our very generous donors who've actually funded this work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Feris. And we really grateful for the work which has been going on in Amboseli. Amboseli elephants are the most studied in the whole world. I remember I used to read about Cynthia Moore's work 35 years ago in the university. So it's a lot of work which has been done there, and the scientists have really benefited from the studies on the elephants. We now call upon David Letitia to talk about the elephants in the Samburu. So Letitia, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Letitia, and my colleague here is David Olchorogi. We are here to talk about our work back up there in North, that's Samburu. And actually, we talk about the Samburu individual-based long-term monitoring. As you can see, the map of Africa there, you can see the green patterns shows the forest elephants. And also for the orange one, you can see the savanna elephant. And also there are possibility of some elephant remnants have been seen somewhere, but not actually the actual elephants. Our study actually on this map here, our studies actually is based on Samburu and Bubble Spring National Reserves. But over the years, we have expanded it to Sarova-Shaba National Reserve, like east of the two reserves, and also the community conservancies around us. That's Nasulu at the west of Bubble Springs, and Nakuprat at south of both Buffalo Springs and Shaba, and also Westgate Conservancy at the west of Samburu National Reserve, and Nkalama at the right north of Samburu National Reserve. As you can see, we use natural markings to ID the elephants. For example, the size of the tuskers, you can see that female right tags taller than the left one, the pink legs, the crooked tails, and also the size of their body and many others. Each and every individual has its own unique ID code. As you can see from there, R26 is a female from artist family. And the babies are being given their names after the mother's code, which, and actually now the baby's name is the last 2 digits, which shows the year that elephant was born. So this female has got now like 5 babies. You can see the 2021 one, the 2028 is dead during the last drought. Also 2014, 28 and 00. And also big female are being given their names when they give birth. Okay, the part of the monitored group is that part of Laikipia Samburu population, which consists of 7,500 individuals. As you can see there, we do our daily monitoring 20 days a month. That's minimum, but maximum is 25. And we go out, we see the elephants and, record them. You record them what they are doing. And also, you have also to locate the GPS coordinates to tell the exact position that you got them. So that's the part of monitoring team. That's George Whitmire, David and I in the field. Besides also the long-term monitoring data collection, we have got additional data sets like reproduction, social behavior, population structure, demographic, foraging ecology, spatial ecology, plus movement using the GPS collars, and also the human-wildlife conflicts. Now I let my colleague here to take us through the population growth.
So here we are looking at population of Samburu elephants. On our right, we have population size. And then on the other side, we have birth and death. Then here, and then we have the line that's showing us the increase of the population, which they have increased since 1997 for about 450 to about 650. And then in the bar plot, we have the number of birth and death, which is the darker one is birth, and the other one is death. As we can see, birth are very variable, but there is a peak in death in period of 2009 to 2012, and again in 2022 due to drought and poaching. And then here we are looking at lambda, which is parameter reflecting population change. And greater than 1, the population increasing, and lower than 1, the population is decreasing. And in general, if you look at the pattern, the population generally increasing, but we have a huge decrease in 2009 to 2012, to 2013, sorry. And then here we are looking at, we are relating the population change with the rainfall, which the darker one is drought, and the other one is rainfall. And when you overlay the rainfall, the population change with rainfall, you can see there's no much clear correlation between increase, decrease, and rainfall. So here, you can see there is some drought. There are some years drought with the drought, but the population is increased. Like 1999, 2010, and 2013. They are drought years, but the population is still high. Then here there is a decrease in population due to high poaching that happened the year 2009 to 2013, which we lost so many of our elephants, especially during the poaching. We lost so many of the females and bulls.
Okay, about again the annual births and death rates. You can see on the yellow lines is the natality, that's birth, and actually it is variable all through the years from one year to another one. But with the blue one, that's mortality, which there is a huge increase in 2010 and a small one 2022 because of the drought. Again, if we overlay the two rates with the drought, that's annual rain before average, you can see that the the dark brown one, that's the drought period, and the other one is the rain. No, the other one is the rainy season. Actually, even during the drought season, there is high birth rate because 2 years back before the drought, there was a good rate maybe in that year, and females came in and they got into estrus and they mate. And actually, drought cannot affect bats, but with the mortality, you can see there is a decline in 2009 and also 2022 period because of the drought. Again, with the poaching, you can see during the year 2010, 2013, there was a big poaching in our area there, and we lost a lot of elephants. That's in the mortality place. But actually, the bats, poaching didn't affect the bats because the big female are being the one who are being targeted, and others, the babies are being given birth to.
Okay, here again we are looking at immigration and immigration, which in terms of immigration, we don't used to see many of new elephant coming into study area. That's why you can see the line is a bit constant. But during 2011 to 2013, we saw a large number of bulls coming in to the study area, but we don't know exact cause of this. But in terms of immigration, many of young bulls dispersing from the families, especially 2009 drought. That's the time we saw so many of them going out of the families. And interestingly, 2018 to 2020, we saw several of our families moving from our study area to further east, which most probably because of the area had been heavily poached in previous years. And then I think that's why they went and occupy the area. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, team from ST. ST has been doing a lot of work in Laikipia, Samburu. I recall having used the information in determining the migratory corridors between Kirisia Forest, Saba, Samburu National Reserve, and the Laikipia ranches. And we rely a lot on the information that is generated from that ST team, monitoring team. Thank you. Now, we are looking for a gentleman called George Boyer. George Boyer is supposed to present to us on the wild dogs in Kajiado. So, George, okay, maybe you can. Just a minute, we sort out the the presentation from George. George is as George sorts out the presentation issue, we can do a pre-recorded presentation by Kel Hokup from Mara Hyena Project. Kel has been in Mara for many, many years, and she has been studying hyenas there. And she was not able to come, but she sent us a presentation which is pre-recorded. We can listen, take note of the questions that you may have, then we can be able to pass them over. Thank you. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kay Holkamp, and I'm a professor at Michigan State University. I'm the director of the Mara Hyena Project. And today I want to tell you a little bit about some work that my colleagues and students and I have done on the effects of anthropogenic disturbance on spotted hyenas and lions. And what I'll do is first give you a little bit of background about our research and then tell you how we have documented anthropogenic disturbance and ecological change in the Masai Mara over the years. Then tell you about our research question, the methods we use to address it, and our results and conclusions. By way of background, as you probably know, carnivores generate a lot of revenue for people in Kenya and various other African nations. Tourism brings in lots of foreign exchange, and tourists don't come to see gazelles, they come to see large carnivores in particular. So not only tourism, but also in some African nations, trophy hunting brings in lots of revenue. But importantly, carnivores also provide their importance. Carnivores are declining around the globe due mainly to habitat loss and degradation, but also to persecution in the form of human-wildlife conflict and depletion of prey, and finally utilization for things like furs or medicine. We here in Kenya have been working for the last couple of decades on a unified action plan to allow spotted hyenas and lions to persist. Both species are treated together in this action plan, but as I'll show you, they don't necessarily respond the same way to anthropogenic disturbance. Excuse me. So there are a number of threats to carnivores in the Mara. The human population growth around the edge of the reserve has grown exponentially since we started studying hyenas in the late 1980s, and that continues today. We are also finding carnivores threatened due to habitat fragmentation because things like fences and houses and roads just pop up willy-nilly in the Mara, or at least they have historically. And then there's also a major threat posed by the livestock grazing that's been taking place inside the reserve as well as outside. So some Kenyan scientists, including Joseph Agutu here, have documented declines in various wild herbivores in the Mara over the last few decades. And as I'll show you, we have independently confirmed that these trends are real. But we're interested in understanding the effects of anthropogenic activity on large carnivores because, well, we study them. But in addition, spotted hyenas are the most abundant large carnivores in sub-Saharan Africa. They're second in size only to lions, and they live in territorial groups called clans. And finally, and most importantly, they represent what we consider to be the best case scenario for Mara carnivores. And I want to just tell you very briefly why I believe that to be true. Hyenas in the Mara in particular are extremely flexible with respect to their diets, their ability to reproduce, their activity, and so forth. So as you probably know, spotted hyenas can persist either on carrion diet or a diet of live prey, and their live prey can range from things like termites and caterpillars to big things like elephants and giraffes. They, in contrast to many other carnivores that have specific breeding seasons, spotted hyenas can breed year-round, so they're very flexible in that regard. They can also be active day or night, so they're not either nocturnal or diurnal. They're whatever they need to be in a particular environment. And we've documented in our own research the hyenas have rather striking ability to adapt to disturbed environments, both with respect to their behavior and their physiology. So, with that background, the research question that we decided to address here was this: how is it that anthropogenic disturbance and ecological change at the edge of the Masai Mara are affecting carnivore populations that live inside the reserve boundaries? So we're using two different types of data to address this question. We're using longitudinal data generated by the data that we have collected since 1988 when we started working with the hyenas living at the edge of the reserve. But we also have been able to do cross-sectional analyses where we compare hyenas living in disturbed versus undisturbed areas, because there are two different management styles at play in the Mara. The first is this: west of the Mara River that divides the park in half is the Mara Triangle, shaped roughly like a triangle, and it's managed by the Mara Conservancy. So, excuse me, the eastern side of the reserve, by contrast, is managed by the Narak County government, and the Conservancy managers don't tolerate any tourist misbehavior, nor do they tolerate any livestock grazing at all in this triangle. By contrast, there's lots of tourist misbehavior and lots of livestock grazing permitted on the east side of the reserve. And so what I want to do today is compare for you the behavior of the hyenas that live in this area right adjacent to this growing metropolis called Talek Town, and then these hyenas living over here in the relatively pristine Mara Conservancy. And we've been studying this clan since 1988, and all these clans we started studying in 2008. And their behavior differs pretty dramatically. Let me show you an example. Here we have GPS collars on adult female hyenas in both the Conservancy over here and the Talek region over here. And you can see that these hyenas in the triangle typically will stay at home for an extended period, and the hyenas, by contrast, in the eastern part of the reserve travel all over the place to forage and whatever else they need. So the methods that we are using to collect the data are: we have been monitoring the demography of spotted hyenas since 1988 in the eastern Mara, and we do this every single day that weather permits, so it's continuous observation all these years. We actually are currently monitoring 6 different hyena groups, and we also monitor sympatric wildlife, including both the herbivores. We run prey transects in the territories of each of our study clans. We've been doing that since 1988, and we've been monitoring other carnivores in the Mara since 2004. And our herbivore data, as you saw in Joseph Agutu's, shows a decline in overall prey abundance in the Masai Mara, in particular in the eastern Mara. And we've also documented tremendous growth in tourism infrastructure and the human population density outside the reserve. In this slide, you're seeing the little white squares represent lodges. There were 3 of them back in 1988 along the edge of the reserve, and those circles represent Masai bomas, or villages, outside the reserve. And that's what it looked like in 1988. And over the years, the tourist infrastructure has grown by literally hundreds and hundreds of %. So David Green's research showed that the number of lodges in the Mara has gone up 500% since 1988, and the beds and number of beds and staff have gone up roughly 350%, and the number of human settlements have gone up roughly 400%. So in the face of this enormous amount of growing human activity, we would expect carnivore populations to be declining as they are elsewhere in the world. So here's what the hyena clan demography looks like in that big clan that lives adjacent to Talek Town. You can see that the number of hyenas, and we know exactly how many hyenas are present in this area every single day that we go out and watch them. So this number of hyenas in this particular clan hovers around 80. It goes up and down, and over the years there have been 2 events where the clan actually split in half to create 2 daughter clans out of a single parent clan. And it's just the parent clan that we're tracking here. And what you can see is that starting in 2003, there's rather astounding growth in the Talek hyena population rather than a decline as we would have expected. And so what we wanted to do, our research question, is to address this. Why is it that the Talek clan is growing so big here since 2003? And first we asked if this was a unique situation in the Taluk clan, and it turns out it is, because here's what's going on with respect to the Taluk clan, as I've shown you, and down here, what you can see are the average size of the conservancy clans. So there's just been no change. These all hover right around, 45, 50 hyenas per clan over there, but this one has just gotten enormous over in the eastern side of the park. So we've tested two hypotheses that might explain this growth of the Taluk clan since 2003. The first is a top-down hypothesis that suggests that because lions are the primary source of mortality, that perhaps declining lion numbers in the Taluk region are responsible for effectively a mesopredator release, and the hyena numbers are increasing. And the second hypothesis is the bottom-up hypothesis that suggests that actually there's also supplementary food available to the hyenas in the eastern Mara in the form of livestock that the western hyenas aren't able to access at all. So just to remind you of the predator situation in the Mara, there's only a single apex predator, and that is the African lion. Then we have a number of mesopredators, or middle-sized predators, including the spotted hyena, and then at the bottom are small carnivores like mongooses and these small canids. The first hypothesis has two important predictions that we were able to test. The first predicts that there should be a decline in the lion population in the Taluk region, and therefore there should be enhanced juvenile survivorship because lion numbers are going down. And then the second hypothesis that we tested has one important prediction, which is simply that livestock ought to compose a larger portion of the hyena's diet in recent years than when our study began in the 80s. So again, we're using longitudinal data collected from the Taluk West clan from 2004 to the present here, and then a cross-sectional comparison of Taluk West clan to the Mara Triangle clans from 2009 to the present. So we have these two 5-year intervals that we can compare. And then we're also monitoring the sympatric lions, which we started, as I mentioned, in 2004. So has there been a decline in lion population in the Taluk region? Well, we don't actually know the individual lions like we know the individual hyenas, but what we record very religiously is every interaction that we see between lions and hyenas. And so this is plotting the monthly number of trials of sightings where we see both lions and hyenas together, and comparing two 5-year intervals, 2004 to 2008 versus 2009 and 2013. And you can see that there were more lions sighted with the hyenas back in this previous 5 years than in this more recent 5-year period. That suggests that, yes, lion numbers might be going down. But then the cross-sectional results also show this, because in Taluk West we see very few lions compared to the lion densities that we see in the Mara Triangle. So both of these data types confirm that first prediction. And then we asked, okay, is there also enhanced juvenile survivorship because the lions are less abundant? And yes, there is. We can see the red line represents survivorship of Taluk West juveniles, and the dashed black line represents survivorship in the Mara Triangle. And we see a striking difference here where the survivorship in Taluk West is indeed much better. So both those predictions are confirmed. And then we asked, okay, is there more livestock in the hyena's diet these days than there used to be? And here the hyenas are eating a cow, which happens pretty much daily these days. But these are some data that we've just analyzed where we're actually looking at what the hyenas are feeding on in the Mara Conservancy Triangle versus around the Taluk region. And you can see these dark green bars represent livestock in the diet. There is none over here, of course, but the consumption of livestock has definitely increased significantly over time as livestock counts went up in the east, and furthermore, resident herbivore declines. And you can actually see the habitat. The livestock grazing has a big effect in the Taluk region. It's what the eastern Mara looks like at the same time of year as what the Mara Triangle looks like. The grass is much taller over here, as you can see, because the livestock mow it all down. So finally, we have the results and conclusions, which is that both the predictions of our top-down hypothesis were supported. There has both been evidently a decline in the lion population and enhanced juvenile survivorship in the east. And I should note that we don't know whether the decline in the lion population just means that they've moved away or died. We don't know which of those is true. But we also see more livestock in the diet in the Taluk East hyenas than in Taluk West hyenas than in the Conservancy or Mara Triangle hyenas. And an important point of all this is that despite the fact that we're treating hyenas and lions as one entity in our action plan, these hyenas and lions actually respond very differently to anthropogenic disturbance, so we can't assume that their responses are going to be the same. And with that, I will say thank you, and I will thank the agencies that have made our research possible over the years.
That's the end of the presentation. And I remember the hyena, the predator-predator relationships in Mara. It's a big subject in Mara ecosystem. Remember when I was studying the cheetahs, we used to blame the hyenas on the cheetah cubs. The survival of the cheetah cubs was dependent on the population of other predators. So I now see we are also concerned with the hyenas also, the hyena cubs populations being impacted by the lions. Now, that relationship we need more insights on how do they relate to each other and how do they impact on the other carnivores, especially the large ones. I will now call upon Tom Boyer to come and do the presentation on wild dogs. He will be the last one to do the presentation for this particular session. Thereafter, we'll have Q&A, and then we can start the new session for today. Welcome, Boya.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Mboya, student at the University of Nairobi, and I'm here to talk about the wild dogs in Kajiado County. Now, as we have discussed many previous the speakers who came before me had already highlighted on the threats to biodiversity, and I don't think there's much point to dwell on it, so I'll just highlight on the militarized conflict. We are all aware of what happened to wildlife in Mozambique, and the Ngorongoro National Park in Mozambique, and the Akagira National Park in Rwanda, as a result of the militarized conflict, where wildlife populations were decimated by the conflicting parties. Now, the objectives of this study, way back in 2016, I was doing a topographical survey in the area of Lodariak, Ilmasin, and Leshuta in Kajiado County. There I came across one of these magnificent species, the African wild dog, and that got me thinking. Previously, I had no idea they were present in that location. So that piqued my interest, and I wanted to study and know more about them. So that's why I decided to investigate their presence in the study area and the threats to their population and the attitudes of the local herders regarding the species. Now, the current population of the wild dogs is estimated at around 6,600, but there continues to be a decline. This is as a result of the human-wildlife conflict, persecution, disease, and very other many threats. That's a picture of the species I'm talking about, a photograph sent to me by one of my good friends. Now, if you look at the historical distribution from 1980 to 1988, in a period of only 8 years, you can see the loss suffered by the species, the decline, the drastic decline occasioned by all those factors we highlighted previously. Look, an image of the distribution in 2015. Out of the historical range, there only remained a few segments across Africa, Mozambique, Botswana, Kenya, and other countries. Now, I think this one was already highlighted, so I don't think there's need to go through it again. Now, the area of study was Kajiado County, where I investigated their presence in Kikonyoke, Kajiado West, the one highlighted in yellow, which also borders Nairobi National Park. It's close to Nairobi National Park, and we'll see where that comes in, the proximity. Now, the threats, one of the major threats to the African wild dog is habitat loss and land fragmentation. As you can see indicated there, the dark shaded parts, those are fenced areas around the Nairobi National Park and the Kitengela Game Conservation Area. Now, my area of study was around this region. So if you see the fences, the level of fencing around that region, what does that do? As human population increases, people acquire land and move to other areas, disperse for settlement and other developments. Now, as you do that, individuals tend to fence off their acquired land, and what that happens is that the movement of herbivores, and particularly the prey species for the wild dogs, is cut off. So that impacts negatively on the wild dogs and their prey item. As you can see, those are the migratory corridors of the wildlife in and out of Nairobi National Park, directly to my study area. Now, if you see the next slide, those are the areas, the migratory routes that have been cut off completely due to human development. This area, the arrows indicated in purple, have completely been blocked off, so there's no migration. This one shows the increased human activity. Now, as this trend continues, the areas highlighted in red, the population continues growing, and in a few months' time, in a few years' time, all this area will be occupied by individuals and fenced off. Now, that will have a direct impact on the migratory routes of the wildlife in and out of Nairobi National Park, the Athi Kapit Conservation Area. Now, that in turn affects the prey species of the wild dogs. Another aspect, threats to their populations, is the human-wildlife conflict. This is an image sent to me by my good friend Emmanuel of a wild dog attack in the Leshuta area of Kajiado West. Now imagine if you are a herder and this is part of your flock. How would you convince this person not to retaliate against the wild dog's attack? It got to a point where the locals were considering raiding the den locations and killing off the population so that this doesn't occur anymore. Another threat to the population in Kajiado is the prey loss, which I highlighted earlier with regards to the migratory corridors. Accidental snaring, where the poachers usually set traps for the herbivores and other species of animals. Now, these also fall victim to, the wild dogs also fall victim to the snares, unintended. Road accident, this is an image taken in northern Kenya, where a wild dog was hit by a car and left there for dead. Another major issue of concern regarding the population of the wild dogs is disease. When we talk about disease, we have the two main ones, the rabies and the distemper, which have been known to wipe out entire populations of the species. Now, how can we address this? My colleague, the group in Laikipia noted the importance of the vaccination campaigns, and they regularly do vaccination campaigns of the domestic dogs, which may interact with the wild dogs and thus spreading the disease. Now, during my study, I focused on Leshuta, Ilmasin, Lodariak, and Oltepesi in Kikonyoki ward, where I sampled 30 respondents, handed out questionnaires, and I employed the use of a handheld GPS to track their movements and a camera. Now, those are the respondent demographics. You can see the percentage of male is higher, being a mainly patriarchal society. And between the ages of 20 and 30, those are the people who regularly go herd the livestock. So the interaction between them and the wild dogs is a bit higher. And the ages of 60 to 80, 51 to 60, I interviewed them because of their historical background and perspectives and the knowledge of the area. Levels of education came in hand when discussing the awareness of if the residents were aware of the endangered situation of the species. Now, if we focus on education, as we usually say, education broadens the mind and exposure. Now, some of the people interviewed were not aware that the wild dog is an endangered species and in need of conservation. The economic activities came into play when I was analyzing the sources of income. So if you see, a good percentage of the people interviewed were pastoralists. Now the attacks directly impact on their sources of income. So that's why you see them taking a very hard stance on the wild dogs to the level of eliminating them and raiding den locations. Now, in the area, as I initially said, my objective was to investigate the presence of the wild dog in the study area of Kajiado West. And to my surprise, 96.7% of the people I interviewed had confirmed sightings of the species, meaning they are present in that area. Now, then again, I asked them the pack size. I checked on the pack size based on sightings. And as you can see, a good majority, 56%, cited individuals from 5 to 10, which is a good number, if I may say so, or 5 to 10 individuals. 34% cited about 11 and above individuals, which is good. Now, when it comes to livestock loss, 80% of the people I interviewed had lost livestock to the species. Now, this is very unfortunate considering it's not a protected areas, and the authorities should actually look at the situation and see how to address the livestock loss. Now, when it comes to reporting of the loss to KWS and other relevant authorities, 73% saw no need to report. Why? Because they've reported previously and no action has been taken, or even the authorities from KWS coming to check out, okay, this happened, we shall take this action and see how to move forward. None of that happened, and they were very, very, very disappointed. Now, that brings me to the local support for the conservation. Now, a good majority of those I interviewed actually don't care about the wild dogs. They only care about their livestock, and this is as a result of the inaction by KWS and other authorities to address their issues. Now they say they don't want to see the animals, all they want is to take care of their livestock and forget about the wild dogs and other carnivores in the area. Now, as I said earlier, what we can do, what can be done is employ rabies and vaccination campaigns for rabies and distemper, mobilization and capacity building for both state and non-state actors, and also the local population, habitat protection and preservation, where you can establish conservancy to increase the area under coverage for the wildlife, including the herbivores. Community engagement, we talk to the locals, the villagers, of the impact of the actions on the species. What should they retaliate? What does to the ecosystem and the ecosystem health? And biological management, this is translocations. Now, when it comes to this, there may be some challenges with regards to habituation and adaptation of the species to a new environment. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. That was a very insightful presentation. I know wild dogs are migratory. We occasionally get sightings in Nairobi National Park, and they come in and go out. We have been asking what will happen to the future of these migratory species if you are to fence out the entire Nairobi National Park. But there is hope. At least now we are opening up a migratory route towards Machakos, and with the conservancy movement within the the Kitengela Isinya area, then we may have some hope for some of these species. So that marks the end of this session. And we will have now the question and answer session for the 10 presentations that we did on, or we have done on wildlife population trends and dynamics. The ones we did yesterday, all those presentations that we did, the 6 presentations that we did yesterday, and the 4 presentations that we have done today. So we'll have question and answer. For those who have any question, I hope you have been writing them down. So we can have the first round of questions. I would prefer to have the presenters here in front so that they can be able to respond to the questions being asked. So all the presenters who have done it for this particular session, they can come here in front so that we can respond to the questions and the comments which you come. And our laboratories are also working on the recording on what we are, the questions that we are going to get and the answers that we are being given. So all the presenters, please come here in front and let's get the questions. Anybody with any question on the wildlife population dynamics from yesterday? You can raise up your hand. Any question or comment?
I think there's one there, she can start.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Faith Jimmy. I'm working with the Ontulili Primates Protection. My comment was going to the first speaker, Ogutu. You said, or rather, you said we conservationists focus on the dry conservation. That is when it's dry, it's when we start going around in social media, trying to show how the drought is affecting everything. And to me, that was to mean we are doing nothing during the wet season, and you encouraged us to shift our focus of conservation to the wet season. That is commendable, because all through the presentation, we are getting to know that the drought is a key thing in animal population. My question now would go to Dr. Stanlas Kivai. We are working in primate conservation. You talked about there's a problem in at the national level, whereby you said at the international level we are recognized as primate conservationists in Kenya. But at the national level, we're having a problem whereby we are not even having action plans for our primates. And one of the problems we have is some of the primates have already been declared by Kenya Wildlife Service as pests. And when we call them during the conflict that they've been causing with the residents, the KWS always encourage us to somehow kill them. So there's no solution for that. For instance, I would refer to baboon that is declared as a pest. At the moment, the population of the baboon is not a problem. But then again, if we continue killing them, it's going to be a problem tomorrow. And then we'll start fundraising to solve that problem that already we can't see now. And based on the first presenter, Ogutu, he said the animals at some point in Kenya, they were many than human population, but we started shooting them for fun. Is it the same thing that is happening to the baboon and the rest of the primates that are seen as stubborn? What are we at the national level, we primatologists, where are we in regard to coordinating some of these solutions with KWS? Thank you.
So, Prof, there's a comment. You're supposed to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you for, I think probably, maybe you didn't, maybe I did not make myself clear or you didn't get me, but you are saying that I said that conservationists should work in the wet season?
Whereby we are focusing more on dry season, like trying to show there is a problem during the dry season, but when it rains, we are doing nothing. So I said that is something that you talked about that is good. We conservationists need to focus our effort on wet season to solve some of these problems that are coming up during the dry season.
Yeah, I think probably I was not properly understood. I think what I said is that sometimes conservation efforts are not sufficient in the sense that, for example, in Masai Mara, which I gave in my talk as an example, most of the conservancies there, in total, I think they cover maybe about 1,400 to 500 square kilometers. But they are almost all of them are located within the dry season concentration areas of the migratory wildlife, the Mara, Loita wild beast, zebra, Thompson's gazelle, and eland. And so even if you are to do all we can do in conservation to protect them, it would not really help because we are not conserving the entire annual range of this migration. We would need to extend these conservancies to also cover the wet season breeding areas of these migrants, which in the Mara happens to be the Loita Plain. The same thing happens to Nairobi National Park. We have Nairobi National Park where the wildlife are concentrating, but the migratory wild beasts and zebra there need the Arctic-Kaputier plains to breed, and since they cannot access that place, it means that the migration cannot continue. That's what I said. A second thing, I think you said that referred to me. What was the second question? About me, that I can respond to.
The second one was tagged to Dr. Kivai, of which you still talked about some point where you said there was a time in Kenya where the animal population was greater than the human population, but we felt like the animal population was kind of in a way disturbing us, and we started shooting the animals, and then that is where some of the animals have been listed by IUCN as vulnerable and such.
Yeah,
so,
okay, I get you. So what I said actually is that in the period before 1885, as was demonstrated in the map that I saw yesterday, wildlife were abundant in Kenya. There were many different species, and each of these species were abundant. The human population then was low, and I said then that the guesstimate of the human population around 1897 was around 2.5 million people. So there was space for wildlife to use. But what I also said is that as a result of what people were doing, both the local people who were hunting the wildlife for meat, and in particular the game department, which was charged with the responsibility of managing wildlife then, they were mostly killing the wildlife for various reasons, including eliminating like baboons as vermin. So I think they developed method using guns for shooting them, as well as using poison and traps and all kinds of things. That was done then. Yeah, so that's what I said. I hope that clarifies the point.
Yes, that I understand, but now I want Dr. Stanlas Kivai to answer my question in regard to KWS, where right now, at the moment, baboon are pests, and their population is a lot. But right now, we are kind of killing them. Are we not creating a problem for tomorrow?
So thank you so much for your question. I had noted what you had asked. The first question was about, at national level, what are we doing in terms of primate conservation, given that we've seen continental action plans coming into place? That goes back to the issues I was alluding in the presentation, that primates at Asakusa is actually very much neglected when it comes to the wildlife conservation. I've followed the professor's presentation and many other presentations on long-term wildlife monitoring, and precisely in Mara and Amboseli. Yesterday, I made a comment about Kenya is almost at the verge of declaring the southern Patas monkey extinct in this country. Yet, the range of this species actually used to be in Mara and Amboseli. With over 50 years of research and monitoring, how comes we've missed the downward trends in this species population to a point where now we are almost declaring it gone? So that tells you how much we've neglected primates as a taxa. The same is actually happening at the national level. Talk of the rhinos, talk of the zebras, and many other things. Primates, who actually their numbers in some species are less than 200, we don't have any efforts towards either monitoring or crafting strategies to conserve them. But with WRTI now coming into place, other partners like Institute of Primate Research, I think this is the high time. We need to sit down, have a very candid conversation, and provide the country with the way forward in either recovery of these species which are really decimated and protecting the endangered ones. Coming to your second question about pests, primates as pests. You've said that most of the time when you call KWS about baboons, they will tell you, do whatever you want to do with them. I don't think that is the case. Because from Kenya Institute of Primate Research, we've collaborated with KWS to do a lot of primate relocations where human and human primate conflict is a major problem. Good example is last year we relocated baboons from here in Gilgil to resolve the problem of human-wildlife conflict. We've been doing that in Kipipiri, where we brought some colobars from there to Karura. That is also working. And above all, we need to come up with the management strategies of species or primates which we think are a nuisance or a problem, and have a guideline in how we can manage that problem. Because actually leaving the problem unattended is not a solution at all. And we've started that conversation with the Office of Linus at KWS. We are crafting a team of experts to develop now the national action plans and also the management strategies of the problem animals. So at least we are making some progress towards that. So that is what I can say. Yeah, I think I've provided an answer to your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kibai, for the good answers. For the sake of time, we would like to continue with the second section, today's section, and it is still on population dynamics, population trends. So we still have a question and answer at the end of the presentations. So just keep your questions, then we can do that at the end of the session for the sake of time. So I will call upon the first presenter for day 2, wildlife populations again. And that is Saitoti. Saitoti will come and talk about the leopards in Mala. So Saitoti, welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Mpoya Saitoti, and I'll be your presenter. Following a recommendation by the Wildlife Service, we conducted a leopard survey focusing on leopard density and putative co-occurrence with spotted hyena in the Masai Mara ecosystem, Kenya. So, why shall we study leopards? First, The African leopard is listed as vulnerable by the IUCN, with the species having lost 36% of its historical African range. And like other members of the large predator guild, leopard population is also faced by significant ongoing anthropogenic threats, like so many speakers have been saying here: habitat loss, poaching, retaliatory killing, amongst others. Leopards also interact with large predators in the ecosystem, and understanding these interactions, we believe, is key to conserving this species. Leopards species is the least studied of all carnivores in the country. So in our study, we tested 3 hypotheses, namely, leopard occurrence should be correlated with hyena occurrence. Leopard occurrence should be negatively, positively correlated with lion occurrence. And lastly, leopard occurrence should be unrelated to cheetah occurrence. Our study was done in the Mara Triangle Conservancy, commonly known as the Mara Conservancy, which is part of the Masai Mara National Reserve. And the study was between April to June 2019, which ran for 63 consecutive days. We installed 68 cameras in pairs to have images of leopards captured from both sides. In the areas of likely leopard presence as determined by our prior knowledge of leopard presence in the area, proximity to features which are common, like permanent water sources and prey trails, and also physical evidence like scratch marks on trees, and also territorial scents. Most important to note, all cameras used in this study used low glow lead to minimize disturbance of the animals. Based on the minimal leopard territory, we used 5.25 kilometer grid cell for camera placement. For estimation of density, we used the capture-recapture analysis. For prediction of leopard occurrence, we used the generalized linear mixed modeling. And for identification of these leopards, we used unique spot patterns, facial scarring, and any other features. Like we can see on our screens, that guy there has this big neck, something big hanging on the neck. So it's easy to identify even before looking at the unique spot patterns. Out of all the sampling occasions we had, we only had 2.14% captures of leopard, estimating the density at about 2 individuals in 100 square kilometers. So up there is the map of the Mara Triangle Conservancy. The red dots indicate where we had cameras, but we did not have leopard capture. And the yellow ones is where we had captures of leopards. So using the unique spot patterns I just mentioned, we were able to identify 13 individual leopards, 6 of them adult males and 7 females. And interestingly, we had 7 totally new leopards. When I say new, I mean they are not in our current database. And then we had the relative abundance index at 2.14 leopard detections per 100 camera days. And we also found out that more leopards were captured at trees as compared to on trails. During the survey, we were able to capture 36 mammals, of course, including prey species. And of the captured mammals, more than 0.5% of the camera traps captured hyenas in 153 occasions, and only in 32 occasions, which is 23.5%, that we captured lions. So what are we saying? We are saying that hyena presence was recorded within 24 hours of leopard presence at the same camera station. That is like 60% of camera stations, but not such co-occurrence of lions and leopards were documented. So the keynote there is leopard occurrence was most strongly influenced by the presence of spotted hyena. From our hypothesis, we are saying that hyena presence was the only influential variable predicting leopard occurrence in our study, showing a positive association. So we can clearly say that leopard occurrence should be correlated with hyena occurrence. Also, we did not find any evidence during this period for an association between lion and leopards. And also, due to low cheetah occurrence, we were also unable to test our third hypothesis. And down here, we can see male leopard eating poor 10-year-old female cedai. So this is an example of our database page, and the images we use for our database is, we get them from, of course, taking them from the field by our team, and also photos obtained through citizen science. So when creating the database, we give IDs to every individual leopard. For instance, we give initials letter M for males and F for females. T stands for the Mara Triangle Conservancy, and in our case here, because it's part of the National Reserve, R stands for the Masai Mara National Reserve. So for instance, when you have F008R, we are talking about female number 8 of the National Reserve. In the Mara Triangle, we identified 25 individual leopards. That is excluding the ones that we were able to capture with our camera trap. So what is the advantage of the camera trap here? The camera traps enabled us to get an increase from 25, an increase of 22%, because we had 7 more new leopards in the triangle. In the Masai Mara National Reserve, we identified 45. So the big question is, how many more leopards could we discover in the National Reserve and any other place with the help of these camera traps? So right here is an example of an image captured by our camera traps. You can see this female leopard is well comfortable and aware of the camera and very relaxed. This is clear proof that camera traps are not only effective in capturing images of animals, but they are also non-invasive. We are recommending a replication of these camera studies, that is the camera trapping across multiple conservancies and the Masai Mara National Reserve in different seasons and over multiple years. We are grateful for all the authorities and the sponsors who made this a success, and thank you.
Thank you, Saitoti. Saitoti, you have introduced a very interesting subject, the use of technology in monitoring some of these carnivores. In the early year of 2000, we used to have very big problems in identifying individuals within the Mara ecosystem. At one time, we used to do tagging, right, which was very, it's not recommended. But with the camera traps, you can learn a lot, the interaction between these carnivores in the Mara. And that is very insightful. I wish we could do the same in other protected areas. We get more information and we can understand the species even better. So I wish to introduce my session ends here, and I would like to introduce the next moderator, Dr. Noah David Manoa. Manoa will take you through this particular session as we introduce Israel Macau to continue with the presentation. Macau will be talking about the Dik-diks, the modeling of Dik-dik populations and distribution within the Savo ecosystem. So Manoa, And
A round of
Israel
applause to Bernard, who navigated this yesterday and today, please. And as Dr. Manoa takes over, we want to be able to cover much ground until 1:30 when we break for lunch. This is just to announce the other sessions, breakaway sessions that were slotted for today at 10:30 have also started in the other breakaway room. So if you refer to the programs that you have, they've also started that in case that's what you really were keen on. But feel free to stay here as Dr. Manoa continues with his session.
Thank you very much, Mark. Sorry that I was late because I was on the other side also giving another presentation. But good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session. And because of the interest of time, we are not going to talk so much. I will welcome the second presenter. And I have a timekeeper. When you are remaining with 5 minutes to go, you will sort of lift a card so that you can know how many minutes are remaining so that we are keeping on time. So please go ahead, carry on.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm presenting on the modeling of spatial distribution of Kiki's Dik-dik in the greater Sable ecosystem. Dik-diks in the world have been identified in 4 species. Generally, Dik-diks are known to be forming monogamous, strictly monogamous couples. Kiki's Dik-dik range in the eastern and southwestern Africa. They are grassland, shrub, ecotone restricted species. They are also very economical in allocation or selection of browse, shade, and predator hideouts. The research problem that prompted us to undertake this study is that Kiki's Dik-dik are major bush meat poaching threat in the greater Sable ecosystem. They have been found to form they are the most poached among other species in the ecosystem, as seen in that graph. Over a 5-year period, the number of incidences of Dik-diks poached have been increasing. In fact, up to date, September this year, some researchers have identified that in the Kenyan parks, poaching is the primary driver of declining wildlife populations. In principle, as a matter of principle, integrated protection of the wild populations is expected to enhance recovery. Species management decisions are often informed by their distribution, as has been determined by previous researchers, because we need to understand where the species are targeted for protection are. But in the Savo ecosystem. We don't know the population status in terms of numbers and distribution, despite of the fact that we have temporal period ground counts that have been running for mammals. It is for these reasons management requested researchers in the ecosystem to undertake study to understand where the Dik-diks that have been threatened with poaching are. Also understand the factors that influence the distribution of the population. Ground transect surveys with model fitting of generated environmental variables have been understood to be good for investigating species distributions, to inform protection and conservation measures, and maximum entropy models, among others, has been identified as one of the best for species distribution or environmental niche modeling because of its good predictive accuracy and ease of use. The study objectives, therefore, were to predict the current distribution of Dik-dik in the ecosystem in relation to associated environmental variables. And based on that distribution, advise protection of the species. The study area comprised the 3 national parks, Savo National Park, South Kitui National Reserve, Taita Taveta Ranges, Galana Kulalu Ranges, and also the shared ranchlands between the Aboseli and the Savo ecosystem in Kajiado. The study area is mainly arid savanna plains, forming 98%, and 2% is hilly dry forest, mainly in the Chulu Hills. Land use include community agroforestry settlements, which are exclusive of wildlife, mainly in the Makueni and the Kitui counties, community ranching or wildlife conservancies in Taita, Kwale, Kilifi, and Tana River counties, exclusive wildlife conservation in the national parks. The method we used to generate data for the modeling of distribution is the line transects ground method as described by Norton Griffiths in 1978. The ecosystem study area was stratified into 5 blocks: Chulu Hills, Savo West National Park, Savo East National Park, Taita Ranches, and the 5th Galana Kularu Ranch, in the proportions indicated in the 4th column here. The data that was generated comprised coordinates of sightings of the Dik-dik, their numbers, their sex and age structures, habitat dynamics, vegetation, species adjacent to the sighted groups, their phenotypes, after the data collection, the physical data was transferred to electronic format, whereby 1655 sightings of Dik-dik groups were recorded, and from this number, we had 400 sample points randomly selected for sample to test multicollinearity of the explanatory variables that are postulated to influence occurrence and distribution of the Kiki's Dik-dik. The method that was used to determine the sample size for the modeling was that of Cochrane, 1977. Then the multicollinearity applied the variance inflation factor, and all the 12 environmental factors that were postulated were found to be not correlating. Then the data layers in form of rasters were fitted in the maximum entropy software package to model the distribution of the Dik-dik according to Phillips and other researchers. So the variables included presence only records of the Dik-diks in form of coordinates, which is expected to be the independent variable. The explanatory variables were distances from road networks, land cover, slope, rivers, precipitation, temperature, water points, management points, settlements, goats and sheep, distance from common zebra, and predator density. Preliminary descriptive statistics included exploring the count rates of the Dik-diks per block. And it was determined that this was highest in the Taita Taveta ranges, followed by Savo West. Third was Savo East National Park, and the lowest was Galana Kulalu. Galana and the lowest Chulu Hills. The other exploration was the incidences, levels of anthropogenic activities, which was found to be lowest in Savo West and Savo East National Parks, highest in the ranches. The model is evaluated using parameter estimates of the area under the curve, receiver operating characteristic, and when the area under the curve is less than 0.7 ordinal scale, the accuracy is low. If it is 7 or above, the accuracy is good, accuracy of the model. And standard deviation in this case was 0.02. That indicated that this model was good in its predictive capacity and also reliable and satisfactory. Jackknife tests analysis is usually used in the model to determine variables' importances. And when all the variables were combined, land cover was found to be the most important, followed by water points, precipitation, density of carnivores, and last, management points at a contribution rate of 69%. Under land cover, that is sensitivity analysis, shrub and woodlands are the most important compared to the other types. Water point are important at the riparian and decrease as distance to water sources increase. Precipitation was medium in importance at the level of 85 to 90 and increases up to certain threshold and then drops.
Would you kindly please sum up?
Okay.
Please.
Management points were also important in determining the rate of occurrence of Dik-diks. That one we have said. But under land cover, it is the shrubland which are important, which means agriculture, grassland, and the rest were weak in determining Dik-dik occurrence. From the species distribution model, we also determined that the areas of suitability for Dik-dik, whereby we had the highest lowest area being in Sable East because of the open grassland, and the highest being in Sable West and Sable East.
Israel, please, if you could probably just give us your conclusion. We are actually lagging behind with 4 hours. So
we determined that areas of high suitability for Dik-dik were in Sable West, Mzima, Muruka sector, in Sable East, Ithumba, and Athi sector, and we had also medium habitat suitability for most of the Taita Taveta ranch lands and conservancies, very low in most of the Chulu Hills and Kulalu sector.
Conclusion, please. Conclusion.
Yeah.
Conclude.
So the management implications are that a high potential to grow Dik-dik population through shrubland, woodland restoration, reversing adverse land uses, providing water points, operational ranger bases in northern Chulu Hills, conservancies, southern and northeastern parts of Sable East. Protection ought to focus the actual suitable sites, as I had mentioned earlier, in Sable West and the Sable East, as well as Taita Taveta ranches. Kulalu, Dik-dik subpopulation is not sustainable due to ongoing land use conversion to agro-pastoral settlements.
All right, thank you very
In the meantime,
Thank you, thank you,
because
thank you. Thank you.
modeling distribution of the Dik-dik is not
Israel.
perfecting.
Sorry,
We are
I'll
also
have to-
doing the demographics of the Dik-diks as well as the poaching situation in the greater
Thank
Savo
you.
ecosystem. We acknowledge those partners
Thank
who
you.
supported the study in various ways.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think it's very, very informative. Sometimes we forget about the small species that are of not international concern until the population has gone down. So I think it is very important for us also to focus on these small species. I don't know whether Luke Lucaria is around as the next presenter. Lion, please try and stick to the time because don't need to eat into the next presenter's time. We are actually late by almost 4 hours, so let's try and stick to time.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this session. My name is Lion Lenguya. I lead the leopard program under San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance in collaboration with Loisaba Conservancy and Impala Research Center. Today I want to talk to you about the interactions between the African leopards and the olive baboon. I know many people will think, why the baboon? We have had discussions around the baboon. I think one of the reasons why I took the topic is because I'm among few people who have had a very good understanding of both the primate world as well as the large carnivore world. So, and I think we have the elephant people. I wouldn't ask a better photo, a better background using the elephant as my background, part of that photo. So as you can see the list of our partners. This work mainly forms part of my master's thesis at the University of Nairobi, hopefully to defend in November and graduate at the end of the year. So objectively, the key question is to understand mainly in a broader picture, how do the leopard use the space as well as the baboons? However, then one of the key questions is to understand the population densities, or rather the numbers of leopards and baboons in Loisaba Conservancy. And secondly, we know that baboons, they have sleeping sites, so I also wanted to understand the drivers of baboon sleeping site choice. What constitutes a very good sleeping site choice for baboon? And thirdly, is the predation risk at night. What does it mean, the presence of leopards at a sleeping site at night? Does it mean that the baboon will shift the sleeping site, or they will still continue and use the sleeping site? And finally, is to understand the spatio-temporal overlap, the activity patterns. How do the leopards partition space and time, and how do the baboons partition the same space and time? So again, I'll repeat, my study area was Loisaba Conservancy. So that's the map of Luisaba Conservancy, and please, you will excuse my little video there. It's on a daytime, and a male baboon is chasing a subadult female leopard. It tends to go round, but it's the male baboons who are chasing a female leopard. So we have the map of Laikipia, and then shows where it occurs, the central part of Kenya. And the grid here, all the red dots represents the camera traps, long-term camera traps for leopard. So, and you can see they are not distributed everywhere. There is some areas that we have avoided, and basically these are plains. And the reason why we avoided mounting camera traps on these areas is because we thought, or at least there is evidence that leopards do not maintain those territories. However, they use those territories. The same camera trap was used to populate the data on space and time use also of baboons. The little square black dots actually are the camera traps that I mounted on 4 baboon sleeping site, then to contribute, or rather to help me answer the night predation part of that question. So how did I get to finalize or to understand the baboon density? So distance sampling using existing road transect is what we used. All the area, we did the search and ensure that all the areas were properly covered. And this is the map of Luisaba Conservancy using the 16 road transects, and you can see still my camera trapping. And the little black dots actually are sightings of baboon across the space and time. So generally we had 12 sampling occasions, and we encountered at least 146 baboon groups. So the transects in one occasion at least covered 95 kilometers. So the density, to quantify the density, I used the density software. So, and in Luisaba Conservancy, we had 3 baboons every kilometer square, which is quite a high number, with an abundance of 655 individuals. And the mean of the baboons within the study area at least ranged close to 41 individual baboons. I would like to highlight about the baboon density. I think the national census in 2021, I think there was a very big gap that was highlighted in that document, and I think this can contribute towards that. So leopard density, so I use spatially explicit capture-recapture models. So these models are very good in terms of using in identifiable species like the leopards. So the previous presenter from Mara highlighted how you can use the patterns, the coat patterns of leopards to identify leopards. They are akin to a fingerprint. So every individual leopard have a signature of coat patterns, and in that, you can be able to build the identification database of leopards. So in Luisaba Conservancy, using the data through that space, we were able to model that at least 11 leopards existed in every 100 kilometer square, and we had 25 leopards, the abundance of leopards in Luisaba Conservancy in that time and period. The redetections of leopards in Luisaba was around 3.9 kilometers, and that is the space where one individual leopard can be captured by the next camera traps. And this is the demographics. So the female leopards were around 60% of the total captures, or the total percentage, and males were closer to 40%. So, but still we had some unidentified individual leopards. And this is whereby the night video is blurry, or you capture the tail and you are not able to identify the individual leopards. So baboon sleeping site choice. So what are the drivers of baboon selecting a sleeping site? So we looked at several ways, or rather parameters, that drive baboon sleeping site. So, and at the same time, while we were doing distance sampling for the counts, we also used the same strategy in identifying and collecting data on all the sleeping site choice. So, I mean the baboon sleeping site. We use the local ranger, as we know that the rangers are very instrumental. A very good example is Loisaba Conservancies, the study area. There is blocks, different blocks, and these blocks, they have rangers. They patrol the whole day, so they are able to tell us where we can find the baboon sleeping sites as we continue with our distance sampling. So how do we confirm the use or what we quantify as baboon sleeping sites? So two ways. One is the use of actual baboon presence at the sleeping site very early in the morning or late in the evening, as well as using poops, the piles. So with my experience as a primatologist, it is very easy for me to quantify a sleeping site. So once a sleeping site is identified, then we use a quadrat 50 by 50 meters with the used trees or cliff as the centroid at that particular site. And then we were able then to collect data on tree height, the DBH, presence or absence of overlapping canopies, the fast branching. All these variables were collected on the used versus unused trees of the same characteristics. On the cliffs, we collected data on the part of the cliff that was used versus the area that was not used. So we assessed 144 sleeping sites and 72 trees and then 72 cliffs. And the mean of the trees is around 17 meters, while the cliffs was around 20 meters high. However, one very key thing that we noted is that 96% of these cliffs that were used, they had ledges for the cliffs, and ledges are little areas whereby baboons can dock at night. So like this is a ledge, baboons can dock. And most of these trees, they have overlapping canopies. So this is overlapping canopies which forms bridges. So a very important part of that is that it can only support baboon weight, but not leopard weight. So they form very good exit areas in case of night predation. So I used mainly the GLM, so to remove the variables that are not very important. So looking at the tree use, overlapping canopies is very important. However, baboons can still use trees without overlapping canopies, so long as they meet a threshold of being very tall. And you can see that around 75% or probability of use, the tree must meet a height of at least around 20 meters. So for the cliffs, the presence of ledges is very important. However, in the study site, we couldn't find any cliff without ledges that were used by the baboons. So, but if you look at the cliff height, similarly, around the 75 probability use, you notice just around 16 meters, which really translates to the difficulty the leopard has to really access baboons on top of cliffs. So it really means that so long as a cliff is of good height and with ledges, then it can really easily be used by the baboons as a sleeping site. So I'll quickly transition to leopard predation risk. So we mounted 4 camera traps at baboon sleeping site to record presence or use of baboons and also record the presence of leopard and what that means. So I will quickly highlight tree number 3. So as you can see, the increase in the visitation of leopard, it translates to decrease in the use of baboons of those sleeping sites, even if they are very good. However, the cliffs are very high used by the baboons and very little visitation by the leopard. This means that it's because of the security that the cliffs provide. So generally, there was only 4% of the total time the leopard visited these sites. So leopards had no significant effect on the baboon use of sleeping sites, and this is because of presence of ledges as well as presence of overlapping canopies. Smaller groups, however, were visited more than the larger groups. The more there are eyes, the better So this sort of agrees with the risk aversion hypothesis. So I'll play a little video. I'm not sure if it will play. So this is at night. So, and you can see this female introducing actually a cub to a baboon sleeping site. So, and on a daytime, we know actually baboons can be, can attack the leopards, but at night it really shows how vulnerable the baboons are for this female to introduce actually a cub to a baboon hunting, a baboon sleeping site. So I'll quickly, and almost concluding, to the temporal overlap. So crepuscular is when the light is very low. I will highlight this. As you can see, there is a very high interaction, and we think this is where most of the predation happen, before baboon leaving the sleeping sites and when they are coming to the sleeping sites. So leopards are more nocturnal and baboons were more diurnal. So, and this is the activity patterns, the temporal interactions. So they interacted 32%, shown on the grayscale. Both the leopards and baboon displayed bimodal activity patterns. I will only highlight on the open habitat and the closed habitat. In the evening, baboons actually avoided the closed habitat because of predation risk. However, in the daytime, there is a spike of leopard use of open habitat to try and increase the chances of predating on baboon around the twilight. So to almost finalize, so looking at the sex differences, so female leopards overlapped with baboons as twice as the males. And I think, however, there's a need for further research that the female leopards actually predate more on baboons, but there is need for further research on that. So on spatial, the use of space, so in a year, 55% at least overlap, and they overlapped more on the dry season due to shrinking of resources. So to conclude, takeaways, I think my time is running. However, there is a minimum predation risk, as we note on the baboon sleeping site, depending on the exit routes. And then I will also just want to say on the leopard perspective, to WRTI as my last bullet point, I think this data is very critical to contribute towards the national leopard census, which was highlighted in 2021 national census. So thank you so much for your time once again.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much. I think that is another informative study. I think he had the courage to sort of dive into a study that is not easy for a very elusive species. And I think many of you will be looking forward to reading his paper. And I think also it is very, very important. He has shown a sort of a collaboration and a support from the partners supporting young people to become scientists. I'm told that we'll stop there. He will be the last presenter for now. And then we shall go for lunch at Rose Dining, where we went yesterday. And then we shall reconvene here again at 2:25 for the keynote address. And then after that, we shall go for our parallel session again. So enjoy your lunch.
kama sewele toko nena.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's please settle down. We want to have the keynote for the day by Bwana Josephat, and then move on to the breakaway sessions. We don't want to eat too much into the cocktail and the dinner session. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. So please, if you can hear me, please settle down to your chairs, to your respective positions, please, so we can have your attention. Tafadhali, mabibi na mabwana, lads and ladies, tafadhal, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, please, let's have your attention so we could start the afternoon session with the keynote address. Good idea. If you can hear me, clap once. That doesn't sound like the whole room. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you're going for the cocktail, clap once. All right, have your attention. Asante sana. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have Josephat Makanga, who's going to speak on the use of wildlife science for enhanced biodiversity, conservation, and improved livelihoods. And Bwana Josephat, I can tell there's a lady here taking a picture. This is available for people for consumption later. That is the presentation. Utashare. This can be shared. I'm sure through the registry, everyone who submitted their emails, these presentations will be made possible. And also thank you to the technical team for hooking us up to those 2 screens in case this big screen is a bit too far for you. So asanteni for your attention. Right after this, we resume the breakaway sessions where we had left off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bwana Josephat.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Josephat Makaga. I'll be presenting the keynote speech for this afternoon, use of wildlife science for enhanced biodiversity, conservation, and improved livelihoods. And the topic is remote sensing and natural resource survey for wildlife conservation. I'm representing on behalf of my Director General, Dr. Imado Nkuruziza, who is also engaged in another activity, and I will start. That will be my outline. I will talk about RCMRD briefly, because as a policy from my institution, when you have an audience, you have to say who you are. So as an institution, I will talk briefly just whom we are. So RCMRD, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, founded in 1975 at the auspices of African Union and Economic Commission for Africa, just when the countries had received independence and others were in the process of obtaining independence, and they were grappling with the question of development using the available natural resources. At the time, the only natural resource that was available or they could see was land. So essentially it was to do mapping, technology, advisory around mapping. But we have expanded our mandate as the needs and demand has also increased. So as like all institutions, we have vision and mission, and our mission is to strengthen capacity of our stakeholders and also our member states to be able to generate and apply and also disseminate geoinformation and allied technologies for sustainable development. And regional center is composed of 20 countries, starting from Botswana. Okay, the countries that you see in green, those are the composition of the RCMRD. We have an obligation to give them services. They have they can demand services from us. The ones in pink, we are not obliged, but we work together. Then the ones in black are our other stakeholders. So our core mandates, we are very strong on capacity building, data information dissemination, servicing and calibration of surveying equipment, because as you collect data, the tools need to be calibrated so that you are collecting accurate data on the ground. We do advisory services, we do project implementation, also with our partners, and we do research development, and we do knowledge management. That's most of our projects end up with a geoportal, a training, and even a website for the institutions who didn't have one. So our broad areas of our thematic areas: agriculture and food security, environment and natural resources and monitoring, water and water-related disasters, land administration and management, weather and climate, and knowledge management. So currently, these are the key projects that we are undertaking. And we have a booth, by the way, as you are entering, we have a booth to your right, the second one. So if you visit the booth, you'll get some of this information, so I will not go deep into it. So coming back to the natural resource surveying and the conservation, and focusing on the wildlife. How is it so easy to map wildlife? First, because of where they live, the shelter. It's a geographical area. Can be visited, can be mapped. Where they get nourishment, it's on the ground. Specific places can be mapped, can be documented. Where they get refreshments, or how they replenish the solution in their bodies. I call it the sea salt solution in their bodies, which is also existing in us, which is an indicator of our origin. Where they get this water is also on the ground, can be mapped. And also for the place they stay, the territory where they do nesting is also on the ground. So it is very easy to map these locations.
And at the center of it, a conservation and management plan. Because if we are to live with them, then we need to live in a way that we give them the space, we try the remaining space, and because we human beings, we think, we can be able to plan, and plan also for them. So how is the mapping done? Doing a detailed survey involving determination of the sizes, of the physical extent of the area, through ecosystem mapping, an inventory of land cover changes in the ecosystem, because ground changes with the seasons, with the climate change, and also through our own activities. Doing an inventory of the biodiversity in the ecosystem and finding interlinkages between the different animal species and also their environment. Also doing an ecosystem vulnerability analysis, mostly using the DIPSA analysis, because an ecosystem as it exists. It exists naturally, but it interacts. There are people who interact with the animals, interact other species, and you need to know the vulnerability of an ecosystem, especially that one that is harboring or where animals live. So sometimes water gets reduced, the grassland gets reduced, so they are exposed to certain drivers, pressures, and they also impact. So doing analysis of the same, and because we also have the human being, you also need to do the socio-economic evaluation so that the people can also see a benefit from whatever activity that is being undertaken. Because if people see that they don't have a benefit, then they will reject any conservation plan within their environs. Then development of a management plan, a management and conservation plan. So what are the tools? Natural GIS has been known as the technology that can be used or that has been used all over the world in the natural resource management, exploration, management, distribution of the natural resources. You need to know where the resources are, how much these resources are, who are the beneficiaries, where they are, how do they interact, and as you utilize, and they are getting less, how long can they last? So all these can be mapped and analyzed through the GIS and remote sensing. Also deriving statistical evidence for endorsing management policies and prioritizing community-based wildlife management practices without which wildlife human neighborhood could just be a theater for the survival for the fittest. Yeah, because humans think animals, humans reason, they can make a plan, but animals exist naturally using instinct unless they are managed by the humans, and these humans should be empowered, sensitized, then the natural selection, you know what will be the results. So some of the methods of mapping is on the ground survey, moving around the study area to map the main animal species present. Can also involve handheld cameras, GPS. You move to the grazing areas, you go to the water points, or even flying flocks. While on the ground, the flocks is above you. Some of the methods that have been used, and this one I obtained from the Directorate of Resource Survey and Remote Sensing. They use the aerial aircraft moving above the animals, and as the animals rest or they are grazing, they are frozen in a picture. And there are softwares that can be used to extract the numbers, or you can do a physical count. The other method is also using other observation systems, such as satellite remote sensing, and you can track the animal's behavior or animal's presence through EDCs derived from the remote sensing data, like the NDVI, the normalized water, normalized difference water index. For example, the snapshot I've given here is a study we are doing in Sudan, in a national park, where they were trying to track the animals using the the normalized water, normalized difference water index using during the wet season. And then I've put a series of satellites here that are existing that you can use. Nowadays, data is so much. There's so much data. Probably we need to imagine more so that we can be able to put all this data into applications. Even the high resolution data nowadays is free. 10 meters is quite high. And you can be able to map any ecosystem using a 10-meter resolution imagery. This is a map I obtained from the National Wildlife Census. It's a wetland within the Kisumu, Lake Victoria, and it shows the distribution of the Statunga. And these Statungas, these are physical points on the ground. But why are they there? They are there because of the environment. There is probably what they graze on. So doing a good analysis, a historical analysis of land cover within that area, you can track or you can be able to see the relationship between the sightings of the antelopes and the changes in the environment for the purpose of enacting mitigation methods if you find that the animals are reducing or they're increasing. So what are our experiences? I'll talk about 3 projects that we have done that are directly related with the wildlife or natural resource survey. The first one is the regional resource hub. And if you could visit our booth there, you can get more information. This contributes the regional resource hub to biodiversity monitoring in the Eastern Africa. We provide information, data about the protected areas. Within a bigger region, I think we are about 24 countries in the East and South Africa. And the objective is to create a knowledge hub for the Eastern and Southern Africa region that supports better decision-making for fair and effective management and governance of protected and conserved areas. The hub compiles and analyzes relevant data and provides information to support the field interventions, policy dialogue, and decision-making process at local and also national levels. The initiative is being pioneered by Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific, the ACP. It's funded by European Union, implemented jointly with International Union of Conservation, the JRC, and it is hosted at the regional center. So the countries you find in, okay, you can't see that slide, sorry. Okay, the Biopama, which is a predecessor of the regional resource hub, will be added in 2024. Then from there, the regional resource hub will take over and move beyond. So the countries there in the green are the countries that are being or that are beneficiaries of the project. And the key activities is to create tools for effective monitoring of effective monitoring, and there are certain tools there that I have highlighted. the MET and the SARG, the green list. And we also do the assessing of the progress of the updating of the protected areas. We support countries in monitoring global diversity targets. We do a lot of capacity building, updating the wild data for protected areas, and also generating knowledge products. So that is like a statistics of the countries that are so far updated their maps, biodiversity maps, and out of the 24 countries, 20 have already done so. Possible areas of collaboration with the Regional Resource Hub. We really like information. We like to share data, and for us to share data, you have to receive data. So if you want to get data from us, we operate on the open data policy, but we also want our collaborators and any other institutions that we work with, that they also provide us data. So information sharing, session to create awareness to the Regional Resource Hub,
provide contacts for partners in the country that provide the protected area data, monitor and track global biodiversity targets. We do engage with the potential users, grant opportunities, project data. We inform policy development and national and regional at regional level, and capacity development on the management and analysis. We have other projects like the MSD, MESA, GMESA in Africa. The MESA was a project that was covered in 10 countries, spearheaded by IGAD, looking at the land degradation. You see the animals, the places they live can also be affected by land degradation. We have another one that's called the Monitoring for Environment Security for Africa, which also was covered in 10 countries. We have also the GMES that is already running, covering 14 countries with 3 services: land degradation monitoring assessment, wetland monitoring assessment, and the open geographic regional reference database. So you have repository of a lot of data sets that is free. You can log in there and you can obtain that data. So we also have the countries that we work with, they have specific needs. For example, this one, they just needed to know the map of the park. The park is just, the boundary is just defined by the names, by description. But we needed to put it on the ground using a map so that they can use it. We do a lot of participatory mapping. You can see the first picture there. We have the managers of a park. They give us their views. Then we go to the ground. We find the rangers, and we work together with them. In this case, they wanted to have a map that they can use to count animals and open the park. And through the discussion that we had with them, we are able to do that. We do youth mentorship. For example, here there's a map competition that we held last year, and we have another one that is running. Actually, it's closing by 30th of September. We direct the youth to enroll, register, and also compete. There are very nice rewards in it. So have we learned anything? Yes, we have learned a lot. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'll talk about the need to have multi-agency collaboration. It's important since different institutions have different expertise and mandates. Community involvement is key for the success in many of the projects that touch people and livelihood. Involvement of the private sector to create business opportunities as the government does not do business. This is for sustainability purposes. Involvement of academia, research institutions for the knowledge transfer and improvement of the programs that we run. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of my slides. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Josephat Makanga. I am Mokeka. I come from Wildlife Research and Training Institute, and I'm moderating this short session. We have 10 minutes to ask questions or give some, whatever you feel like you really want to be given forth for Mr. Maranga. Yeah, we as Wildlife Research and Training Institute, we are one institution that is actually privileged to work with the regional center. We are actually a partner with them. The purpose and the needs for remote sensing cannot really be emphasized at this point. We really know what remote sensing means. A good example would have been just to show how Nairobi National Park was 20 years ago and how it is today with regard to what we keep on referring to the Earth capacity ecosystem. So remote sensing offers opportunities because it goes back in time, way back almost to 1970s, and the current remote sensing platforms are really so advanced that with the picture that he has just showed us from DRSRIS, you can really use artificial intelligence to count wildlife. And it is for that reason that GIS and remote sensing, for which Mr. Maranga is actually ahead of GIS at the regional center, is actually plays a pivotal role in wildlife conservation. So I've spent 1 minute. We have 9.5 minutes for us. So I'm not going to say we want only 2 questions. We are just going to spend the 10 minutes. Thank you so much. We welcome any questions for Mr. Maranga. Thank you.
Go on, 2 questions, please.
Here.
Yeah,
We have
all right.
one from Professor.
Please pass this on to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maranga, for the excellent presentation. My interest is in forensic science and forensic in terms of crime scene management. How would remote sensing be used in that particular area? Thank you.
So I think we'll let him answer that question before we move to the next one. Maranga.
You talked of forensic survey. Forensic science.
I'm talking about forensic science where you use science in law, in court. How would that, for example, in a crime scene or where?
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
thank
I get you. Yeah, it's the forensic sciences in crime mapping. It's when, if there is an accident or if there is an activity that has happened that has maybe led to destruction of properties, can even be flooding, can be fire. You use the before the image and the after image, and then you can map the extent of change between the 2 scenes. You can quantify, and if you have got a very good database, if it is people living in an area, and you have mapped their households, you can see who and who has been affected. Also goes beyond that, even epidemics, that you don't want to really to go to an area that has prone to, or an infection has already happened. So you can use the remote sensing to know even the people who need evacuation and their needs by use of drones, aerial camera. Actually, that is my specialization area. And also the 3D mapping, even getting the height of buildings and the occupants of the people, depending on the building standards. Thank you.
Any other questions? Dignitary, you can continue with the...
So I think remote sensing is really a very complicated subject, just like forensic science itself. Before Professor actually expounded, I would really have stammered to answer that question. But I want to imagine that remote sensing still offers that opportunity. When we want to map a rise in sea level, the threats to mangroves along the coastlines, the issues of land degradation, those are issues that cannot really be seen by just flying maybe a drone or maybe doing a simple photography. The good thing with remote sensing is that it gives us a landscape approach that we can really be able to visualize and then maybe advise the management. Indeed, it's only that we don't have time. We would have actually just shown a classical example of what is really happening to the landscape as it is today. I think at this level, we are going to move to the next sessions. And thank you so much for being with us. And I hand over to the MC to direct us on the way forward.
Thank you, Dignitary. The breakaway sessions resume and continue as where we left. So we had Dr. David Manoa here. He covered some ground. I think we had 3 presentations. and we follow through. If you are a presenter for any of the breakaway sessions and you haven't submitted your presentation so it could be lined up and queued, please do with the moderator in your respective breakaway room. At two-way hall, we had holding fort Dr. Fred, but a portion for that was Dr. Judy Nyunja. And they're talking about initiatives towards wildlife habitat restoration and connectivity. And then we also have next to that at Acacia, we had Mr. Lala, who was taken over after Dr. Frederick. So we have, actually it's Frederick Lala who's at Acacia for approaches to enhance human-wildlife coexistence in human-dominated landscapes. So let's all settle into our respective breakaway rooms of interest. Just remember there is dinner and cocktail later today, so we will cover ground, make sure we have all the presentations apportioned for today, and also enjoy our evening with the cocktail and dinner. So as you make your way out, please do so silently. Let's be a bit silent. Let's observe and respect those who are staying here at Kiboko Hall. As you leave for the other breakaway rooms, tafadhali, let's be a bit quiet for those who are continuing with their session here. Tafadhali, if we're staying here, let's just respect those who want to remain at this session. I'll walk over to you if I have to, just so that we can kick on with the breakaway sessions and cover as much ground as possible. No pressure to leave here. If you want to be here at the Kiboko Hall session that was lined up where we left, tutaendelea. But as we leave, if you're leaving to Two-Way Hall or Acacia, tafadhali, let's do so quietly so that we don't disrupt the next session. Tafadhali, let's do so as quietly as we can. Let's not disrupt those who are settling in for this breakaway session here at the Kiboko Hall. Tafadhal. Thank you for observing the silence. Because Dr. Manoa wants to take over and have your attention, please. Thank you. Plates down and everything. Sawa. Dr. Manoa, I believe you have a microphone in hand and you're ready to take over. The session is yours. And let's remember, we will have the Q&As right after, so pay attention. Write your questions down. Dr. Manoa, as he navigates, will give you an opportunity to ask the questions that you would have.
Thank you very much, Mark, and good afternoon, everyone. And let's resume from where we stopped before lunch. We had 3 presentations that we did, and we still have 6 more presentations to do, and then there is another session. So I want to request the presenters, please, may you come in front so that we don't waste time transiting from one presentation to another. I will be very strict on time because, as I said earlier, we don't have much time. We have already wasted at least 4 hours, so we want to recover that. So we will be very, very strict. Try and make use of your 15 minutes or less. Don't use 15.5 or 16. So the presenter that we are expecting is Hamza Kija. I don't know whether you are in the house. Karibu sana kaka. Dakika 15. Kabisa. Yeah, I have a timekeeper here, my colleague. When it is 5 minutes to go, he will show you a card. And when it is 2 minutes to go, you will also raise the card. So please, kaka endelea.
Asante. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my colleagues, I'm here to present on the dynamics of herbivore distribution and habitat selection in the Greater Serengeti ecosystem. I'll go through the introduction, material and methods, discussion part, conclusion, and recommendation, and I'll conclude with acknowledgements. In science, we know that having a knowledge on wildlife distribution and how well animals use the habitats is very important. And we understand that wildlife species, they do have a choice on a habitat which is available for utilization. And literally we understand that preferred habitats are always used more than expected as compared to other types of habitats. And they always influence the species distribution across or in any protected area. Besides that, we understand that wildlife species have a selection. Either they go for similar tract of habitat or they go for multiple habitat. Several works have been done in the Serengeti ecosystem, but they always, maybe they were looking on the specific habitats based on the single species or multi-species, and sometimes they're looking on the vegetation cover types, and not all studies, the previous studies did not cover the entire ecosystem, so they were looking on either a specifically protected area or a part of protected area. So, our current study has considered multiple feeding guilds and looked on the range contraction as well as habitat quality across the ecosystem, of which previous studies did not look at. Our objective was to assess the spatial-temporal distribution of wildlife during, the period between 1995 to 2025, and specifically, we looked on how herbivore spatial distribution across protected area differed, and how the distribution range either contracted or expanded. Also, we related the spatial temporal distribution with the available habitat types and selection of wildlife species. Our study area was the Serengeti ecosystem, which has got almost like 9 different protected areas falling under 6 types of protected areas. Besides all of this, the ecosystem is highly threatened by anthropogenic related activities. We used the Landsat images for the year 1997 and 2015 to characterize land use and the land cover as part of the habitat for the selected species. Also, for habitat quality, we used the INVEST model to characterize the habitat quality into high, medium, and low habitat. For wildlife species, we had data for browsers, grazers, and mixed feeder for the entire study period. And for our study species, we had 7 species grouped into 3 feeding guilds, that is mixed feeders for impala and elephant, browsers for grand gazelle and giraffe, and the rest were grazers. We stratified, we divided the Serengeti ecosystem into almost 1,500 grids of 5 by 5 kilometers, and we overlaid the point data, which are aerial data. This data, they are being collected after every 3 years. And we have the data from 1980s up to 2022. Data analysis. For habitat selection, we use the chi-square with the Benfelon confidence interval. And for the habitat quality maps, we used the INVEST model as I said previously. On the habitat quality maps, we reclassified the habitat into 3 habitat types, as I said before: the low quality, medium quality, and high quality habitat. And for habitat use and species preference, these were determined by use of Benfellon simultaneous confidence interval and chi-square goodness of fit. On the results, based on the mean observation, we can see that the upper line is for the year 1995, and the other one is for 2015. If we look on the browsers, the mean observation were higher in 1995 and lower in 2015. And if we look on the mean observation for the grazers and mixed feeders, generally we are higher as compared to 1995. For range expansion and contraction, we observed that the distribution range of browser species contracted over time, and the distribution for grazers and mixed feeders expanded over time across the study period. Additionally, if you look on the two time slices, for browsers, almost we had like 43% of the grids were covered, were occupied by browsers. And after 40 years, in 2015, the occupants was lower to almost 31%. And looking at how the species are distributed, we can see that there was no obvious change in species mean distribution across the ecosystem. And overall, the distribution range of browsers declined by almost 12%. For grazers, in 1995, they covered almost 34%, and 40 years later, the occupants was almost close to 42% of the sampled grids. And based on the mean observation, they did not differ across the entire ecosystem, and the distribution range actually expanded for almost 7.71%. For mixed feeders, in 1995, it was almost 23%, whereas after 40 years later, it increased to 27, indicating an expansion of almost 4.35%. And looking on the spatial temporal distribution of mixed feeders, we can see that there is almost a similar distribution pattern. For habitat selection, we found that almost all species avoided low quality habitats. The AV means avoided, the PU is proportional use, and the PR refers to the most preferred habitat types. So you can see that for the oral feeding gills, they mostly avoided the low quality habitat, and they selected for either proportional use or the high quality habitats. In our discussion, the low or decline in the distribution range of browsers, specifically maybe on the less protected area, we may associate it with the sensitivity of the species to human disturbance across the study ecosystem. And our findings, they are consistent with other studies reported elsewhere in the country, in Tanzania. And general browsers avoided low quality habitats and had a selection to medium and high quality habitats. This might be maybe linked to a habitat degradation across the protected areas within the Serengeti ecosystem. For grazers, we observed the increase in number from 1995 to 2015, and the range contraction was more evident in game reserve and national park, of which there are high categories of protection status in the country. Again, for grazers, we saw that actually they prefer the high, medium to high quality habitats during both stud periods. For mixed feeders, that's impala and elephant, the range actually expanded from 1995 to 2015, and this maybe is associated with herbivore number, with the increase of herbivore number in the ecosystem. Whereas we find that as well, the mixed feeders actually had to choose to avoid low quality habitats and had selection on the medium and high quality habitats in the ecosystem. Based on that, we can conclude that the declining range of herbivores across protected area in the Serengeti ecosystem calls for conservation actions, and human and livestock incursion into some areas of the, into some of the protected area in the ecosystem is degrading the quality of the habitat, and this has got impact on the spatial temporal distribution of wildlife species. And we recommend that modeling herbivore spatial temporal distribution is important as it provides information on how the species are distributed in the ecosystem and how the species use the available habitat types. And also, it provides information for management and conservation planning that's aiming to species preservation in relation to preferred habitats in the ecosystem. This research was supported by Chawiri, TANAPA, Tanzania Wildlife Management Authority, Frederick Conservation Fund, African Bio Service, and Ngorongoro Conservation Area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him for keeping time and giving us a very nice presentation. You'll be pleased to know that this is not just very important in Serengeti, but also for us Kenyans, because the two ecosystems, Masai Mara and Serengeti, are connected. So we are very, very much keen with the results that Hamza has presented here. Our next speaker is Professor Ogutu.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon again to everybody. This is going to be a talk about modeling population dynamics of ungulates generally, with a specific application to Topi as an example representative of ungulates in Africa and perhaps beyond Africa as well. It's not meant to be limited to Africa. It's a general model for all ungulates, including wildlife as well as livestock. It's based on data that was collected here in the Mara. I will explain briefly. I'm presenting on behalf of a series of colleagues. The lead person who has been working on this is my postdoc, who I've been having since 2015, a young Indian statistician called Sabyasachi Mukhopadhyay. Now he's a professor in the Indian Institute of Management. Holly Dublin, I think maybe also be here in the rooms, is the one who was actually behind the collection of the data that is fundamental to the development of this model. So this is Topi. As you can see, they are very beautiful, charismatic animals. The outline of my talk will be, first of all, to give you a brief insight why it is important to model population dynamics of ungulates. And then I'll give you a brief introduction to the age and sex structure of Topi, because it's essential to the model that we're going to present. Then briefly describe the data that is used and outline the aim. And then just a very brief statement about the type of model that we are going to use here, called the state space model. And then give some discussion and looking forward to the future, how this can be extended to make it more useful in other ways. So why model Topi population dynamics or ungulate dynamics in general? We have seen in a series of talks which have been given here that the number of herbivores, including ungulates in Kenya, are declining, at least since 1800 when records are available. And Topi is an example, charismatic species, is fairly widely distributed across Africa. In Kenya, we find them in the Mara, in Turkana, Marsabit, and Lamu and Garissa at the moment. So it's a good representative of ungulates. Long-term ground monthly counts were conducted in the Mara by a project which was led by Holly Dublin, I think from 1989 July, and it stopped in December 2003. So that's 174 months of ground-based monitoring where the animals were aged and sexed along transects. And then at the same time, the DSRS has been monitoring these same animals from the air, but covering the entire Mara ecosystem, which is wider than the Mara Reserve, where the ground counts were done. Now, the challenge is if you have age and sex structure data of these animals counted on the ground, and then you have also data from the air where they are not organized into age and sex classes, you only have the numbers and covering a wider area. The question is, how can you then link the two data sets and then also link them to other things that may be driving changes in numbers like rainfall, temperature, human population size, livestock, land fencing, and so on. So we've been thinking about how to build a model that can help us integrate all these things into one model to give us a mechanistic understanding how these populations are changing, so that when we have policies, for example, we can evaluate beforehand what are the likely consequences of those policies. Or if you want to forecast into the future, like the year 2100, we can use this to help us have a tentative look into the future. So that is the reason why we need a model like this one. So looking at the Mara, the Topi population in particular, in the entire ecosystem, which is 7,500 square kilometers, have been declining persistently, just like other species. And over the course of this period, we have lost about 84.5% of the Topi, and they continue to decline. Now, why are they declining, and what can be done to stop this or even to reverse that decline? Now, can the model help us to understand that? Now, to begin, I can introduce you briefly to the age structure of Topi. We start with the newborns. I think I showed you here how a newborn Topi looks like. This is one newborn here. We start with these newborns. They are less than 1 month old. And then when they become 1 month old, they cross to become what we call the quarter size of the adults. And then they stay in that quarter size class for a period of about 5 months. And when they become 6 months old, they transition into what we're calling the half-yearling size. And when they become half-yearlings, they stay in that category until they're about 18 months old. And then they graduate to become adults on their 19th month birthday. And then at that stage, we can then sex them into adult males or adult females. So the sex classes are available at that point. So in a much more detail, we can look at this, that an adult can survive every month, and then they give birth after about 8 months if they become pregnant, adult females, and they can then feed milk to their young ones and take care of them for 3 months, and after about 11 months, then they are able to conceive again. So pregnancy, 8 months, weaning, about 3 months. After 11 months, the mothers are able to conceive again and begin the cycle. And the newborns can then grow and so on and so forth. So it is important to keep track of mothers who are available to conceive, mothers who are pregnant, and the young ones which are joining to become mothers again. So our model helps us to do that. But with the data that was collected in the ground, it's not possible. We only have age and sex classes and counts and the DSS data, but we are not able with this model to get almost any statistic that we want to extract from this data. It is work that we have done over an 8-year period, so the mathematics is extremely involved, and we won't touch it here, but anybody who's interested either can contact me or can wait for about 1.5 months, the paper will be out. So the Mara, for this purpose, the ecosystem is split into 4 zones. One we're calling the Siana area, which is Siana, Naikara, Loita area. Then we have the Loita Plains, then we have the Mara Reserve, and then we have, what else is left there? Siana, Loita Plains, Mara Reserve, that are the area there. So those 4 zones, we are estimating the population size based on the DSS data for each of those 4 zones. And then we have monthly demographic ground data, mostly for the Mara Reserve, and the aerial survey data covers the whole of this, and then we have data on rainfall and temperature and so on. So looking at the ground, these lines you see here are the transects which the vehicle was driving onto the ground, and when they saw a group of animals, Topi, hartebeests, and impalas and so on, they stopped to age them and sex them, and then they continued. And they did this every month for a total of 15 years. That was a very long time that this was done. So a vehicle was driven along the ground transects, as I said, animals were aged and sexed, and the Topi were assigned to these age classes: newborn, the quarter, half-yearling, and adults. They were actually assigned to half class and a yearling class, but we have grouped the two together for simplicity. And then adults are then further subdivided into male and females. They all count X, 174 months, as already explained. The DSRS uses an aircraft which looks like this. They have done about 75 surveys since between 1977 and 2018, the period covered in our analysis. You can see Gordon Ojwang there fixing something on the wing strut that makes it possible to define on the ground where the counting is taking place. You see those 2 roads which he was fixing help you to see this is the region that is being counted by the rare seat observers. Only between these 2 bars, you don't go beyond there. On the right side of the plane, on the left side of the plane. And then from there, they get estimates. The data on rainfall includes monthly average rainfall, average temperatures, and then derived components of this, like moving averages, cumulated values, and so on. The data were provided by Kenya Met Department, by the Worldwide Fund for Nature, the Friends of Conservation, and Professor Kay Holkamp from the University of Michigan, who gave a talk in the morning. So the aim is to model population dynamics. As I said, we want to estimate birth recruitment rate every month, the age and sex-specific survival rates for each age class, and the recruitment rates of individuals into each age class, and a number of other things. And then relate the variation in these rates to various factors that are driving their change, and also determine the functional forms that govern these relations. In building this model, we have 2 things which are varying over time that we want to take into account. The first is the observed counts, what the DSRS is counting and what they are counting on the ground. This, we call them the sample counts. But our interest actually is in the actual number of individuals of Topi that we are not able to see, but which is what is of interest. So there are two time series. One, what we are counting or estimating, and two, the actual population size, which is the total we are interested in. The two time series are running in parallel. Our aim is to model them. The actual series is modeled using a state process model, and the observation series using an observation process model. The two series are linked together using a likelihood, and then we link the ground data with the aerial data, and then we link them with various covariates like rainfall, temperature, and so on. Now, some results, the results are so many, so I just give you a few to illustrate the point. Now, looking here, you can see we are only showing the proportions of individuals belonging to the different age classes that were obtained. So the first graph, the A on the other side there in the corner, is the newborns, and then we have the half-yearlings below here. Here we have the quarters, and then here we have the adults. You can see that our model can then help us estimate the proportion of Topi in the different age classes in the true population, not just in the sample that was collected at the ground. We are able to estimate the Topi in the different age classes for the entire Mara ecosystem based on this model by linking the samples which were collected on the ground and the DSS data in the air. And we can assign them to different age classes. And for any 1 month, we can generate an estimate telling us how many individuals or percent of individuals belong to each age class. Another thing we can get like the birth recruitment rate on the corner there. And below here, you can get the survival rates of half-yearlings, the survival rates every month, the survival rates every month, even though nobody measured the survival rates at all on the ground. They only measured the numbers of Topi belonging to different age and sex classes on the ground, and then in the air, they got the total number of Topi based on the DSS data. But using our model, we can now derive all this estimate. Other things that we can calculate from the data, we can calculate the evolution of the Topi sex ratios, the adult males and adult females. You see, as the adult females increase over time, the males are going down. It looks like as the population of Topi is persistently declining over time in the Mara, it makes sense for Topi to invest in producing more females because females can reproduce, but the males are in abundance. We don't need so many of them. So when populations are subjected to stress, so they become few, like during drought, the mothers invest more in daughters than in sons because sons are disposable, but daughters are not, you see. So you can see that over time in the Mara, the females are becoming more and the males are reducing. And then we can then ask the question, given this model, can we back engineer and ask, so the DSS counts, how reliable or accurate are they? Can we predict what would be the expected true population size of Topi in the Mara, and then compare that with what the DSRS is telling us is the estimate of Topi population. And if you look at this curve here, the green circles are the estimates of true population size made by the DSRS based on the Jolie 2 model, and the bars there are the 95% confidence band around that. And the lines which are red, blue, and green are the predictions from our model. The middle one is the actual mean expected population size, and the other two are the 95% confidence band. In fact, it turns out, as expected, that the DSRS estimates are actually lower than expected, but if you adjust them slightly upward by multiplying them by a calibration factor, which in this case was actually obtained in 1986 by Stelfox and team, then they become closer to what one would expect. So in other words, we're saying that if you just get the aerial survey estimates like the DSS is doing and you don't adjust them by using a calibration factor which is based on visibility bias, then you will not be able to get a true representation of what the population size might be. Now, in concluding, I just say the model is very, very vast. It can give you an idea of how many females are available to conceive, how many females conceived last month or are available to conceive, and so on and so forth, so many things. But I can now conclude by saying that what we need to do next, and we are doing, is to extend this model so that it can cover other ungulate species, such as the hartebeest, and then include other features that may be interesting from a scientific perspective. And we want to consider other things like rainfall, we are looking at rainfall right now, but there may be other ways of representing rainfall in the model that will lead to improved model fit. And we want to extend this model to enable a much more rigorous forward projection of this population, so we can have a tentative look into what the future might be like the year 2100, or given different management interventions or policies, we can evaluate them beforehand, what you might expect. And we want to conduct much more extensive sensitivity analysis to see what are the things that affect the performance of this model, such as the predation rates on the young one, which is also included in this model, but I did not show here. And we want to thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions or you want to discuss this model with me, please, you're welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That's what we call innovation. And that is what we require for conservation moving forward. I think there will be people who will want to know more about the model, I think, at the tail end of this session. Without wasting time, our next presenter is Lucaria. Do you have your presentation? As they prepare that, can I please know if Peter Maina is in the house? And Lydia? And Ali Abdullahi. Please be ready so that we can save time. If you have your presentation on a separate on your computer, I would want to encourage that you bring it up front here so that we use less time. Please.
So who's to go? Me? I'll go after. I need to let my colleagues know to come, so I'll go next.
Do you have a problem? Yeah? Unaweza tumia. They do.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucaria Kanyi, a research scientist in the Western Conservation Area in Kitale, based in Kitale, Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I'm presenting a study that we did in Iruma on ecological factors affecting or influencing abundance of large grazing herbivores in Iruma National Park. There is a law that is called the law of seasons in Genesis 22 that says that as far as we have this world, seasons will be there. So due to the fact that we had just come from the tsetse infestation, we had to look on our way how we could try to maximize on whatever we had. And in Ruma National Park, we had many grazers, and therefore we needed to maximize on large grazing herbivores so that we were able to place the resources that we had. In this case, we needed to understand the ecological factors that were influencing the large grazing herbivores in Ruma National Park. We needed to know among the biograss biomass, because Ruma National Park has a lot of grass species, effect of altitude and water sources, influence of mean rainfall that we had been following for years. What is the influence on the abundance of the animals that we had? So this study adopted a cross-sectional correlation longitudinal research design, and we had to make some of the plots that we used to estimate the biomass. And wherever we wanted to estimate the biomass, we also estimated the number of species. So in this case, we understood and found out that the mean grass biomass that was there was reaching in between 191 grams per square meter to 1,138 grams per square meter. Also, there was a relationship that was shown there on the correlation between the grass biomass and the large grazing herbivores, which was 83%, 66% on the species, grass species richness. We had 51% on rainfall and 29% on water sources and altitude. Therefore, when we looked at other studies that were done, we found out that the ecological factors that influence large grazing herbivores were biotic and abiotic in nature. So when we followed all this, we found out that we are on the way and we could use this so that we can maximize the resources that we had. In Ruma, mostly people were dealing with the tsetse flies because in Ruma it was mostly infested, but after now, almost eradicating the tsetse flies, then we had to come up with something else that could give us a way of dealing with the issues that were there, because now Ruma is an ecosystem that is already fragmented, which doesn't have immigrations and emigrations. So we had to manage whatever we had in situ, and therefore this study was born. So because no study of this type was done, we decided to come up with this study. So the research questions were to know about the grass biomass, grass species richness. We also needed to know something on the water sources, altitude, and on the abundance, and the mean monthly rainfall. And this study was to address the knowledge gap that existed, provide a new knowledge, and the basis for further research. Also, the research established the influence of ecological factors on large grazing herbivores. And the scope of this study was within the 120 square kilometers in Ruma National Park, and we consulted this literature that we mostly found that they were relevant in whatever we were doing. Then we continued following the effects of altitude, water sources, and on the abundance. Because in Ruma National Park, you have the valley floor and you have the escarpment. So here you have to look at both so that you are able to come up with a conclusion on how you need to put your resources so that you maximize. Also the rainfall, we had automated weather stations that collected rainfall on each part of the park. The gaps that we identified were the focus on the role of biotic factors such as forage, quality, and quantity. That is why we looked at the grass biomass and the grass species richness. We also had, there had been no examination on ecological factors like the grasses, the species, landscape, and rainfall on any influence of any animal there. We looked also needed to see the biomass that was estimated for biofuel production, baselines, and pastoralism, but it was not really correlated to the animals that we had there. The rainfall we collected, but it is just reporting. This is the rainfall that we have. So if that is what we have, what do we do with it? But this time now we decided to use what we had so that we can correlate with what was in the park, so that we could be able now to maximize on the visitation that we thought or we foresaw that it will come, with the county governments also, and having that in all that region we only have one national park, which is Ruma National Park. We conceptualized the information, and in the conceptual framework, we found out that healthy distribution of herbivores in an ecosystem is determined by natural as well as anthropogenic factors in parks and reserves. Mostly in areas that are disturbed, you will not find mostly the shy animals. If it is disturbed, they will just migrate. So this is the conceptual framework that we had. And during data collection, this is how we looked at Ruma National Park, so that we could have transects and plots. And in these transects, there was systematic sampling, so that we had to place plots at certain points. Then the rest would follow the systematic sampling. So we sampled from east to west. We sampled from northeast to southwest. So in this case, these are the plots that we were able to sample. And after sampling and now entering all this data, the correlations now. We had the correlations using the regression analysis. And in the regression analysis, the results shows that 83% of the large grazing herbivores in Ruma National Park was controlled by biomass. So this one shows that the higher the biomass, despite the fact that biomass controlled the large grazing herbivores abundance, then it shows that the more the biomass, the lower the number of large grazing herbivores. This was because in most cases where we had higher grass biomass, we mostly had like Hypharinia, filipendula, all heteropogon species that is mostly unpalatable when it is grown up, and therefore we had only like a single species, all two competing species. But where we had relatively low biomass, we had very many species of grasses that established together, and therefore very many large grazing herbivores were found there. Also, when we talked about the grass species richness, this one was progressive, because the more the grass species richness, the more the number of the large grazing herbivores in Ruma National Park. And this one controlled 66% of the abundance. Then we looked at attitude water sources on the large grazing herbivores. We find out that the Kanyamo escarpment is around 1272 meters and 1172, or around 1200 in the valley floor. So in this case, the water sources was progressive, whereas the attitude was retrogressive. So in this case, we find out that the large grazing herbivores were more in the valley floor as compared to higher parts of the escarpment. And therefore, you see that the escarpment or the attitude had negative impact. Also, when we look at the monthly rainfall, also when it rains in Ruma National Park, there is a lot of flash flood, and therefore this flash flood were able to make these animals to seek refuge on relatively higher ground. Therefore, it was retrogressive, so that the higher, the more the rainfall, the lower the abundance of large grazing herbivores. Therefore, in summary, we could see that the range between the grass biomass was 191 to 1,138 grams per square meter. Grass biomass alone controlled 83%, and 66% for grass species richness, then 51% for rainfall, and there was around 29% due to altitude and water sources, whereas the water sources head higher in a progressive way and the altitude on the other. In conclusion is that the study established that the grass biomass was the most important aspect, followed by the grass species richness. Then we had the influence of rainfall. Therefore, we recommended that further reintroduction for more animals or grazers are needed in Ruma, because in most places we only have almost like one species, and therefore if we have animals that can really graze in most areas, we can have a higher grass species. And also we need the study on the factors contributing to that, and also the categorization of the large grazing herbivores in low land and higher altitude species. Also, we say that after now coming to this first conference, we now find out that we have very many other conferences to attend. We have very many researches to do. We have very many other things to do, without also forgetting that we need to maximize on the seasons. Therefore, this study assisted us to know where to place drones, where to place the security bases, where to understand where the people will go, to know where we can offload animals in case we have a translocation, to know where we have the ecologies, to understand where we need to have their own conservancy that we created in Ruma National Park. We also knew or understand now the low use zone, the high use zone, and also the closed zone. And this one is now known, as we all know, that David killed Goliath, and for Judas, don't mind, because he will hang himself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luke. Thank you so much. I think Ruma National Park is such a small park, rich in biodiversity, with a lot of challenges. So I think this study is very, very important. As I mentioned, that they know now where to place the roads, and request to have more herbivores in the place, I think for the purpose of tourism and enriching that area. The next speaker is Peter Maina. Please. Maina, you have 15 minutes, strictly 15 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. With the permission of the moderator, my 15 minutes can start from now. I've started now the speaking now. Before I had not started the presentation. So my name is Peter Maina. I work with Wildlife Research and Training Institute as a scientist. And what I'm going to present to you is a baseline data, a baseline information on some data that we collected for the small mammals, large mammals, and also birds within Naivasha Wildlife Sanctuary. And when you talk of Naivasha Wildlife Sanctuary, we are talking of 3 land parcels, which I'm going to show here. I won't go into the outline. Let me just go to the basic introduction. And here we are talking about the importance of ecological monitoring. As most of the presenters have actually presented here, monitoring is a very key aspect in research. So it's very important to know what we have and when are there changes. So for this, we need to do continuous monitoring, and we can face it based on different aspects of time, whether it is seasons, whether it is months, as long as, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to get actionable data. And Naivasha Wildlife Sanctuary, as I've mentioned, consists of 3 properties. That is the game farm. We have wildlife WLTS sanctuary. Game farm, for those who know Naivasha, it is on the other side as you enter Naivasha. It is on your right as you come to Naivasha. Game farm is where we have the wildlife sanctuary. The WLTA sanctuary is where we have our head office situated, where the former KWS Training Institute. That is where we have around 500 acres. And then annex is on the rickshaw. Actually, it's not far from here. And these three land parcels, they are part of the Ranja Naivasha conservation area, which used to connect all the way from Longonot, the Hell's Gate, towards the Naivasha ranches, and then they go all the way to Abadeas. But is that the case as we speak now? Do we still have the connectivity? So we have a lot of threats within the area. Some of it is fragmentation due to land subdivision, and subsequently there has been loss of those corridors. So we initiated a small mammals survey, bird survey, and also large mammals. And as we know, there are also indicators of ecological health. So any changes, slight changes within the ecosystem, we have either birds, small mammals, or even herbivores, the large mammals, giving us some indicators of any changes. So those are the objectives: to inventory first, the diversity, then distribution within those 3 parcels, and also look at the associated threats, and then what can we do about them? We have the threats, so what do we need to do about them? We need to give some recommendations. Then the other one is establish a monitoring framework for subsequent monitoring. This is the initial one. So what do we need to do? We need to have very concrete monitoring framework, and then and mention these, identify the species conservation concern and their status, and then recommend some recommendations. So these are the land parcels. You see, they are within Nakuru County, and the 3 parcels. If you look at that, the 3 parcels, they're in green. Huh? They almost look interconnected. It's only that between game farm and sanctuary, there is the Nairobi-Nakuru highway that is actually disconnecting that. And initially we used to have, now we have some fences. Initially we didn't have the fences. They used to cross, and we used to have a lot of road keys. Even up to now, we still have some road keys. Then we have annex that is connecting between the other side of Naivasha Maimahio Road, then towards the lake side. So game farm is around 1,000 acres. We have around 500 acres for WTI, then annex around 50 acres. So methodology, so I'll break it down. For the large mammals, we had some 29 permanent survey transects. So these ones are the ones we are going to use. Sorry. They are the ones we are going to use for monitoring. So we did for the dry season, we are going to do again for the wet season. So these are permanent sampling. So these are the ones now for our monitoring program. So distribution was, they were actually 200 to around 450 meters. And for game farm, there are 16. Sanctuary, we had 11. And annex is a bit of a strip. So we had two transects. And we are trying as much as possible when we are doing the vegetation, the transect, to consider vegetation survey, the vegetation of the area. and also the linear infrastructure to avoid the linear effect. If you place a transect just next to the road, then chances are it might be affected by the fact that people and even cars are actually using the road. Then for the birds, we use the time species count method, where you move 100 meters, you stop for 10 minutes, you listen, you use your binoculars, and even you can even view the birds. For the small mammals, we used 2 traps, the shaman trap and the tomahawk. Tomahawk, of course, was for the larger small mammals, and then the shaman traps were for the small species. Okay, so this is a sampling design. On the left, you'll see the 29 sampling, the 29 transects. We tried as much as possible to have it being representative, such that we could pick, based on the vegetation types, we had open shrubs, dense shrubs, grassland, and then we avoided the buildings and the bare land. So whatever is, even the linear roads, they are part of the bare land. So we avoided that after classification of the satellite imagery. And you see the 2 transects within annex. We found it important to have it running across, not along the shoreline. And then for the small mammals, we did some transects using again the vegetation. The same vegetation types we used are the same vegetation types that we used for both. Okay, so the results are as follows. So for the large mammals, there were 8 species that we found. And if you look at the distribution, the 3 land passes generally, they had a low mammal diversity. And we have the Shannon in an index of 1.86. That's a low, that indicates we had low diversity. And that table shows all the species which were recorded, the 8 of them, and the number of occurrences. And we can see the common zebras were really many. They were cited severally. We had also the impalas, and this is actually true. If you go on the ground, you will find that. Then if you go now to the mammals, again, the table on the right shows again the WRTA sanctuary had a higher abundance as compared to game farm, but annex had a higher, it was second. I have 6 minutes. So for the large mammals distribution, the map on the right shows the distribution, the sightings. That's how the maps were cited. And if you look at those maps, you find that on the right side of the map, you find we don't have wildlife on that area. So we see wildlife is concentrated towards the north, and again at the central part of it, and also along the Naivasha-Nakuru highway. So that is also a very, the spatial distribution tells a story. And one of the reasons is towards where we have transect number 5, there is water provision towards the right. And then around where we have the named game farm, we have some water troughs. So the provision, apart from forage availability, also provision of water is also very key in terms of the distribution. If you look at the distribution within the sanctuary, you find much of the wildlife are avoiding where we have transect number 11, 18, and 19. That is linear around the lake. Yes, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. So the Maasai giraffes, let me just concentrate on the Maasai giraffes, which is very key as a large mammal here. And you see the distribution is actually shows a similar pattern. It's towards the north, but from the sanctuary, they are actually where we don't have, just where we have the open grasslands on next to the gate. But we have high distribution, which is almost 8. A group of 8 was observed within annex, and it is important to see, if you look at the map on the right, on the left, there are sightings outside the where the annex, and that shows there is some connectivity. Those are individual. There is government land there, and there are no fences, so wildlife moves freely there. So for the terrestrial birds, we had around 324 individuals from 59 grants, which were noted, and 3 endemic species. And again, very important to note that birds, black-kite and Aga buzzard, were also cited. So let me just, these are the table on the right. We have the 6 species, which are categorized into 2. We have the ones which are the Afrotropical, which are move within the Africa, and then we have the Palearctic migrants, which actually move towards Europe. Then we have the 3 endemic species, meaning that the area is very important as an ecosystem, as a conservation area, which we need to conserve. Then for the terrestrial distribution of birds, that is the map showing the sightings. And then for the small mammals, we had 7 species of the mammals, which were seen. And just to point out that the African, the skunk, we actually trapped that using the tomahawk. And then their distribution is the small mammals distribution. In the game farm, we didn't find any. So that one tells a story. Why don't we have the small mammals within a game farm? Right now, the area has been secured, and there is a fence. Yes, thank you. There is a fence around the area. Initially, used to have a lot of intrusion of human beings, and and also livestock, so incursion. So this could be a reason why we didn't have any. But if you look at a sanctuary and the annex, they are there. So the threats, we have seen the land use changes. The photo on the left shows that is Naivasha, and then towards the right side of the photo shows another informal settlement. So it is like Nairobi National Park or Nakuru National Park, surrounded by settlements. So, and then the area has experienced a lot of fragmentation because of subdivision, fencing, and there is no movement of wildlife actually from Naivasha conservation area towards even within itself, and also towards Abadias. Then the other one is, the other photo shows, actually this was supposed to be a video. That wildebeest is actually trapped. It has been snared. It was trying to run away. It was trying to free itself. But I just captured that because I knew the time might be difficult. I have 40 seconds left, yes. So we have also the issues of the invasive species. Opuntia, we have Sorana mecanum, we have Osmum suive, and also we have Datura. And for the conclusion, I think it is important to conserve this area, to consider it as a conservation area, which needs more monitoring, and also we need to do some continuous regular patrols. We need to remove the invasive species. We have actually started this within the sanctuary, and then there is urgent need to provide drinking water for wildlife. And I think with that, thank you. 3 seconds remaining. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope the next presenters are also going to manage their time like that. I think that is also another very important study, having identified that area as an important bird area, and also having identified some of the threats that they are facing in that area. We had the keynote address talking about issues of connectivity, and I think Naivasha is also facing the same problem, that wildlife is not able to move from Naivasha to other areas. So the next speaker is Lydia, please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm from the Amboseli Trust for Elephants, and today I'm going to be presenting on a review paper that assesses the current state of knowledge of African elephant translocations, looking at past outcomes and future directions. I'll just wait for my slides to come up.
Perhaps as they prepare, if Ali Abdullahi, if you are in the house, please kindly come in front.
So conservation translocations are defined by the IUCN as the deliberate movement of organisms from one site to another for conservation purposes. And they've become a common management practice for African elephants and can be used in a variety of contexts, such as repopulating protected areas, reducing populations to ease browsing pressure, removing elephants involved in conflict, and releasing elephants from human care. And translocations have been very successful in some areas, and protocols for translocation operations have become very efficient. However, in this review, we were interested in what actually happens after the translocation operation to the actual individual elephant itself. So translocations are an expensive option, though financial figures are rarely published. In addition to the financial costs to governments, management agencies, and non-profit organizations, there may be costs to the elephant itself that is being translocated. So elephant life history strategy relies on heavy investment in building local ecological knowledge and social bonds that they draw on for many years. So this ecological knowledge and complex social network allows them to exploit seasonally dynamic resources while avoiding danger across expansive areas. So translocating elephants may interfere with this knowledge acquisition and buffering effects of an established social network. Therefore, translocations may be an extreme disadvantage as elephants must obtain the resource, information, and relationships that they need to survive. Additionally, the social disruption resulting in translocation may elicit problem behaviors if the age structure at the release site is skewed young. So human-elephant conflict, as we all know, is becoming an increasing challenge for conservation. And translocations are more likely to be used more and more to deal with conflict, especially as other measures fail. For example, more and more fence breaker elephants are being translocated. So in many cases where there is high tension in communities, translocation is a quick measure to reduce this tension and prevent retaliatory killing. So given the costs of elephant translocation to managers, communities, and the elephants itself, it's really critical to understand the efficiency of this widely used approach. So post-release monitoring of translocation is not always carried out. However, documented post-release monitoring may hold a great deal of insight on the long-term success of elephant translocations. So in this review, we conducted a review of the peer review and grey literature to assess the state of knowledge currently of African elephant translocations. And we investigated geographic and motivational context for translocation and the documented outcomes of post-release monitoring. So we summarized these trends in the literature and identified gaps and research directions that can support translocation decision-making. So for our literature search, we included peer-reviewed literature and also the grey literature. And we used 3 search terms: translocation, African, and elephant. And we used different search engines. The first was Google Scholar, and then we used EBSCO through the San Diego Library, and then Satira, the African elephant database. And then, so we supplemented these reports with other translocations that we were aware about that didn't come up on these searches. So the results were then filtered by the following. So we only retained studies that described at least one instance of translocation into a wild setting. We excluded reviews and opinion articles that were not original sources for translocation case studies, and we removed any duplicate translocations. So we were left with 47 relevant sources. And so we reviewed each of the 47 resources to identify the translocation context, so the reason for the translocation, the location, the year, and then the number and demographic breakdown of the elephants, so how many bulls were translocated, how many family groups. We looked at the mortality rate, if that was reported, and how many months of post-release monitoring was conducted. And then finally, the monitoring type and the metrics. So the resources spanned the last 4 decades with relatively few studies until 2000, when there was a pulse of studies and then steadier contributions in the years thereafter. We also found that there were several translocations that we were actually aware about, especially from the west of Africa. However, we couldn't find any reports or papers for these. So the numbers in this graph are actually cumulative. So sometimes one particular translocation had more than one report or paper associated with it. And we also found that the quality of studies or reports really varied quite significantly in terms of the information that was presented. So some of the reports were very basic. And there were a handful of studies that happened years after the translocation itself. So we were unable to gain the same information as other studies, for example, that had post-release monitoring that occurred immediately after the release. And the vast majority of sources, as you can see on the map, were from Kenya and South Africa, highlighting that there's a lot of disparity of where we are learning lessons from on translocations. And just to note that that in the map, the tally was based on the translocation itself. So if there were multiple papers or reports on a single translocation, it was only counted once. So most of the sources didn't actually note mortality one way or the other, but out of the 20 that did, 16 studies reported mortalities associated with the translocation. However, these deaths were biased during the collaring operation itself, as many of the studies didn't carry out any post-release monitoring. So in terms of the context of translocation, there were various reasons for the translocation. So this was for human-elephant conflict, reducing populations in some areas, restocking, altering behavior and release population by changing the male age structure, captive release, and there was a certain % of reports that didn't report on the reason why the translocation was happening. And the majority of the reports and studies did not actually carry out any long-term monitoring, so after the elephants were released. So of the studies that did include post-release monitoring, 5 had 12 months or more of monitoring, and seven studies had over 12 months, up to 15 months. And there are about 7 studies that were retrospective studies. So this was where the study was carried out years after the translocation itself, looking at the long-term impacts of translocation. So not all the studies or reports had the same amount of information or quality of information. So I'm just going to briefly talk about 3 of the documented translocations that had 12 or more months of post-release monitoring. And these case studies really offer quite key insight into the success of the translocation and different trends and challenges. So the first case study is of the translocation of 150 elephants from the Shimba Hills to Sava East National Park. And this is one of the studies with the largest sample size of translocated elephants. So of the 109 elephants that were accounted for, 85 elephants survived, while 24 of the elephants died within the first 2 months of being released. And this was due to a variety of reasons. 2 were shot by the Wildlife Authority, 6 died during transit, 12 calves went missing, so presumably they passed away, and then 12 we don't know about. And so what the study really did well in highlighting is that males and calves are more likely to die compared to female elephants, and males are also more likely to reject their release site. So they found a lot of the elephants tried to get home, so it was homing behavior shown. And they also found that the body condition of the translocated elephants was a lot poorer than the resident elephants. So without this in-depth knowledge, this in-depth monitoring of elephants in this study, these trends would not have been observed. And there's many lessons learned from this study, particularly that elephants are likely to show homing behavior, and also the release site, when it's very different in terms of habitat. You know, males may show homing to get back to the habitat they know and to the society that they know. Our second case study, I'm going to go a bit quicker, I've got 5 minutes, is of 8 bulls from the north of Kenya to Tsavo West National Park. These elephants were known as problem elephants as they were breaking through electric fences. So 3 out of the 5 elephants that were collared and monitored for a year actually died. So 2 were poached and 1 was illegally killed. One of the elephants started to break through fences in the new area. So he was breaking fences in the north, and when he came to Tsavo, he continued to break fences. And the only sort of success from this study would be the youngest bull. So the youngest bull from this cohort didn't break any fences and moved out away from human settlement. We also found that the translocated elephants were predominantly found on their own, so they weren't seen with other elephants, so highlighting that it takes a while to, to find these social relationships. And so really this study highlights that we really have to consider age when it comes to translocation, social systems, timing, and release site. So the third case study is from a family group who were translocated in Kruger National Park. And for this study, they were interested in looking at stress of the elephants. So they collected dung samples before the translocation itself, during the translocation, and after the translocation. And they found that elephants had very highly elevated stress hormones just before the translocation and during the translocation. And these levels only went down when the elephants actually showed homing behavior again and went back to where they were from. So their stress returned to normal once they had reached home. So this example highlights that, how we need to learn more about this homing behavior and how high levels of stress in elephants could have further health implications down the line and for their future. So defining success is extremely subjective and was defined differently for each study that we looked at. So for some, success was if the tension in the community was reduced. However, there was no post-release monitoring in these, so we don't actually know the outcome of the elephants. So did they go on to cause conflict in other areas, or did they die? So post-release monitoring of elephants rarely reaches beyond a few months. And that's what we know from the search anyway. So it's really hard to know whether these animals actually do well in the end. There was a review that was conducted a few years ago of all animal translocations, and they found that 4 years is the right amount of monitoring, and we only really know if a translocation is a success within that 4-year period. Obviously, that's we have to consider the funding element. It's very expensive to carry out these monitoring activities, but clearly at the moment we're not doing enough monitoring and we don't really know the outcomes. So looking forward, we really need to, for further research, we need to understand the mismatch of ecosystems between the source site and then the sites where elephants actually released. And we need to write post-release monitoring protocols that can be widely applied, as many of the studies all use different types of monitoring. So thank you very much for listening. Just to note, if you know of any translocations that haven't been published, or they are just reports, and you would be happy to share them, we would love to add this into our study. So please get in touch with me or find me after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Giving a lot of insight on the issue of translocation, which is a very hot subject. Sometimes we want to think about whether you want to give the animal a second chance versus what happens after translocation. But I think it's quite important, adds value to what we already have in terms of translocation guidelines that were produced in 2019. Our next presenter, Abdullahi, is going to be the last presenter for this session, and then we go to the Q&A session. So please, 15 minutes. So perhaps you can start probably remembering your questions and start writing them down, because after this presentation, then we will have a Q&A session before we move to the next session.
Thank you very much. Today I'm going to talk to you about giraffes and humans conflict. A rather very unusual story, because often we hear about elephants, human conflict. We hear carnivores, human conflict. But no one will ever imagine these gentle giants are also starting to cause trouble because of limited space. As we all know, that giraffes have declined across Africa. As we are speaking, there are 4 times as many elephants exist in Africa as giraffes. Less than, or nearly 100,000 exist. Some of the decline are associated with habitat loss, land degradation, illegal poaching, and disease. There are about 9 subspecies of giraffes. 3 of them occur here in Kenya. And one of them comes from northeastern Kenya, called the reticulated giraffes, also called the Somali giraffe. So I'm going to look at this unique case of giraffe-human conflict in northeastern Kenya, particularly in Garissa County. It's very intense conflict, ranging from poaching to snaring to drought issues to illegal cross-border bushmeat trade. But I will focus primarily on cases around the Tana River, which is giraffes have really unusual behavior of staying close to homesteads. I think just because of persecution on the volatile Kenya-Somali border, they have all moved close to settlements. And because of the only permanent river that exists in that area, and they are dependent on water as well, they stay really close to the Tana River. And of course, because of the climate change and all of the things that are happening here, humans have also really encroached into the riverine areas, and people are changing culture from pastoral communities to irrigation-dependent farmers. So this is the range of the reticulated giraffe. As you can see, is massively on the northeastern part of Kenya. But this is also the most volatile and fragile part of the range, given what's going on in this part of Kenya. Of course, it borders the northeastern, it borders the Somali border, and there's a lot of civil unrest across that area. So across the river, as I mentioned, people have moved. People who are climate refugees and displaced by the droughts have started farming along this river and started blocking water corridors that are used by giraffes. So they primarily plant mangoes, and these mangoes have these flowers that giraffes really like. So as soon as they produce these flowers, giraffes will come at night and eat these mangoes. And subsequently, farmers will cut these giraffes or deter them by any means. So we recently looked at how we could come in and assess some of the drivers of this conflict. So we did questionnaire survey and talked about 400 farmers to assess the perception of the communities toward giraffes, causes of the negative interactions between farmers and giraffes, and also assess the impact of these giraffes. So they use, this is a snared giraffe, as you can see. It's, that's a farm fence. So this giraffe has been snared and it's dragging that fence post, all the way, escaped. Luckily, we found it and called in the Kenyan Wildlife Service vets and was rescued. So we measured general attitudes toward giraffes in 5-point semantic differential scales, like, good, favor. All individuals, have a positive view of giraffe, surprisingly. And we looked also at the causes of negative interactions between farmers and giraffes. Competition for water was mentioned as a big contributor, 87.2%. Lack of awareness by the people on the plight of giraffes, human encroachment, and poverty. This is a pictorial of how these different drivers have been mentioned. The size of the square just indicates how many people mention it, like competition for water was mentioned by many people. Lack of awareness was mentioned as well. Poverty, and human encroachment. Some of the, in terms of how often giraffe have caused damages, majority, however, in this said they have never. Giraffes do not cause damage. 21% said once, 17% said more than 5 times. However, some of these people are not farmers, and some have livestock. So this is how the impact of the conflict is distributed with crop destruction, livestock competition, and property destruction mentioned. So the next is how we could figure out coexistence between these giraffes and farmers. You know, despite the fact that from this survey we found that 59% you know, think that giraffes are not, do not cause damage to their property. However, we see a lot of other cases that come up from the farmers, and is, you know, a significant issue in that area. So farmers use a variety of methods to deter giraffes from their farms, from fire to lifeguards to pitfalls to pets, mostly dogs. These are some of the tools that they use, traditional tools to you know, protect giraffes from their farms. So this has been an emergent issue of a bigger giraffe-human-wildlife conflict in northeastern Kenya. Of course, all the other mega herbivores in that area have been decimated. This area lacks formal government protected areas and has only poorly managed community conservancies. So giraffes are the last, you know, standing large species, and they're facing a lot of threat, and this is just one of them. So as a way forward, we've called these farmers to several forums to see how we could interact and understand some of the causes of this conflict, to see if we can come up with reconciliations, resolutions, and resettlements. So in an effort to understand further this, we recently, with the support of Kenya Wildlife Service, tagged about 29 giraffes across these areas in Garissa and mostly in Wajir as well, to understand how they move and use these areas. Of course, you see this is a wet season, or this is a dry season movement, and you can see they are just along the river, and for them to access this water, you know, farmers have really blocked these areas, and the only open spaces have also been blocked by invasive species such as prosopis that colonize riparian areas of the river. This is a sample of during the wet season. As you can see, they go out away from the river, and we haven't really explored the data to see how this vary between you know, day and night. But in between the river and the wet season dispersal point is also now the lapsed corridor that comes in, and there's a lot of destruction in terms of you know, blocking these corridors, and it's attracting settlements, land subdivision, and others issues that are eventually are likely to exacerbate these issues. So we call in farmers and other pastoralists and stakeholders to education awareness. During the drought, we attempted to feed some of these giraffes. When they were collapsing, so many of you saw on social media. So we built some traps and piloted if they will eat some of the supplemental feeds when they was really dry. And more recently, we started piloting social enterprise for the farmers, where we try to connect them with companies in Nairobi to buy produce directly from them. We are promoting lime instead of the mangoes because lime have fetch higher than mangoes. And some of these companies or industries in Nairobi are coming down and buying directly from the farmers. And we are hoping to set up an aggregation center where we could connect the farmers and these companies to see if we could minimize some of these losses and create a positive connections between conservation and local livelihoods. With that, we'll say thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. I'm sure you are all surprised and shocked because I know many did not expect that there is such kind of conflict for such a species which many would expect not to have issues, especially on the northern eastern part of this country. But this is about diversification of livelihoods and again, sectorial policy clash where we want to promote one side and the other side is suffering, so we are not talking to each other. So with that, that marks the end of our presentation, and now I want to go to the Q&A session. I hope all the presenters are in the house. So Q&A, if you have some questions, please. Pass the mic. Please pass the mic. Be brief in your question, yeah?
Thank you. Looking at for Professor Joseph Ogutu. Is he in the house? Because this is a question directed to him.
Professor Ogutu?
No? Or some of their co-presenters? If not, then I can pass.
Oh.
All right, Dr. Gakuya.
Sorry.
I'll look for him elsewhere.
I'm Francis Gakuya from Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I have a question or two to read here. I did not really see the variables that you use to make your inferences or your deductions in terms of the presentation that you have given, and things like translocation distances, such variables, I did not see if you put them into perspective. And the second one is really on the sample size and the sampling frame which you use to make your inferences. How big was the frame and what was the sample size? And how did you come up with that so that you can make those observations? And Andre, was it a preliminary study? Because really, I think there are many reports that we have heard of elephant translocations, which could have made the results that you came up with much more richer, with better results.
Thanks for your question. So we were basing, it was a literature search, and we were, the results that we gained was from reports or published studies that we could find on these search engines. And I know there's many more translocations that happen, but there's very little literature that we could find. So, after doing the searches and doing all the filtering, we only had, such a few number. But yeah, if you know of any, if you have reports, it would be very useful for this study. So that was to answer your second question. I can't remember your first was about the variables. So, as in the variables for how we. Okay, well, so we had, we had criteria. So once we had found the 40 set, well, after all the filtering and we came to our sources, we then went through each of the papers or the reports and was looking for information such as what year the translocation happened, where it happened, why it happened, if there was any monitoring. So we had all of these different the variables that we were looking for. But as I said, some of the reports were very basic, and they didn't, they just state that the translocation happened and it reduced conflict in the source site, and then kind of that was the report. So yeah, we were just going on the published literature and the grey literature that we could find. So yeah, if you do have more, then we'd love to open that up. But yeah, the results from this was based on those sources that we found.
All right, thank you very much. Did I see a hand back there? Yes.
Hello. My name is Dennis Mwangi. I'm a geneticist from a company called Sikat Africa, hosted in the International Livestock Research Institute. So my question goes to Wana Frederick Lala and Peter Miner, among other researchers and scientists. I've seen especially for all the researchers doing the population analysis of different species. I'm yet to see any of the presentations being supported by genetic data. And I think that's very important because we've seen, especially for livestock breeding and plant breeding, there's a lot of inbreeding coefficients that has to be monitored, especially now since we haven't seen any work being done on wildlife, hence why I'm here. I've seen the conservation strategies are getting smaller, the land is getting smaller, and I think it's a challenge for all the scientists to embrace the genetic technology because we have it, and I'm here if you have any question. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Maina, please respond.
Okay, thank you, Bonamwangi, for that. I'll answer part of the question. I know Dr. Rara might be either here or out. So, yes, issues of genetics, they're being done. And we have a forensics lab. And actually part of what we've done there for the small mammals, the next phase would be the issues of genetics. And we have done this in, not of course at a large scale, but has been done in a survey that we did in Northern Nandi, in a certain study by a PhD student. So fine, we are still at the infant stage, and that is the way to go. In terms of science, that is the way to go. So some of the samples that we actually picked for the small mammals are yet to be analyzed by the researcher who was actually the lead. So it's a wake-up call, and I thank you for that. And I think that is the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Maina. I saw there was a hand back there. Probably I'll take 1, 2, 3.
Hello. Okay. My name is Paris from WRTI, and my question is directed to Saitoti. Is he here? Okay. So my question is, I don't think it's a question, it's a comment rather. I first needed to know the height in which you are installing your camera traps, because one of your comments in your findings was that you found less species on trails and more on trees. And if at all you had installed your camera traps at a lower level, there are studies, those studies have not been done in Kenya, but I know of one done in Congo, a study of what is it called, arboreal species, and it can really be of help in finding more leopard species using camera traps. So you don't put them in the, there's a standard height for putting camera traps, but I think I can consider leopard as one of the arboreal species because it lives on top of trees. So there's a study, and I think there's a height where you can put your camera traps. I think it's mostly around, on top of trees, big trees in the forest is around 15 meters. Other places is 10 meters. So when we can link up so that I can share the paper with you, and to help you get more photos on leopards. Yeah, I have an interest in leopards.
Thank you for that. I'm sure you can meet and discuss more about that. There was a hand at the back there, and then this gentleman.
Right there.
So probably my question, I didn't really capture the speaker, but had an interesting outline on populations of elephant, and one of the key factor that she mentioned was that was drought related was the reproductive rate. So my question would be probably to be able to understand whether the reproduction rate among the elephants is totally drought driven or other underlying conditions that are stressed during drought conditions. Thank you.
Any takes for that? Is that for the response or another question?
I have a question also.
Yes, Solomon.
Because I have the mic. My name is Solomon from Kenya Wildlife Service.
Solomon, please. We'll come back to you. Let this gentleman, then we come back to you, please.
Good afternoon. My question goes to Lion. Yes, now, actually I've got 3 questions, but since Macau, I can't see Macau or Frederick Lala, but you are in. Your study is, as you mentioned, you'll be defending your thesis. So let me be a little bit academic. You mentioned distance sampling. What is distance sampling? Maybe it's a new concept, a technique. We all know, majority of us know transect sampling, but the distance sampling, what is it? And how did you apply it in your study? Number 2, Amina, you could pass this one to Macau or Frederick Lala. In their study area of the greater Sable ecosystem, they were 100% silent on Gaidavia National Reserve, which is part of the greater Sable ecosystem. Was it intentional? Was it like they were limited in their species of interest, the Dik-dik? Why did they exclude the Gaidavia National Reserve? And in case they didn't have the Dik-dik in that area, we have got other wildlife species inside the reserve. One, we have got buffalo, we have got elephants, and occasionally giraffe move in to that reserve. And it forms a very big good connectivity between the 2 servos, east and west. Why did they exclude that?
Thank you for the question.
In the
Thank you.
Study area.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I stand guided. Definitely we can talk further if need be after this. But the way I approach that is to have to use the existing road transects in that the entire part of the central part of Luisaba to the north part of Luisaba, there is a very big escarpment. And in that, having standardized transect will definitely be quite challenging with the wildlife and the restrictions. So that way then road transect become the better way for me to collect this vital data. So I subdivided and randomly placed these road transects to collect the baboon count data.
All right, thank you. Maina? The second question was to you.
I think it wasn't mine. I was only asked to note.
Oh, Frederick Lala,
yes,
sorry.
Yes, thank
Frederick Lala, sorry. We can now come to you, Solomon, sorry, for your question.
Thank you, moderator. My question is to Mr. Maina on the inventory of the species and abundance in the 3 properties. And specifically, I'm touching on the annex that goes up to the shoreline, and was trying to see whether there is reporting on the impacts of the rising water levels of the lake on the species distribution and abundance, especially at the annex. Then the next one is to Lydia, although I know Dr. Kakuya mentioned, he put a question to Lydia, but I was looking at the statement on the translocation of the elephants from Sabi to Kruger National Park. And I'm not sure whether I picked that the entire, the animals that were moved to the Kruger National Park, they came back to Sabi. And that's where she was speaking about the stress levels, that the stress levels reduced drastically after coming back home. Does it mean all of them came back home that were translocated, or it was just a portion? Because it can be a lesson learned from, we have done so many translocations, and perhaps be a point of sharing that information to improve on, or to share the experiences. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Peter Maina, you can respond to the first question, and Lydia will respond to the second question, and I'll take the very last question from that gentleman there.
So thank you very much, Bwana Solomon, for that question. Fine. We did, in our study, we didn't have that as one of the objectives. So because this was just laying foundation for the monitoring, I think it will be very important for us to include that objective actually in the next phase, and it will be every day the water is either the levels are actually right now we have the water levels have actually receded to almost, I think, 200 meters from where annex is. However, noting that there has been a study that what has either, I don't know whether it has been presented in this particular forum or in other forum by Joseph Edebe on the impact of the rising water of the water levels in Lake Naivasha of the hippos. So that is something which has been presented, and just to mention the preliminary results, around annex area, there has been a lot of wildlife, a lot of hippos, and generally within Naivasha region, there has been a lot of increase in human-wildlife conflict based, with the hippos being the key species, and that has actually been presented. So maybe that what you've suggested, I think you are going to put it in the next monitoring objective. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Maybe Lydia, respond briefly.
Yeah, thanks for your question. So that particular case study was from South Africa. So they moved the group of 11 elephants from lower Kruger National Park, Sabi area, to the northern part of Kruger, Letaba, probably pronounced that completely wrong. And within 21 days, the whole family, so all 11 elephants, traveled about 300 kilometers back to their release site. So yeah, once they got back home, they measured the stress hormones again, and they had gone back down. So during the translocation and while they were in a new environment, their stress hormones were high, but then as soon as they got home, they went back down. So that's the summary of that study. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told we are running out of time, so that will be the end of the Q&A. We are supposed to transition to another session under the sub-theme again of wildlife population dynamics. And Mark will be giving signals to a few people so that you can be able to take a small break, and then when you go there, don't overstay. Come right back. Over to you, Mike.
This is what I'll be doing as you continue, Dr. Mkeka, that I'll be going section by section and allow you to go and get a serving of your tea, coffee, refreshment, and you come back with it, and then we let the next section go, just so that we don't have everyone go, and controlling the numbers will be a bit of a task. And also, I don't want you queuing there for long. So if you'll allow, yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I'll be signaling you, like this part, you can go, And once you're done and you're back, I'll signal the next, but we will continue with the sessions just to cover as much as we can. So for now, it's this section. You can go get a serving and come back with it here. You don't have to finish it there.
Thank you, Mark. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you all and also to welcome the next moderator for the session, Dr. Mkeka.
Okay. A big clap for Manoa. Yeah, I think that's a wonderful job. And basically, what is happening is that this particular theme on observing wildlife population dynamics really attracted a lot of papers, and that is why we are really overstretched. But nevertheless, I think we are there and we are ready to proceed. And I'm going to be moderating the last session of this of today. In front of me, I have I have 7 presentations. I just want to make it clear that to ascertain that Joseph Edebe is here. You are supposed to kick us, to kickstart. Do we have a? There is I think it's I can't Yamat. Somebody Yamat? Yes, I can't get the name really. We also have a Sospita Kiambi. Sospita Kiambi is going to do an online presentation. I think the hook has already been sent and shared with him. I've just been chatting with him. We have Bernard Ocheng. You are around? Ben Ocheng is around, is there? We have Alos, is it Mwang? Yeah, so he's going to be there for us. Just, and then we have from ST Gaukomo. Yeah, he's there. Then lastly, we have, is it Kasaine? Yeah, so we are very lucky to have everyone. So we are going to have the presentation just the way it's just going to be as serious as it was with Manoa. So I would like to call upon our first presenter. Where is Musau? Do we have a? Whether it's loaded. System monitoring. Let's see. Hippos here. Please go back to this. It's okay. No, we have seen it. Yeah. No. Yeah. So as we wait for the IT to deal with that, I think the presentation that is up and coming was already preempted by a question from one of us. And basically, this is going to be addressed here about the hippo, the issue of the hippo. And then let's welcome Bwana Edebe. You have 15 minutes start.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mkeka. Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Joseph Edebe, and I'm happy we are talking about the hippo in the Kiboko Hall. I think maybe the guys who planned this planned it very well. So I'm just going to talk about an activity we undertook in the month of December, looking at the distribution and abundance of hippo here both in Lake Naivasha here and Lake Nakuru, and this was supported by the management of WRTI. And we did it with Alice, Dr. Nyunja, Maina, Silali, and some guys from Kemfree. So basically, the reef lakes are biodiversity hotspots, and they have been affected by fluctuating lake levels like what was discussed by Maina. We've been having periods of droughts, and in the recent 10 years, we've been having the rising lake levels, and now we are being told that there's going to be El Nino coming up soon. And then we looked at the hippo, which is a mega herbivore. It's involved in a lot of human-wildlife conflict, especially around Naivasha area. We've had, in the recent past, I understand about less than a month ago, there was a fatality. One person was killed here in Lake Naivasha with a hippo. It is classified in Appendix 2 in CITES, and also in IUCN it's listed as vulnerable. So this is just showing the impact of the rising lakes as it happened to Lake Nakuru in the recent past. And this has affected different things. One, we had the issue of loss of habitat in terms of less grazing area for livestock as well as wildlife. So the issue of human-wildlife conflict also increased. So what did we do? We wanted to see what is the population of the hippos in both Lake Nakuru and Lake Naivasha, and how are they distributed, and what are the threats, and how can management respond to them. So we started with the Lake Naivasha, which is in here where we are, right here, and I wanted to point out where we are. Over here is where Lake Naivasha Resort is. So we went round both sides, went round the lake, identifying where we could see the hippopods. But before that, just a brief introduction of Lake Naivasha. It's a freshwater lake in Naivasha sub-county, Nakuru County. It's a Ramsar site of about 23,600 hectares, designated in April 1995. It's an important bird area, and it's a biodiversity hotspot. You have a lot of avifauna. There are very many human activities. There is fishing. It's a major fishery. There is irrigation agriculture. There are a lot of greenhouses around. There's ranching. There's also a lot of tourism. And also there's a bit of pastoralism. There you can also see the different portions of the annex. Of the WRTI annex, the WRTI main campus, and the WRTI game farm for purposes of perspective. And basically what we did was to start off from near the Lake Naivasha Country Club. There's a group that went like this, and a group went like this, basically trying to identify the different pods of hippos as we saw them. The other thing that we did was we also looked, this is now just an impression of some of the hippos we saw. And of course, you must have seen some out here. So the pods were of different sizes. Again, Lake Nakuru, we did the same thing. Both still in Nakuru County. It's also a Ramsar site. It's an important bird area. And it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, part of the Kenya Lake System in the Great Rift Valley. And it's also a wildlife sanctuary with a black rhino, white rhino, and Rothschild giraffe. And again, we went round the lake, starting from a point somewhere around here. And one group went on this side, and one group went on this side, identifying the pods of hippo. That is another picture of Lake Nakuru with numerous pelicans. And again, you can see some of the impacts of the rising lake levels, that there have been deaths of the acacia xanthophyllea because of physiological drought. The method we used was going, of course, onto the boat and going round counterclockwise, one group going towards the clockwise and the other anti-clockwise and meeting somewhere. The reason being why we did not use aerial surveys is because you're not able to see as much as you'd have seen when you're doing the ground survey in the and on a vehicle. What we saw was, these are the results we saw, and we thank also Maina for helping us generate the maps, that you have a lot of pods around the annex, around the Lake Naivasha Resort, along the north here at the Malewa Bay, and this side as well. Of course, there are some we could not see from accessing this side because of the issue of fencing and so on, and all over there. So the distribution of the hippos is around the lake. It's evenly distributed. The total number of hippos we counted at that time was 686. And the previous study like this was done in 2019, in March, and the figure they came up with this was 715 hippos. So there was a slight decline. Then this is a map. We also got human-wildlife conflict data from the Naivasha station and tried to relate the sightings of the hippos as we saw them and the reports. The human-wildlife conflict was for 3 years, from 2020 to 2023. And what was interesting was how the results of the conflicts were close to where the hippos, we also cited them at that time in December. And some of the observations that were interesting was with respect, okay, the data of the human-wildlife conflict was a bit difficult to clean and project, but the summaries were interesting. There were 8 human deaths, 8 incidences of human injuries, and the reported threats were 38 in 2020. 2021, there are 70 cases reported. 2022 declined to 16, and 2023 up to June was 14. And then there were 30 cases reported of crop destruction. For Lake Nakuru, there were fewer individuals counted. The individuals we counted were 35, and there were 3 pods. As you can see, around where the freshwater inflows were, around here, the old main gate and the mouth of the Njoro River, and on this side. And most of them were on this side. We counted around almost 20 along this side. The other thing that we noted was that we recorded some illegal activities. There has been an accidental introduction of fish into Lake Nakuru, and there have been fishing nets that were installed there, and these fishing nets were catching the waterfall and causing them to drown. And this was information that was shared with the park management. So what we recommended was that there's need to design and implement a hippo monitoring program, because these are 2 studies. One was done in March 2019 and now in December 2022. So we need to have a regular program involving citizen science, as well as including that aspect of seasonality. Secondly, that aspect of community sensitization. You've seen what has been causing those deaths. If you ask around, some of the people are not familiar with hippo behavior, and they are attempting to fish as a livelihood. So when they get into contact with hippos, there is a fatal engagement. So there's need for sensitization through meetings, through barazas, through FM station and WhatsApp groups, just to tell people about hippo behavior, since we know that during the day they're in the lake and in the evenings they come out, so you can be a bit more cautious. Then for purposes of where there is fishing is controlled, is regulated, but since it's a very emotional issue of deaths, issues of livelihoods, it's good if a multi-agency approach is used for law enforcement, as you are zoning the lake so that there are places where you cannot put fishing nets, so that you have room at least for the hippos as well as the fish. Then for the one for Lake Nakuru, we at least shared the information with the KWS management, and they have enhanced their patrols, as well as having community sensitization, because there has been a fatality also recorded in Nakuru in the recent past, and that was due to a young man who went into the lake to attempt to fish and was killed by a hippo. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edebe, providing to us insights of a wetland, and that wetland is just where we are situated at the moment. We realize that there are important ecosystems, and ecosystems for Kenya range from being terrestrial, wet, marine, to freshwater. And as usual, we are just going to keep our questions so that we have a few Q&A session at the end of the various presentations. So our next presenter is going to be Lucas. He's going to let him introduce himself as he awaits for the presentation to come on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dignitary, and hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Yamat, and I work for the Spanish Center for Climate Change called Basque Center for Climate Change based in Bilbao, Spain. And we work on climate change and sustainability issues globally. I'm presenting this work in virtual presence of Safra, Calvo, Del Prado, and Manzano. Both we are coming from the Basque Center for Climate Change in Spain. And our work is now we move from the wetland. We are in the terrestrial ecosystem in northern Tanzania. I don't want to waste my time to read off the content because this is just the road that I have to pass by. And then I just want to recall that the land use issues, because we know that the land is the engine of each production system. And then the relevance of community conservation as a way to utilize that land for multiple purposes. Now, we see that there are opportunities and challenges when it comes to community-based conservations. And we see two opportunities that community-based conservations are useful in restricting nature damaging activities on the terrestrial ecosystem. But also we see that they present opportunity to integrate the three pillars of sustainability that helping the communities and also helping nature. But we see also challenges here, that we see that conflicts and lack of social acceptance is one of the challenge. And it actually depends on the way these things are being presented. Also, we see that economic lucrativeness or profitability of an area can prompt some other issues like demolishing the coexistence and evicting communities from those lands. And also we see that most of these lands are for revenue generation through tourism activities. And we see that these are vulnerable due to challenges like the time of Ebola and also COVID-19. Almost wildlife revenue paralyzed, and the sector was really into a big shock. So we wanted to characterize the three sustainability outcomes from the northern Tanzania community-based conservations which are wildlife management areas. So we were motivated around this, that we understand that East Africa and the whole of Africa actually is subjected to a big issue around land use change and land use and land use change pressures. But also we motivated with these positive outcomes that these models can serve. So we did this research through a field survey, and we used the semi-structured questionnaires to get the information from the communities. And we collected data from computer-assisted field entry using the Kobo toolbox. And also we designed some templates that fits the need to gather the information we wanted. So we get data from the 4 community wildlife management areas in northern Tanzania, and also from the 344 head of households. And we get from the Tanzanian government and also 5 NGOs which are supporting these communities. So these are the areas that we visited. One is in the transboundary connectivity with Kenya, which is connecting the Tsavo National Park in this side, the Ambosel, and also Kilimanjaro and Arusha National Park in the other side. And again, we went down to Makame, which is in Kiteto, is the biggest community wildlife management area in northern Tanzania. And also connecting the wildlife southeast of Tarangire National Park. But we went to other 2 small areas, which is Rwandil and WMA, and also Burunge WMAs. And these areas all are potential because they are located in a transboundary wildlife movement areas which are active, and they contain important biodiversity and habitat for the World Heritage or wildlife species that are mostly valued on the earth. But also the economy of this landscape is really depending on the 3 sectors that compete over land use: the agriculture in terms of crop production, livestock system, and also wildlife conservation. We also see that in this landscape, we have the communities that are marginalized by policies and regulatory frameworks. So there are a lot of things ongoing on this area. Now, we also see the economy of these areas that the community wildlife management areas are collecting money from different sources, mainly from the photographic tourism, and also from carbon offset. Only 1 WMA, the one that is in the center of the study area. And the peak was in 2017-18, where Burunge WMA, the blue line, collected over 2 million euros. But COVID actually affected these WMAs, or community wildlife management areas operations, and actually paralyzed the collection of revenue from these areas. So some organizations worked so hard to complement the funding demands for these community wildlife management areas, like the Nature Conservancy, WWF, and others who are working on that landscape. Now, these revenue are also distributed after being collected, so the community benefit and the government, the central government and local government benefit. But it was strange that the 65% that is saying to get returned to the community is not exactly because the government has already deducted deducted the value-added tax from the source. So it is actually 47%, and the community has been complaining about that. So in the past 2 years, there has been a challenge of delay of disbursement of this revenue when they get collected at the central government because of the policy change of centralization, that the funding need to go through the central government. So the plans that were made by the community has not get successful because of the delay of this funding, and interrupted the operation, and the local government authority and also the community wildlife management areas lose the muscles, the financial muscles to carry their operations. So mostly of this revenue actually go to support education, infrastructure in terms of schools, construction of schools, health centers, and also the government infrastructure to be able to serve these communities, and also to the community health and others, which include some stipend to the local communities. So we looked also at the benefits, and we see that job creation and empowerment of communities is one of the benefits that they receive, and they work as rangers and also monitoring the whole ecosystem. We also see that they work in hotel and tourism activities as the community. So these are important elements that these community wildlife management areas are bringing to the community. Now, because of the COVID, as I said earlier, that it affected the financial liquidity of this community wildlife, they are proposing some of the activities to be able to cater for this need. So these are the proposals that they made, and I'm not talking in detail about this. Now, we checked also on the other benefit that these communities are getting, and we see that grazing, medicinal plant they access, firewood, trainings, and also other things, and including the crop protection and the toolkits that you can see from the picture. Now, we asked also these communities if this were restricted by the WMA, what could be the opportunity cost? And it appears that the grazing could cost them more, over 2 million a year per household, followed by the medicinal plant and others things. So we see also some benefit from the buffers sectors, the crop and livestock, and they see that they go to individuals, so we could be able to capture individual on this matter. So what are the outcomes of this community-based conservation? They actually have been a driver in preventing the land conversions, and 1.7 million hectares of land has been secured under this, complementing the government conserved area. Now, they also help the wildlife to stabilize in one way or another, or increasing over time. But with this increase in wildlife, also we see that human-wildlife conflicts has been increasing, and the compensation laws has been, or practice has not been active enough to respond to the community needs. So we see like there are 3 incidences of predation happen every time, and people losing a lot of money from this. And this also happened in Kenya. We saw this picture, angry people attacked an elephant. And this is some lessons learned when the responsiveness is not something that we care, okay? Now, we see also environmentally these areas are covered by invasive plant species and they're affecting the ecological functions and also the availability of palatable plants that for wildlife and livestock. We see also some social issues. Primary goal of the community to give this land was actually for grazing and not even for tourism revenue, but it is just a complementary part of it. So they are worried that the government can change these kind of things. And then they see some politics working around, and they see that they say that if it is not with us, it is not for us, especially when the centralized police are coming into play. And some traditional leaders are also colluding with the state to legitimize the forceful eviction of people. So these are the things that we need to see and to address. And then we also reflected on the ranking of these three sectors according to the community perception, and they say economically and coexistence possibilities are the things that give them to rank the way they did. So now we contextualized these outcomes into three sustainability outcomes, and we see that we still have a way to go, okay? Now, sustainability challenges they see from the policy point of view and laws, invasive or unpalatable plant species, and human-wildlife conflicts. Those are the sustainability challenges that need to be addressed. And also, as the pathways, we need now to work on the policies promoting the coexistence and also sustainable revenue sources and also tenure security and justice to these communities. So those are the things that we need to do, and I appreciate the support of these individuals and organizations to this work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lucas, for that different presentation. I think it basically gives us something on human dimensions with regard to wildlife conservation. It brings up those issues that we really need to address if forever we need to have some sustainable biodiversity conservation in Kenya and in the region. He also introduces us to the cross-border ecosystems, and he also highlights the challenges that come with such. And similar to Tanzania, our neighboring country, there are lessons to be learned. And if there are lessons to be learned, there are things that we really can be able to learn from them and see whether we can be able to do them better. For instance, the issue of centralizing of funds. This is something that is happening within our country. We really don't know whether the impacts are going to be similar or same in the next couple of in the next couple of years. I'm taking my time so that we can have the IT. You are ready? So we are going to have, the next presentation is going to come from Sospita Kiambi. Is going to be online. Yeah, he's going to be online. He's also going to observe same time. I hope you guys are communicating to him. Is 15 minutes only. Sospita, is he audible? Can you talk to him?
Kiambi, you're on.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
So can you continue, please? We are ready for you. So, Peter. Yeah, it's locked off. It's locked off. Yeah. So I think because of time, we'll give these guys in UK another 15 minutes to put his house in order. I would like, he'll come after Bernard Ochieng. So we can proceed with Bernard Ochieng, then see whether in the next 15 minutes that we shall have solved the issue. So welcome Ben Ochieng.
Good afternoon. So I'm Bernard Ochieng. I'm a research scientist at the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I'm based in Shimba Hills National Reserve. I'll be presenting to you some of the findings of this particular study that we have implemented on Sable antelope for the last 1 year in Shimba Hills National Reserve, together with my colleagues from the Wildlife Research and Training Institute headquarters and the Coastal and Marine Research Center. So one of the main focus of this study was to try and estimate the population of sable antelopes using two approaches, as you shall see in my presentation. So for those who have never seen sable antelope or who have not interacted with it before, sable antelope is among the largest antelopes in the continent. The antelope is sexually distinct, where mature males are relatively bigger in size than females. And they also carry massive horns that are curved. The females and the young bulls are chestnut in color. So what you see here, this black individual, this is a mature bull. And then these other individuals are the females and the young bulls and perhaps subadult females. The other thing about these species is that they are highly social and they occur in different groups. So you can meet them in a breeding herd, a bachelor herd, and solitary bulls. So breeding herds generally composed of adult males, adult cows, subadult females, young bulls, and calves. And then the bachelor are purely young bulls who have not matured, while the solitary bulls are mature adult bulls that defend and guard territories. These particular species have a strong social structure where they are led by an alpha female into group activities such as grazing and also when to flee in case of danger. The territories are generally controlled by mature dominant bulls who also hold breeding right. So in terms of classification or to categorize them in a different age, they can be categorized into young, sub-adult, and adult, and this one you can do using the horn size and their shape. So young sable antelopes are generally fresh newborn who have their ear length, their horn length equal to the ear length. While the sub-adult individuals are generally individuals whose horn length supersedes the ear length. The adults are generally those that have horns that are fully grown and are curved backwards. So what you see here, these are generally adult sable antelope. And then in terms of classification into different sexes, they are basically identified based on external genitalia like the penile cord. It could also distinguish them by looking at the external features like the genital cord. And then in terms of species, we have about or a total of 5 subspecies of sable antelope in nature. So the first one is the Hippotragus niger variani. This is found in Angola, and according to IUCN, it is listed as critically endangered. So the next subspecies, which is the canine subspecies, also found in Tanzania, and is the one we'll be focusing on because it's only found in Shimba Hills, is listed as least concern. But as you will see, because of the continued decline, if it is not reversed, this particular species could be listed in future from that particular category. The other species are the Hippotragus niger, then the Hippotragus niger anseli, Hippotragus niger kakai. So we have a total of 5 subspecies of sable antelope in nature. In terms of distribution, historically, or in nature, sable used to occupy or used to be found throughout in the African savanna woodland that used to stretch all the way from the Kenyan, from coastal Kenya to central Angola and extended downwards to South Africa. So within the country, in terms of its historical range, sable used to extend as far north in Mwangea, near Malindi, and to the south of Murima Hill near Tanzania border. There are also used to be some occasional sightings in Savo East and Savo West, but because of various threats, including poaching, habitat loss, the species is currently restricted to Shimba Hills National Reserve. So as we speak now, sable antelope are only found in Shimba Hills National Reserve. And that brings us as to why this particular species is important to the country. It is because of its current endemism in Shimba Hills National Reserve and the dramatic decline from about 260 individuals in the 1960s to about 51 individuals that were estimated in 2020. This has been suspected to be caused by different factors, including subsistence poaching, diseases, habitat loss, malnutrition, inbreeding, and predation. So because of these threats, Kenya Wildlife Service, together with other stakeholders, have formulated an action plan to spearhead its recovery and also address those threats. Now, in terms of its conservation challenges, generally there has been a lack of a robust monitoring system to accurately update the sable antelope population information. Because before, the update has largely relied on opportunistic sightings, sporadic species census. Those particular factors have led to inadequate population information about this species and also led to inconsistency in the species numbers. And because of that, within the strategy, there has been an attempt to prioritize a strategic monitoring of distribution and population size with the hope of finally accurately and consistently updating the Sable population status, generate more accurate information on population status, structure and trends, and contribute towards building a robust database for these species. Now, this was our study area. So the study area comprises of the Shimba National Reserve, Mkongani Forest Reserve, and Mkongani West Forest Reserve. So this study area is among the remnant coastal forests, coastal rainforests that's used once to extend as far north to southern Somalia. The area receives rainfall in 2 seasons like other parts of the country and have dry season between January and March. So, what approach did we adopt for this particular study? We utilize both routine monitoring and seasonal counts, basically to try and compare and see which method will give us the best estimate for this particular species. Because one of the challenges that we have discovered, and is there in the strategy, is that we have never come up with a robust method to estimate the population in the reserve, mainly because of its shy nature and the kind of habitats that is within Shimba National Reserve, which is a mix of forest interspersed with grasslands and scrublands. The area is also very hilly with deep valleys. So what we did, we established permanent blocks to guide us in doing our routine monitoring and conducting our usual seasonal counts. So in the routine monitoring, we basically try to identify the herds and the individuals in the groups. Of course, we use the GPS, the digital camera, and the binocular. As you can see, these particular equipments are very critical because the GPS is important in picking up the location of every observation. The digital camera provided us with the evidence of sighting and also assisted us in further identification of the groups or individuals sighted. Binocular, the species is quite shy, so you can't get very close to it. You can only watch it from far. So we use the binocular to be able to count the numbers within the groups and also to identify and classify them to different age and sex categories based on the classification that I have previously talked about. This is the way we conducted our own routine monitoring, that every week, at least 3 times, we will go to the park with a monitoring team that consisted of myself and rangers to look for these animals within the blocks. We also relied on opportunity sightings from other park users like tourists to give us information of any sighting. Then we'll move in to verify and confirm the sightings. Some of the information that we targeted were herd size, sex and age structure, individual herd identification, basically to give us the photo ID and the location. So we did this consistently for 2 months. That is in April and March 2022. Our hope was that we will continue with this for a whole year so that we could see the dynamics in the observations and the trend in the numbers that we'll be able to observe. In terms of the seasonal counts, we used Google Earth approach. We use Google Earth approach to help us identify the glades, and also used form teams to help us search for Sable antelopes within the blocks. Of course, prior to any census, we conducted training to make sure that everyone was well informed and ready for the count. Now, this is part of the results that we observe, that between those counts, both total seasonal counts and routine monitoring, we are able to observe the highest numbers in March this year, 36. And then we recorded the highest estimate the population structure within the 2 months of routine monitoring. We didn't observe any Sable antelope within the reserve in June. So we tried to do some basic analysis, and we realized that on average, Sable were more sighted, easy to sight in dry season than wet season. And then they were more irregular in terms of sighting during the wet season compared to the dry season. In terms of the sex structure that we observed during routine monitoring, we discovered that the male and female were in the ratio of 1 to 2 for both March and April. And then, because our sample size was small, but we tried to do some basic statistical analysis, we discovered a significant difference in the population estimate that was estimated between the two methods. Let me just finish. So that's basically the distribution for the census and for the routine monitoring. So you could see most of the Sable antelopes are found in block 1, 3, 4, and 5. And then for the routine monitoring is found in 4 and 3. So the overall distribution range of Sable antelopes is between block 1, 3, 4, and 5. And then they seem to prefer block 4 and 3. And they rarely utilize block 2 and 6. Some of the threats that we observe during our monitoring and census activities are as follows, and this has been highlighted by our previous presenters. Habitat degradation through charcoal burning, illegal logging, and of course subsistence poaching through use of wire snares and ropes. So this is what we concluded, that at least the sex ratio showed us there is potential for the population to breed, but we must be very careful with the timing of our census. We need to use a combination of methods to collect more information on the population, and then that we need to address the issue of poaching, charcoal burning, and illegal logging. So what did you recommend? We need to deploy other ecological monitoring and census techniques, e.g. camera traps, perhaps drones, satellite collars, and even the DNA studies to help us estimate accurately the population of this species. We need to maintain monitoring, and then we need to investigate factors that are influencing habitat choice by Sable antelope. Finally, we need to address the potential of poaching and habitat degradation threats in the conservation area. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. Thank you, Ochieng. You have eaten to 2 minutes of our time. We shall forgive you because you've done a nice job. So what we want to do is we want to try again whether Peter Kiambu is outside of the country is going to be able to link with us. So the Sable antelope, as he has said, is endemic to Kenya. It is also endemic to only Shimba Hills. I've always been part of the team because of the monitoring. And increasingly, the issues have always been subsistence poaching and so forth. So is he on? Peter? So, Peter.
Thank you, moderator. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if I am.
You're audible, you're audible. Can you please go on? You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana moderator, for the time. I also wish to show how to scroll on this one. Having some itches here to make us scroll the presentation.
You're okay, you're okay. Can you go to the next slide, so Peter?
Yeah, that is what I am trying. Apparently, this technology is seeming to be.
You can use the down and the down arrow on your keyboard.
Yes, but it seems to be not active.
Wow. So someone is telling me you are in edit mode. You need to be in presenter mode so that you can be able to display.
How do I change from that?
You are using Mac? I don't know, man.
No, it's Windows.
Maybe we'll give you a few minutes to practice.
Maybe you can have another presentation as I try to.
Yeah, because you are really very audible. We are seeing the first slide, but
I'm unable to scroll to the.
You are unable to scroll.
Let me see.
Can we have the next loading as we still attempt to get Kiambi? We have Mweu. Is it? Yeah. So we are going to have the next presenter so Peter still struggles with the tech. Yeah, we are still making progress. So either way, either way, we are going to be there. So as we said again, please keep your questions. Write down your questions. I know there are many presentations, but as we said and as we observed in the morning, the program today is a little tight. We only request that you bear with us. You know, most of you are researchers, and we are known to work up to midnight. So, ni kitu kidogo. But that said, we also need to expedite, and hope that in the next conference, we are going to keep time as wildlife research. You've seen it? So we are there. So we are going to have a presenter from Born Free. We let him introduce himself and take his 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Mogo Maina from Born Free Foundation. I'm here to present on the social structure and demographic status of the lion, that's Panthera leo, population in Meru National Park. And actually, the previous speakers have said the population of lions are declining, and I've also captured that. And in Kenya, from the latest data from WTI and KWS on the census that was conducted in 2021, we can see we have approximately 2,500 lions. And generally, Panthera leo, or the African lion, has temporary associations in its social structure. And generally, it's the only Felidae species that shows what we call permanent associations in terms of the pride formations. And the project of lion monitoring is located in Meru National Park, and the park has a very rich history and association with Born Free because of the movie Born Free that was based on a story on Joy and George Adamson. Within Meru National Park, few studies have been conducted on lion as a species, and most of those will be on short term. The difference that the Born Free Research Program has is that we are geared towards long-term monitoring of lions in the Meru conservation landscape, and the data that is generated will inform long-term lion conservation and management within the Meru conservation landscape. And generally, the lion monitoring program aims to safeguard and protect viable, ecologically functioning lion populations, their prey, and habitat in the landscape. That is through coexistence and protection. The main objective of the lion monitoring project, or program rather, is that through the routine monitoring of the individual lions and the identification, we can come up with the pride composition structures. We can also understand the sex of the different lion individuals we have within Meru National Park, and at large, the Meru conservation area, the age structures, and also correlate that with the ranging characteristics that they present in the landscape. This is a map of our project area, and which forms the study area. It's approximately 4,000 square kilometers. One of the biggest sections is Kora National Parks, followed by Meru National Park. We also, it's a contiguous ecosystem that also links Bisanadi and Mwingi National Reserves. Quite massive for our work. And some of the results that our long-term lion monitoring has shown since 2016 is some dynamics in the prides. So as of now, as of March 2023, we had Mulika as one of the pride with 23 lions recorded. Elsa had 26 lions recorded. Virginia had 13 lions recorded. Bisanadi had 14. Kenmare Group had 6. NB Coalition had 4. Solio T Coalition had 3. George Moja Coalition had 1. Solio Mangerete had 1. The Sericho Coalition and Lormaric. Most of these lions which have been translocated from other areas, and they are brought at Meru National Park. And generally, the finding is that as of now, we have a total of 92 lions in Meru National Park. These lions have been identified through the usual lion identification system, and all this data is in our database. That helps to co-share the same data with Kenya Wildlife Service, who generally do the security of the park, and it helps in their decisions as they deploy their resources within the Meru National Park. We also have some visualization of the lion price ranges, and these are Keynote analysis that shows areas where the different prides utilize in their normal ranging patterns in terms of hunting, in terms of raising the young ones, and also interacting with and overlapping with the other prides that are within Meru National Park. That's more data on the lion pride ranges, and they always differ because you'll find for the collars for the collared lions, you find the home range would appear bigger because, of course, this one captures what do you call winder area data as compared with the normal opportunistic sightings that we do with the monitoring team that capture data along the road transects. There's all this variation in the home ranges for the lions, whereby we have areas where there's high utilization and there's low utilization and distribution within the park. We have a lot of translocation of problem lions, especially those which are involved in predation of livestock. And this is one example where Sericho was brought into Meru National Park. Of course, was a problem carnivore somewhere else and was collared. So part of what the team that we undertake lion monitoring is trying to understand that ranging behavior of the translocated lions. And you'll find most of the time that translocated lion might eventually go where it came from, and or might actually become a problem lion among the pastoralists, because Meru National Park has two different kind of socio-economic activities. There's one side, the eastern side, which is largely pastoralist, and the western side, which is largely agro-pastoralist. Both ways, you'll find some incidences of depredation among the livestock in those areas. So we also want to understand the dynamics and the correlation between the park and the livestock herding within that, within our area of study. And through understanding, since 2016, what has been happening in Meru National Park, we can now comprehensively see that we understand the lions within the park and their movement. And part of the threat they face is when they venture into the community areas, they run the risk of being injured or killed. So before that happens, we are working towards doing mitigation measures. And part of the mitigations we are undertaking, one of them is what we call the eye cow, whereby you paint an eye, or rather the image of an eye on the hind parts of the cows, such that this tricks the lion that there's, it's being watched. So it kind of reduces the chance of that livestock being attacked by the lion. The other one we are working on is what we call predator deterrent lights. They've been largely tested and trialed in other ecosystems. We also want to bring them around the livestock keepers in Meru National Park and the surrounding communities because of the impressive results this has attained somewhere else. And that helps cut down on depredation. And when it helps cut down on depredation, we actually work towards a coexistence model that will help long-term management and conservation of these iconic species within Meru National Park. And in a nutshell, that is what we have in Meru. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you for that good presentation. As we still grapple with Kiambi, we'd want to have Gaukomo present. We are almost getting there, and I really want to urge us some bit of patience. We notice that today has really been very packed. But again, I'm also being informed that maybe dinner will be served. So as we move from here, there's probably going to be an incentive for us. So don't worry, especially for some of us where you take corner to have your dinner today. So I think the presentation is on. I did not notice that. Welcome, Gaukomo.
Thank you, Dr. Mukega. Hi, everyone. Sorry, we're getting quite late, so I'll try and be very brief. I'm Giacomo from Save the Elephants. I'm going to talk to you about the work done by Save the Elephants in Samburu and Buffalo Springs National Reserves about monitoring the wildlife and livestock populations there. So as Save the Elephants, we are based in the Samburu National Reserve in Buffalo Springs, and we started monitoring wildlife and livestock populations 18 years ago in 2005. This monitoring involves transect road counts along 5 established routes across the 2 reserves. These are total counts. So they're not distance sampling, they don't involve any fanciful design. So they don't allow us to estimate exact population sizes, but allow us to look at encounter rates over time, and so to use such encounter rates as indexes of population trends. So yeah, you can see just some snapshots of Samburu National Reserve. Probably all of you know the place. It's along the Ewaso River in northern Kenya, straddling Samburu and Isiolo counties. So our main aim, as I was saying, was to identify the trends and potentially the drivers of wild herbivore abundance over the years, so since 2005. And also to look at these drivers, so over trends in abundance over the years, but also look at drivers and specifically at how seasonal variation affects abundance of each species. To do that, we used generalized linear models for count data, and we looked at 12 common species, which were frequently encountered in Samburu and Buffalo Springs. And as predictors, we used the years since the start of the study, so to look at whether the populations have increased or decreased over time. Then we looked at the abundance of livestock on the transect, and then at the average NTVI across the study area that was taken as an index of seasonality, so to distinguish between wet and dry periods. And we focused on analyzing transects rather than getting averages per month or per year. So this is the analysis conducted on the actual data, on the actual counts for each transect day, and the variation among transects, because these transects are located in different habitats at different distances from the Owasso River, that was accounted for as a random effect in the models. Going to the results, we've seen changes in abundance, or at least in the counter rates of several species over 18 years. You can see here, actually, some species showed a significant increase in numbers, and I give you 3 examples of 3 endangered species. So we got reticulated giraffe, gravy zebra, and Besa oryx. They've all increased in numbers, although this to be taken with a pinch of salt, because we don't know if that's actually a population increase or whether it is rather a result of compression of the species into the parks as a result of the fragmentation and degradation of the rangelands outside of the reserves. We also had significant declines in some species. Here we have the buffalo, the waterbuck, and the Dik-dik. You can see a steep decline. So the graphs show you the correlation in residuals between the abundance of each species and the year since the start of the study. Some of them, like buffalo, declined to local extinction. So in Samburu and also in Buffalo Springs, despite the name, there's no more buffaloes left. If we look at the trends in abundance, and we divide them by habitat and dietary specialization, we can see it's not, these changes are not random. So we had a significant decline in the wetland grazers, so like the buffalo and the waterbuck. We had an increase in arid adapted grazers, like the gravy zebra, desert warthog, and the oryx. And either increases or stable population for mixed feeders like elephants, impala, and gazelles. And among the browsers, only the giraffe has increased. And again, small browsers, Gerenuk and Dik-dik, have significantly declined. Why is that? Now, correlation is not causation, but I want to show you what's been happening in Samburu and Buffalo Springs during this period. There's been a dramatic increase in the number of livestock invading the reserves at certain times of the year, usually during very dry periods. And that started happening after 2014, and this is actually the actual data. You see the bar plots give you the number counted per year, and the black line gives you the relative abundance. So number of livestock counted divided by number of transects. We don't know why this happened, sort of complex socioeconomic situation up in northern Kenya, but you can see that this increase in livestock mostly due to increase in cows, so cattle, which are a wetland grazer in northern Kenya, and also sheep and goats and camels, which are browsers. So you can see there's quite a dietary overlap between the species of livestock that have increased in number and those that have declined in terms of wild herbivores. Then we looked at seasonality effects, and we can see that both wild and domestic herbivores concentrate in the reserves during the dry season. So you have an examples on the left, the gravy zebra, on the right, cattle and goats, the livestock taken together as a single species in this case. And you can see that the abundance declines as the NDVI increases. So it means these both ungulates, wild ungulates and livestock, concentrate in the reserves during the dry season and disperse outside during the wet season. So there's quite a strong potential for competition for resources inside the reserves during very dry periods, and also competition, potential for disease transmission from wildlife to livestock, and so on. This was not true for all wild herbivore species. We had 3 important exceptions of 3 endangered species, and you can see the elephant, giraffe, and oryx, which actually increase in numbers during periods of high NDVI, so during the wet season. So this means that these species concentrate in the reserves during the wet season and disperse out of the reserves during the dry season, implying that we need to devise strategies to conserve their dry season, to protect their dry season resources, which lie outside of Samburu and Buffalo Springs National Reserves. So that's quite, gives you quite an idea of how complex the situation is up in the north and how it involves not just the management of protected areas, but also species management outside protected areas. And then something we're still working on, but we found a negative correlation between the abundance of livestock and the abundance of elephants, irrespective of season. So that means that elephants, apparently according to our count data, are avoiding livestock. And we are now analyzing the tracking data from our long-term Northern Kenya elephant tracking program to see if actually the livestock coming into the reserves are pushing the elephants outside of the reserves, potentially intensifying conflicts with the settled communities just outside Samburu and Buffalo Springs. This is to be studied further, but seems like a likely possibility. Finally, I've shown you changes over 18 years, but what's been done about this? Well, the very interesting thing is that we brought this data to the public, so to the people of Kenya, and specifically to the communities around the reserves, but also to the local governments, to the county governments, and of course to WRTI and KWS. And this data has attracted a lot of public interest, especially the fact that some species had gone extinct from the national reserves. And there's been a bottom-up movement led by the communities, led by the county governments, to renew and revise the management of the reserves and take action to prevent further degradation. And that was quite, through community meetings, through county council meetings and so on, we managed to bring the public sector of Kenya to spearhead the changes in how the reserves are managed, which was quite a big achievement. It's not led by these changes in how to manage the reserves, not led by NGOs or private enterprise, again, led by the county governments of Samburu and Isiolo. And with new political leadership, we have seen a very strong commitment to reform the management of these two reserves and to prevent further declines in species and integrate the protection of endangered species in Samburu and Buffalo Springs with the overall management of the landscape and management of livestock in the broader landscape. So that's it. I wanted to conclude with a picture of Samburu coming out of a 2-year drought in May and becoming green and covered in flowers as a sign of hope and as a sign of renovation. And I wanted to thank KWS and WRTI, especially Dr. Mugega, for our partnership on the elephant research program, and also, of course, the Samburu and Isiolo county governments for all their help and all their success that we wish them going forward in managing the two national reserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaukomo. I think that was a wonderful presentation. We are still we are almost there. We are only 2 presentations to the final one. We are going to have the physical one, Kasaine. Hope you are going to keep time. Then we are trying to download the presentation from Kiambi so that we can navigate for him here as he tries to go through the audio through the internet because we've been having some challenges. But however, having said that, it is important to notice that wildlife populations, their diversity, their richness will always vary depending on the region and various reasons as to why this is happening. So I'm not going to take time. Can we have a welcome, Kaisana?
All right.
Hello.
Sorry about. My name is Kasaine Sankan. I'm going to take you through the land monitoring down in Masai Mara, and I'm sorry that we're getting late, and I'm going to run this a bit quicker. So the land monitoring within the Mara is the longest, which was started and the land being monitored since 2014. So within the Mara, we've had some issues with which methodology which gives the appropriate numbers of lion within a study area. So the need to have this was initiated, and that's why Kenya Wildlife Trust started the long-term project within the Mara to look at the status of lions and cheetahs, and also to look at the trends on what's happening with the lion population and the cheetah population within the Mara ecosystem. Once you have this data, provide a scientific information on management decision on the study area, and also engage the stakeholders through the conservation of these predators. The other thing which really pushed for monitoring of these carnivores was there was no prior long-term data which was done within the Mara prior to 2013. And once you're trying to look at the numbers of these species, it really differs within the different methodologies that you use. You'll have direct counts, which will give different numbers, camera traps, distance sampling, callbacks, spore transect. All these methodologies, scientific methodologies, will always give different numbers. So MPCP, or the Mara Prairie Conservation Program, decided to use a methodology called the SCCR, the Spatially Explicit Capture-Recapture Model, which was started in 2014. And we've been using this methodology to establish the land numbers trends over the years. So where are we based? We are based in Masai Mara, where the study area includes both the National Game Reserve, which is 1,510 square kilometers, and all the conservancies north of the National Game Reserve, and totals around an area of 3,000 square kilometers. So with the lion and cheetah identification, we do this through an annual lion and cheetah monitoring session, a 90-day monitoring between the months of August, September, and October. And initially in 2014, we had 2 different monitoring sessions, on migration and off migration. But due to resources, it was changed to only 1 monitoring session within a year. So we do this within the 90 days, use a cyber tracker application, phone application to collect all the data. We have 4 and 5 vehicles with different researchers who goes all around the study area to collect data. And as I mentioned, basically looking at 2 main species, lion and cheetahs, for what we call trend. But beside the 2 species, we also collect a whole amount of other data through the smartphone application, which gives us the abundance of the other species. So through the SCCR that the Mara Prairie Conservation Program adopted or used in the Mara since 2014, was adopted by Kenya Wildlife Service in 2018-2020 National Land Survey. So from the methodology that the Mara was using, it was used to come up with these 2 main documents. And it's through this methodology that we came up with the new figures of the lands within the country of around 2,500 individuals, lands across the country. And it seems to be a very strong methodology because it's now being adopted in different other countries within Africa. We've seen Uganda, South Africa, and even Tanzania also using the same methodology with the monitoring of the lions. So from the analysis of SCCR, we've clearly been able to tell through the annual lion counts and show the trends of lions within the Greater Mara ecosystem. And the density of lions ranges between 17 to 21 lions per 100 square kilometers. So that's an average of almost around 470 to 500 lions with the abundance of lions within the Mara ecosystem. So the same methodology for cheetahs, analyze that, and you can see the trend of the cheetah densities within the study area. So as a way forward, besides looking at the trends, we're also now incorporating a new objective of using what we call callers for conservation, using real-time conservation to prevent especially conflict through the community arm of the project. We've had a number of youngsters just disappearing and never knowing exactly where they were going. So it was only through the new objective of collaring them and the involvement of the lion, what we call the lion ambassadors in the community, who are able to track them and be able to know exactly the movement of these cats which are collared. And we're actually very interested with only two demographic classes: the adult females, who have like the prides within, or who have their prides overlapping with the community area, and the young dispersing males who moves out of the natural prides during the nomadic transition period. So through the callers for conservation and involvement of the community lion ambassadors, coming up with the new objective of preventing potential human-wildlife conflict from happening once these species move out of the protected areas into the community. The second way forward with the project is continue to do the annual count, to continue with the trends, looking at the trends of lions moving forward into like the future. And with that, I say thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Kasaine. And I think we are almost there. Thank you again for your patience. We want to try to project the presentation for the last presenter so that we can assist him to just go through the various slides, because it's equally important for him to present. Then after which, we are going to have a Q&A, which can last up to around morning session, depending on how you feel. But we'll still allow a limited number of questions. But again, we can also encourage that you still write your questions and email to the particular presenters. But it's also very important that we get the response from here, because we also need to learn amongst ourselves. I think, is he online? So, Peter.
Thank you very much. And apologies for the hitch that.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Go ahead.
Not able to see the screens, but the presenter is Sospita Kiambi, a senior research scientist at the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, a PhD student at the university. Completing now is the preliminary results of my first chapter, which is on trying to yeah, sorry, on trying to develop else to see the future growth of the elephant population. So next slide, please.
Next slide.
So this is basically the outline. I'll not dwell so much on this because of time. So in the introduction, study is driven by the assumption that numbers have been historically controlled by illegal killing. And with the current management of illegal killing of elephants, it is assumed that the elephant numbers will start to increase again. So with that, then I tried to model in the continent where these numbers would increase to. So the objectives is the first, of course, is especially explicit models for future scenarios of elephant population growth. Then illustrate using a piece of the models on the occupancy of these new ranges, and then identify gaps. In the methods, the entire continent, the study area. So studying the entire continental elephant population. In this, I use elephant distribution acquired the IUCN African elephant. And what we have there as the most current elephant range is the 2015 data that was used to develop in 2016 continental elephant. I have put two distributions. One is the current of 2015, and is a historical kind of distribution of the situation was in 1995. From the previous presentation, the elephant distribution and of course other distribution, almost covering the entire of the South, with the background that in the yesteryears of
Kiambi, we've lost you.
I'm still on the first slide of the methodology. Yeah. So here the first elephant distribution data, and in this case, using the current elephant range, which is last updated in 2015. So in terms of the modeling, I have two levels of modeling. The first level of modeling will be the species distribution modeling, and then the second level of modeling will be the mechanistic modeling, trying to see how elephants can utilize a range. Please. Acquired was environment and anthropologic. The environmental data sets are displayed, which display that bioclimate vary from climb. Then it also has data on EVI, that is vegetation index from USGS. It has the elevation data, the radar topography mission, was also used to the slope. Then the anthropogenic data we use is a footprint, which is which is an aggregate of roads, human population, and the like. Then I have some live selected, and in this use cattle and goats from presentations that we had earlier on, indicating even within the livestock themselves, there's a trend that is building up on the more hardy livestock species actually taking over on the others. So in this case also becomes very relevant. So in this first level of modeling, I used this, then I went, next slide please. Then used 4 species distribution modeling algorithms, which are the boosted regression trees, generalized additive models, Maxent, and random forests. The choice of these 4 was basically informed by the fact that they are among the very many used algorithms, and that they have some bit of contrasting strengths and weaknesses. And then we'll see that there is also the use of an ensemble of all of this, which improves on the predictability of the suitability of the model. So I took all the, next slide please. So I took all the variables, there were about 27 of them, then to help overcome for collinearity, I used the variable inflation factor with a threshold of 10 to eliminate for the collinear variables, and I was left with the 18 variables. In terms of the results, the power of the first model, we see based on the area and the curve for the core, each single model has their results there, with random forest being the most powerful of the 4. But we take note on the ensemble of the 4 algorithms, that ensemble has actually a more powerful
Like, how did you make sure that all were counted? How did you make sure you didn't double count? Because for me, sometimes it's quite difficult to, when they go up and down, to count. That's my first question. My second question is, were there no hippos, like, more in the middle? Or